I have the strongest sect. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276 Exposed. What the hell is this? The black aura quickly enveloped the two of them, ignoring the protective shield and self-defense methods of the demon cultivator, and directly invaded his body. The aura flowed along his meridians, and wherever it went, the demon cultivator's vitality was cut off, and death was everywhere, like a dead tree. The demon cultivator screamed, and hurriedly mobilized his mysterious energy to block it, but found that the effect was very poor. He gritted his teeth, and mobilized his vital energy, to suppress the terrible aura. Destruction force. Explode. However, the next moment, Lin Xiao shouted again, and the black aura on her body surged several times, rushed out of her body, and entered the demon cultivator's body. The strange aura that had just been suppressed received reinforcement, and quickly broke through the demon cultivator's blockade, and began to wreak havoc in his body. I'll kill you. The demon cultivator was extremely frightened, and all the vitality in his body was mobilized. This was what he had accumulated for hundreds of years. Once today was over, it meant that all his hundreds of years of cultivation were wasted. This made him extremely angry, and wanted to kill Lin Xiao. He dared not think of anything else. Puff. Lin Xiao spit out a mouthful of blood without waiting for the demon cultivator to take action. The teleportation talisman in her hand emitted light, and sent her hundreds of miles away. As soon as she appeared, Lin Xiao endured the severe pain, and her eyes emitted two purple lights, hitting the immortal rope on her body. The immortal rope immediately lost its effect and loosened. Lin Xiao grabbed the immortal rope, then released a flying boat, and jumped on it. Lin Xiao poured out all the low-grade black crystals in the center of the flying boat formation, turned out all the medium-grade black crystals on her body, and stuffed them in, then turned the direction to the open sea, and then took out a handful of pills, and stuffed them into her mouth. However, halfway through swallowing the pill, Lin Xiao's eyes went dark, and she passed out. She had just used the destruction force, which was more powerful than the deadwood force. This move was originally only usable in the spiritual light stage, but she used it in advance, tearing and shattering her meridians all over her body. Her Danshin was severely damaged. After trying to escape, she could no longer hold on and passed out. Hundreds of miles away, the demon cultivator who had just stabilized his injuries spit out blood again, after feeling the connection between the immortal binding rope and himself disappear. He did not dare to stay any longer, and quickly released a flying spirit beast, lying on its back and running away. A few days later, the flying spirit beast landed on a very small island. A flash of light flashed on the island, and the flying demon beast disappeared, while several figures flew out of the island. Husband master, what's wrong with you? I'm fine. Where's the magic pool? Are you ready? Husband, the magic pool is always here. What's wrong with you? Have you encountered any powerful enemies? It's okay, I'll tell you. After I come out of seclusion, the demon cultivator answered casually twice, then entered his cave, opened the formation layer by layer, and came to a dark pool with smelly black water. The demon cultivator jumped in directly, and let the black water drown him. This magic pool is the supreme treasure of their lineage of demon cultivators. The black liquid in it is not ordinary, but is condensed from many natural treasures. His training and advancement all depend on the blessing of this magic pool. After 7 consecutive days, the demon cultivator slowly crawled out of the magic pool. His originally pale face became more rosy, and his originally withered and dead body had a trace of vitality. Husband, what happened to you? Why do you smell like death when you come back this time? Madam, you are well informed. Come and see what this is. When the demon cultivator saw the magic pool's formation open and his wife came in, he quickly waved and asked her to come over. His wife used to be a disciple of a famous and upright sect, and later she followed him and turned to practicing magic. In terms of knowledge, she is much better than him, who is a wild person. The woman walked to the demon cultivator, stretched out her hand, and touched the demon cultivator's back. The mysterious energy penetrated deep into his body. Her face suddenly changed and said, "What a domineering aura, even the magic pool can't suppress it." Madam, have you ever seen this kind of weird aura? Husband, tell me honestly, what happened? This is what happened. The demon cultivator told the original story again, but in order to prevent his wife from being jealous, he changed the reason, and only said that he had a conflict with monk Luo Xinghei, and was ambushed by a little girl, because of his carelessness. The power of annihilation. This is the skill of the withered character technique. Husband, have you offended the ancient family? What ancient family? Remember what I told you before. There are many ancient families in Zhongzhou. They have produced countless geniuses in history and have made great contributions to the human race. But as the human race continues to multiply, the latecomers continue to surpass. So these ancient families have hidden themselves from the world for the sake of their own inheritance, and most people don't know about it. The Li family, to which the withered character technique belongs, is one of them. They are the descendants of the Green Emperor a million years ago. The withered character technique is the famous skill of the Green Emperor, and its level is as high as the upper heavenly grade. What? That little girl has a heavenly grade skill? Husband, are you listening to me? That's from the Li family. Do you want to die? Haha, madam, you and I are demon cultivators. The mainstream immortal cultivation world in Zhongzhou is calling for our death. We are not afraid of the top sects. So why are we afraid of those damn ancient families? How many of them can still survive to this day? Madam, tell me more about the withered character technique. That's true. The withered technique. The evil woman narrated the story of the Green Emperor one by one. The Green Emperor was the supreme ruler of the human race, and he turned the tide and made supreme contributions to the human race. There was basically no disciple of the major sects in Zhongzhou who didn't know his past. What a powerful withered character art. It's worthy of being a top grade heavenly martial art. It can kill enemies across levels with ease. Madam, it seems we have to find this little girl. Husband, have you thought it over? Madam, I was seriously injured by this little girl. The vitality accumulated over 100 years was completely consumed. Without the support of huge resources, these 100 years would have been wasted, and I would never have the hope of becoming a god in this lifetime. But it's different, now that we have this withered character art. This is a top grade heavenly martial art. Even if we can't practice it, we can sell it. An ordinary heavenly martial art can be sold for tens of millions of Zuan crystals without any problem, but this withered character art can be sold for at least hundreds of millions. With this money, it's enough for us to spend hundreds of years. Madam, don't you want to use this to break through the Lingguang period and continue the love between husband and wife for hundreds of years? Husband, but if you don't want to, forget it. You still have more than 100 years to live, and I'll accompany you for these 100 years. Okay, husband, I'll listen to you. That's right, that little girl must be in trouble. I saw her vomit blood before she left. She must have been seriously injured. The several disciples on this demon island are at your disposal. Send them out to gather information first. If there is a clue, you immediately take people to capture the little girl. A few Dao gangs will be enough to besiege them. Okay, I know what to do. Send people to find the female cultivator right away. The demon cultivator nodded and left the demon pool. The demon cultivator did not leave. The dry and lonely aura in his body had not been completely eliminated. It would take some time. After the demon cultivator walked out of the demon pool, her face became even gloomier. There were some secrets that she did not tell her husband. She knew more secrets about the Qingdi family because her ancestors were once vassals of the Qingdi family. The Kuju that Qingdi practiced had strict requirements, and only those with special physiques could practice it. When Qingdi ascended to heaven, he merged the Kuju with the Rangju he created, and created the Ku Rangju. The most suitable physique for the Ku Rangju is the Qingmu holy body, but it is not impossible for other cultivators to practice it. So later the Qingdi family generally taught the Ku Rangju to their descendants, and the grade of the Ku Rangju has surpassed the heaven grade, and reached the legendary divine grade. That female cultivator was a Daogang cultivator, so she had at least the Ku Rangju to Daogang skills, which was more valuable than the simple Kuju, and of course, the risk was greater. Mom, what happened to my father? Just when the demon cultivator woman was stunned, a young man walked over. Your father was slightly injured. He's fine, that's good. Mother, I'm going to practice, no hurry. Mother has to go out to do something. You come with me, but I have to practice. If I don't break through soon, Father will be angry again, ignore him. Just follow me. The demon cultivator woman shook her head, facing her only son, with a doting face. Her only son has poor aptitude. He is still hovering in the purple mansion stage at over 100 years old. With their existing resources, it is difficult to support him to a higher level. But now the opportunity has come, with the withering and flourishing art, the divine grade skills, and the ability to sell for a large sum of money. Her son has hope. When the roles of wife and mother conflict, she has decisively chosen the role of mother. Tens of thousands of miles away in Tiansheng, Lin Xiao opened his eyes from practice, and the name of Li Muxu on the system page was dim, with only a little spiritual light left, which shocked Lin Xiao. This is the state of Li Muxu dying. She was injured, and suffered a great injury. An ominous premonition rose from Lin Xiao's heart. Lin Xiao wanted to break through the barrier, and go out to look for her immediately. However, Lin Xiao stopped abruptly and just sent a message to Yi Nanyu, asking him to contact Li Muxu through the channel of Yixiao, especially the area around Luoxinghe, which was the focus, and send elite troops to Luoxinghe to find Li Muxu. Disciple, master is sorry for you, and can't come to save you in person. Lin Xiao murmured. Tiansheng Sect can't do without him now. Now the cultivation of several Daogang monks in Tiansheng Sect is not high. If Lin Xiao leaves for a long time, once the enemy finds out, it will be easy to test Tiansheng Sect. And the system real person mode is not there. The strength of Tiansheng Sect will be detected by the enemy, which is a very dangerous thing. If this is really the case, no matter whether it is Chunayang Palace or Kang Kingdom, any one of them will attack, and the entire Tiansheng will not be able to resist, and there is a crisis of destruction. Chapter 277 Earth Spirit Orb. Luoguo and Luoxinghe are very far apart, so the message cannot be directly transmitted. In response to this situation, Lin Xiao once asked Yixiao to solve it, mainly by purchasing a more advanced Lingying Jade book or other means of communication. After the upgrade, the message only takes 1 day to transmit. So a few days later, Fenghuo Island and Yixiao both sent back messages. After comparing the two, they got the exact news. Li Muxu didn't know when she contacted the Hua family, and then followed the Hua family to hunt monsters in the sea. When she came back, she was attacked by a demon cultivator in the Lingguang period. The Hua family brothers and sisters and their subordinates suffered heavy losses, and even Hua Kangchang was seriously injured, but they still couldn't stop the demon cultivator. At the critical moment, Li Muxu volunteered to cover the rear. They didn't know what the results of the battle were. Anyway, after Hua Kangji waited for the elders of the Hua family to come, Li Muxu had disappeared. The Hua family had already sent people to investigate the demon cultivator and Li Muxu's news. Fenghuo Island also organized a group of people to go out to sea, but Fenghuo Island was too weak and completely relied on the power of the Hua family. Fenghuo Island was not sure how much the Hua family would invest. For this reason, Lin Xiao privately allocated a special fund to Yi Xiao, asking Yi Xiao to command the Luoxinghe branch, mobilize forces, organize searches, and at the same time find out the whereabouts of the demon cultivator. Yi Xiao has been operating in Luoxinghe for decades, and his strength is not weak, so he may be able to gain something. In just a few years, Zhao Zhengs and Li Muxu had accidents one after another, which made Lin Xiao very alert. It is extremely difficult for Tiansheng Sect to train a Daogang cultivator, but if it is outside, it is very easy to lose it. So Lin Xiao asked Zhang Mingtang to give the General Affairs Palace a task to collect some 4th level magic tools or spiritual materials to arm the Daogang cultivators of Tiansheng Sect. Because there was no 4th level weapon refiner in the sect before, the magic tools of Tiansheng Sect were all purchased from outside. Not only were they expensive, but they were also rarely available. Even if you had money, you might not be able to buy them. Therefore, the Daogang monks of Tiansheng Sect were actually poorly equipped. Except for Li Muxu and the others who had made breakthroughs early, the rest basically only had one flying sword, and the others were still using 3rd level items. So now Lin Xiao could only do it himself. Within a year, Lin Xiao made several 4th level magic tools and put them in the sect's treasury for disciples to exchange. Then he drew some talismans, but due to the limited materials, there were not many talismans. Lin Xiao only gave them to 3 of his disciples. This is called the difference between relatives and strangers. 1 or 2 of his own people must be taken care of. Not long after, Yi Xiao's people in Qin State sent back a message that Qin State's Xianyu sect was about to hold a grand auction, which would include the earth attribute treasures that Lin Xiao needed. This news made Lin Xiao very excited. At this time, Lin Xiao no longer dared to let Yi Xiao or his men do this. This kind of grand auction was also full of crises. Ordinary Daogang cultivators could not cope with it. Lin Xiao had to go out in person. However, for the sake of the situation, Lin Xiao did not leave immediately, but asked Yi Xiao's men to deliberately spread this news in the Chunayang Palace of Lu State, Tiansheng State, Kang State and other places. The level of cultivation in the southwest end of Nansao is very low. When it comes to the Daogang period, the required elixirs, talismans, magic tools and many other required items are difficult to find. They can no longer be supplied. Even if you have money, you may not be able to buy them. When it comes to the Lingguang period, it will be even worse. At least Lin Xiao has never heard of any 5th level alchemists or refiners around Lu State. If these Lingguang ancestors want to speed up their cultivation or increase their combat effectiveness, they must go to Qin or Zhangzhou to purchase resources. So after the news spread, Wu Muang, Lu Yan and others were very excited. There would be many treasures in such a grand auction, and there would definitely be what they needed. This kind of auction is not common. Basically, it is held once every few decades or even hundreds of years. Only Qi and Qin have the strength to hold it in the entire Nansao. So these people did not want to miss the auction. They tacitly reduced their forces, and then used the excuse of retreat one after another, but actually went to Qin quietly. After Yi Xiao confirmed that they had left, Lin Xiao summoned the senior members of Tiansheng Sect and told them to guard the sect, especially our king. He controlled the only warship of Tiansheng Sect and could not leave the sect. Once there was a change, he would need to turn the tide. After giving the instructions, Lin Xiao also quietly left Tiansheng Sect, taking away a large amount of Zuanjing. He rushed all the way. It took Lin Xiao more than a month to reach Qin. Zuanyu City in Qin was the largest city under Xianyu Sect and the largest city in Qin. The teleportation array from Nansao to Zhangzhou was set up in Zuanyu City. Zuanyu City has a permanent population of more than 1 million. It is truly a place where even the purple mansion is worse than dogs. Daogang is everywhere, and even spiritual monks are not rare. There are 6th level Shengsu period monks in the city. It has been peaceful for 5,000 years, and no one dares to act recklessly. At the same time, Zuanyu City is also a material distribution center with a higher status than Beiyu City. Zizhou in the northwest, Zhongzhou in the north, Luoxinghe in the southeast, and the countries of Nansao in the south, will transport materials to Zuanyu City for sale. So even in normal times, Zuanyu City has abundant materials. This auction was jointly held by Xianyu Sect, the other 2 large sects of Qin State, and the 3 sects of Qi State. It is held once every 100 years, and is known as the largest auction in the entire Nansao. The benefits of this auction are huge. The treasures that emerge alone are of inestimable value. Every time this auction is held, there will be many stories. Some people soar to the sky because of it, and some people lose their families because of it. All kinds of things in the world will emerge in this auction in just half a month. Master, this was not the first time that Lin Xiao came to Zuanyu City. Lin Xiao also had a base here, so as soon as he entered Zuanyu City, Lin Xiao arranged a reliable residence for Lin Xiao. At the same time, senior Lin Xiao officials in Qin State came to meet him. Everyone, please take a seat. Don't be nervous. Let me tell you about the auction. Yes, Master. This auction jointly held by the 6 sects has a history of 2,000 years. This is the 20th time. Every 100 years, the 6 sects will take out many treasures for auction. At the same time, each sect will send out a Shengsu cultivator to take charge. There is absolutely no problem with safety. I have never heard of any mistakes in the previous 19 auctions. There are also many cultivators coming to the auction. Luoxinghe, Zhangzhou, Zizhou, and the countries of Nansao will all have cultivators coming. Basically, cultivators who come from more than 30,000 miles away will at least have Daogang cultivation. The last time 100 years ago, Xuanyu City gathered more than 6,000 Daogang cultivators, more than 200 Lingguan cultivators, and several Shengsu ancestors. It is the first grand event in the world of cultivation in Nansao, and it is well deserved. The entire auction lasted for half a month, with a total of more than 100 sessions, divided into 3 levels, Zifu, Daogang, and Lingguan. We cannot find out the Shengsu level. There will be countless treasures in more than 100 auctions, such as Daojiden and Lingmingdan, which are strategic elixirs. In addition, there will be all kinds of natural treasures, high-level minerals, high-level martial arts, spiritual medicines, magic tools, spiritual beasts, and everything else. This is the list of treasures that the 6 major sects have put out for auction. This has been confirmed. There are more than 500 large-scale businesses participating in the auction. In addition, individuals can also join in the middle. As long as the auction items are valuable enough, they can join 1 hour before the auction. Therefore, in this half month, countless treasures will still emerge. The 6 major sects can guarantee the safety of Xuanyu City, but what about the outside of Xuanyu City? They cannot protect it, but the 3 sects of Qi will leave on the 10th day after the auction. It has become a routine. They will all leave on large flying boats. If anyone has treasures and is worried about safety, they can buy tickets for their flying boats, but the price is high. Tickets are purchased based on the number of people. No matter what the cultivation level is, each person will pay 100,000 Zhuan crystals. At that time, the ancestors of Shengsu will escort them, so there is no need to worry about their safety in Qi. It's really fucking shady. Lin Xiao complained. 100,000 Zhuan crystals per person. There will be dozens or hundreds of people riding their flying boats at this auction. The tickets alone are enough for them to make a fortune. Lin Xiao took a look at the auction list announced by the 6 sects. There are more than 1,000 treasures from the 3rd to the 6th level, and at least half of them are what Tiansheng Sect wants but can't get. Do you, Lin Xiao, have you taken a fancy to anything? It doesn't necessarily have to be for the organization. It may also be for personal needs. Master Lin Xiao is now fully equipped, but our people are not strong enough, so our actions will be greatly restricted. If there is anything we want, it is Dao base pills. The cultivation of our people in Qin is too low. I see. The sect really can't support you on a large scale in this regard. There are also a bunch of purple mansions waiting to break through in the sect. This time, the 6 sects released 20 Dao base pills, and the competition is very fierce. You have to consider who will break through. If you don't have enough Zhuan crystals, you can lend to each other, and focus on supporting 1 or 2 people. Then prepare to enter. I will take you in when the auction starts. Lin Xiao nodded. Dao base pills are extremely important. Such a huge auction only knows about 20 pills now. Compared with the tens of thousands of purple mansion cultivators, it is simply not worth mentioning. So you can imagine how fierce the competition will be. There are even fueling Ming pills, only 8, and how many Dao gangs there are, at least thousands. You can imagine how high the price will be when the time comes, and this is also the means of the 6 sects, that is, to make you fight for it. Otherwise, how to raise the price? These benefits are compared with the entry fee. It is simply the difference between heaven and earth. And Lin Xiao and other guests can't solve this kind of thing. It's all up to them. In the end, they can only compete with their wallets. Whoever has money will win. Lin Xiao then counted his own assets. Lin Xiao's assets have always been good, but in addition to various things he needs, Lin Xiao can only take out more than 10 million Zhuan crystals. I'm afraid Lin Xiao will have to toss out some things to wrestle, otherwise he can't compete with others. Of course, this matter is not urgent. Good things can be put on the auction at that time. It's a loss to sell it at this time. Lin Xiao went in and out of some large shops, and at the same time, let the system real person mode appear, and soon got the Lingguang level auction admission qualification, and he himself got the Daogang level auction admission qualification. Chapter 278 Xuanyu City. An auction of Xuanyu City's level would be planned long in advance, leaving enough time for all parties to react and prepare Zhuan crystals or goods. So Lin Xiao waited for more than half a month before the auction began. The auction lasted a total of 15 days, and the 3 levels of Zifu, Daogang, and Lingguang were held in a mixed manner, and there were auctions at all times. This could also divert the crowd. Otherwise, no matter how big Zuanayu City is, it would be impossible to accommodate hundreds of thousands of cultivators to participate in the same auction at once. Most of the items in the Zifu auction are below the 3rd level, with a few 4th level spiritual materials, so Lin Xiao directly ignored the auction of this level. But for the Daogang and Lingguang auctions, as long as there is enough time, and even if the distance allows, Lin Xiao will participate separately with a real person mode, and he will not miss any of them. The reason for doing so is naturally because such a huge auction will definitely have things that are not included in the system, and items of this level are at least 4th level. After being evaluated by the system, 4th level items are at least a few thousand points. Fine items may reach tens of thousands of points. If they are 5th level, then there will be even more. So Lin Xiao would not miss this opportunity and harvest a lot of points. In fact, Lin Xiao got quite a lot of points. Take the monster materials as an example. Monsters will interbreed, and sometimes produce new species. Such species have never been included in the system. Through the materials of their fur, bones, and blood, the system can infer the characteristics of the monster. Such points are very many. A 4th level monster can bring Lin Xiao tens of thousands of points. 1,500,000, 1,600,000, 2,000,000, 2,000,000 and 200,000 at the auction. Facing the 5 Daojidans brought out by the auctioneer, the atmosphere in the venue was extremely intense. Smart merchants divided the 20 Daojidans into 4 auctions for bidding, resulting in inflated prices. Lin Xiao raised the price to 2 million, and stopped raising the price. It was too expensive and the premium was too serious. The black crystals that Yu Xiao gathered from all the senior executives of Qin State Station were only 2 million, and he could not even bid for 1. Master, we can't go against the grain, so forget it. There are still more than 10 years before the sect can refine a furnace of Daoji pills. I will leave one for you then. Thank you, Master. Don't be discouraged, there are still 3 groups. After the auction, ask the auctioneer for a photo, and send it back to the sect, so that the people in the sect can see it. Lin Xiao nodded. In the Tiansheng Sect, only 500,000 merit points can be exchanged for a Daoji pill. The price is so low that it's time to let them know the market outside. Don't take advantage of it and sell it out. It makes Lin Xiao feel very uncomfortable. Yes, Master. Several members of the Night Owl responded. They also knew some things about the sect, and they had to let those people see it. At that time, although the auctioneer would not take pictures of the cultivators' faces, they could record their voices. In the following auctions, Lin Xiao also took some of his items to auction, mainly focusing on martial arts. This time, all the martial arts that Lin Xiao took out were Earth level martial arts, including upper, middle and lower grades, and there was still no restriction on copying and dissemination, and he obtained a large amount of Zuan crystals. Lin Xiao even saw LV Yan and Wu Muang bidding for Lin Xiao's items. Lin Xiao already knew the specific market of martial arts. Sects in remote areas like Chunayang Palace and Tiansheng Sect had the best martial arts at the ground level, and the number was extremely rare. There might be only 1 or 2 in the whole sect, and no more than 5 or 6. In their power, not everyone can practice. Only disciples with good qualifications, clean background, and high loyalty can practice, that is, the so-called core disciples. The conditions for practicing ground level martial arts are much more stringent than those of Tiansheng Sect. The top sects in Qi State like Lingjian Sect may only have 1 or 2 heaven level martial arts, and even if they are ground level, the number is not large. As for the divine grade martial arts, no one knows the specific situation, because it is difficult to say, but generally speaking, only the first class sects in Zhangzhou have them. And the conditions for practice are even more stringent. Generally speaking, among a generation of disciples, only 1 or 2 people will be selected as successors, to practice and serve as successors. The rest of the people will not be able to see it, even if they have made great contributions. Therefore, the higher the level of martial arts, the more expensive it is, and strict restrictions are almost imposed on its dissemination. After many martial arts are passed on to others, they are even required not to reveal even a little bit to their children and Taoist partners. It was just that Lin Xiao got these martial arts because they were too simple, so he did not cherish them. In this case, the price would be much lower, but with more people willing to copy them, the price would be several times higher than the normal price. On the 5th day of the auction, Lin Xiao's storage ring had an extra 20 million Zuan crystals, and he also participated in the Lingguang level auction. According to the rules of the auction, a Lingguang cultivator can bring a cultivator below the Lingguang period into the venue, so Lin Xiao was able to enter smoothly. After entering the box, Lin Xiao did not let the system's real person mode disappear, for fear that the people of the 6 major sects would find out, because in the Lingguang level auction, there would be a Shengsu period ancestor sitting in Earth Spirit Orb. Earth Spirit Orb is the essence of Zuan-2, hidden deep under the earth, condensing the infinite essence of the earth. Well, I won't talk nonsense. It seems that you all know the origin of Earth Spirit Orb. Then you must also know the role of Earth Spirit Orb, which can be used for Dao Gang 12th level cultivators to break the mirror, and the effect is second only to Lingming Pill. It can also be used to cultivate high level spiritual plants. Even if it is a 7th level spiritual medicine, it can shorten the maturation time by hundreds of years, and it can also become a breakthrough treasure for spiritual light cultivators, especially for cultivators whose skills are earth attributes, not to mention alchemy and refining. Such a treasure, the base price is 3 million Zuan crystals, and each increase in price must not be less than 200,000 Zuan crystals, or it can be exchanged for various resources of equal value, but it does not include various bulk materials. Let's start. 3.5 million, 4 million, I'll give 5 million, 8 million, 10 million. Seeing that the atmosphere was about to be set off, Lin Xiao immediately controlled the system's real person mode to give a price, and directly opened it to 10 million. This number made many people quiet down. At least most of the people gave up the fight. There are so many good things in the Lingguang auction tonight. It is not necessary to fight over this one item. Those who are still fighting are basically monks who need the Earth Spirit Orb urgently. The number is still rising, but Lin Xiao is not anxious and keeps raising the price. He has 30 million Zuan crystals in his storage ring. No matter what, he must get the Earth Spirit Orb. In the end, Lin Xiao overwhelmed everyone with his abundant and huge wealth, and won the Earth Spirit Orb at a price of 18 million. It is at least 30 million yuan more than the usual premium, but only this kind of auction can have such treasures. Afterwards, Lin Xiao made several moves, and spent most of the Zuan crystals on his body. He won many treasures, including a 5th level flying boat, a miniature flying boat that can carry 5 or 6 people, but it is extremely fast. Even the Lingguang monks may not be able to catch up when it flies. At the same time, Lin Xiao also included 2 items that the system did not have, and got more than 30,000 points, which replenished the consumption of the system's real life mode today. And then Lin Xiao hurriedly ran away, because he could not afford to waste points. After handing over the items, Lin Xiao participated in the Dao Gang level auction again. In the end, he won a Dao Jidan, and gave it to Yu Xiao's people. He personally paid more than 400,000 Zuan crystals. At this point, Lin Xiao's purpose of participating in the auction has been achieved, and he has no intention of continuing to participate. Harvesting points is not Lin Xiao's main purpose. Lin Xiao went directly to the big city in the south of Qin State through the teleportation array of Zuanyu City, and then came to Tiansheng Island through the teleportation array. Once out of Tiansheng Island, Lin Xiao drove the 5th level flying boat to Dafeng Island, and found the people of the Hua family. In the final analysis, Lin Xiao still couldn't let go of Li Muxu. Regardless of Li Muxu's importance to the sect or the relationship between the two of them as a master and apprentice for 100 years, Lin Xiao had to come and find her in person. Hua Kangchang met Lin Xiao, but Hua Kangji was not in Dafeng Island, but followed the Hua family's people to the outer sea to look for Li Muxu. The demon cultivator who is hunting us is called the Cold Blood Demon Lord, who has the 3rd level of spiritual light. He practices ice poison skills, and his blood is extremely yin and poisonous, and his strength is extraordinary. Hundreds of years ago, the Cold Blood Demon Lord was in Zhongzhou. The biggest thing he did was to deceive a core female disciple of a large sect. After that, He was hunted by the large sect, but he hid in Luoxinghe. This time he attacked us because Xiaoji and Li Daoya were both virgins, and he wanted to use the two of them as a cauldron by the method of collecting and replenishing. Do you have a portrait? Yes, give it to me. Okay. Lin Xiao, I'm sorry, nothing. It's normal to encounter something when you are out. Last time, we encountered a demon cultivator in the spiritual light period. Lin Xiao shook his head. This kind of thing was purely bad luck, and there was nothing to blame. Then Lin Xiao met Yi Xiao's people in Luoxinghe. Yi Xiao's people were much weaker than the Hua family, and they didn't find where Li Muxu was, but Yi Xiao found a few demon cultivators, and was trying to contact them to see if he could find some clues from them. No need to make contact, just capture the person. I can just use Soul Search Master. These are low-level demon cultivators, they may not know the situation. Will it alert the enemy? What I want is to alert the enemy, follow the clues, and kill the cold blood demon lord. I don't have much time. I want to see him before tonight. Yes, master. The people of Night Owl did not dare to disobey, and quickly set a trap to capture the two purple mansion period demon cultivators, and then Lin Xiao directly searched their souls. Through soul search, Lin Xiao has learned that these people do not know the whereabouts of the cold blood demon lord, but they know the whereabouts of the other demon cultivators, including a small island where they secretly gather. Lin Xiao left the city overnight and raided that small island at a very fast speed. The Daogang demon cultivator with the highest cultivation on the island was easily killed by Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao searched the soul again and finally found out the whereabouts of the cold blood demon lord. Chapter 279, Sharp Revenge. Lin Xiao got a lot of information from the memory of the Daogang demon cultivator. Not only did he know the hiding place of the cold blood demon lord, but he also knew that his wife and son were looking for Li Muxu, and they offered a very high reward to capture Li Muxu alive. After learning the news, Lin Xiao sneered and passed the news to the Night Owl's people, asking them to design a trap to lure the cold blood demon lord's wife and children. The Night Owl was very good at this kind of thing, and could be said to be a professional. He immediately found an injured purple mansion cultivator on the island, and after doing some tricks, he sent out a sound transmission note. This small island was originally a gathering place for demon cultivators, and it was quite famous among demon cultivators. So shortly after dawn, Lin Xiao saw a flying boat flying over, and it was obvious that the other party had been fooled. Get ready, I'll take care of the Daogang cultivators, and none of the remaining ones are allowed to run away. Yes, Master swoosh. After Lin Xiao finished speaking, the Kai Xiao bow had already shot out an arrow. Lin Xiao was able to exert 100% of the power of the 4th level superior Kai Xiao bow. Even ordinary Daogang could not stop Lin Xiao's arrow, even if he defended with all his strength. Boom, the arrow was extremely fast, and before the flying boat could react, it had already exploded the entire flying boat. 5 or 6 figures flew out, 2 of whom were Daogang cultivators. Who are you? Boom. Lin Xiao did not answer, but continued to shoot an arrow. One of the Daogang 3rd level demon cultivators changed his face greatly, and madly injected his profound energy into a shield in front of him, but the arrow still exploded the shield. The backlash of his mana alone made him spit out blood. The arrow's residual power did not diminish, and it even penetrated his body. Retreat. Seeing this, the demon cultivator's wife was extremely frightened. Without saying a word, she turned around and ran, grabbed her son and ran away. However, behind them, 3 more arrows chased after them, and no matter how they changed direction, they could not get rid of the tracking of the arrows. Lin Xiao chased after them, and the rest of the Night Owls also rushed towards the remaining demon cultivators. The demon cultivator's wife had no choice but to stop and shoot down the 3 arrows, but it also delayed time and was caught up by Lin Xiao. Who are you, sir, and why are you hunting us, mother and son? You look good. How about staying and being my concubine? I can spare your life. Shameless, mother, I'm going to kill him. Please respect yourself, sir. I have a husband and a son. You can't let a withered woman like you enter my eyes. You're right, for someone like you, I won't even accept your offer, so I'll have no choice but to destroy your Hangsu Island. Since you know I'm from Hangsu Island, you should know that my husband is a Lingguan cultivator. You'd better think about the consequences. Think about it. If he dares to kill my apprentice, I will destroy his entire family. Anyone who cultivates the devil shall be punished by anyone in the immortal world. It's reasonable, just, and for personal gain. Lin Xiao said coldly, and then launched a fierce attack. A huge seal was directly offered, blasting the opponent, and another sword came with several sword lights. The demon cultivator's face changed again. She threw out a round bead, which emitted a protective shield, to block the bombardment of the seal. Then she took off the hairpin on her head, and threw it casually. The hairpin suddenly became larger, and faced Lin Xiao's flying sword, fighting endlessly in mid-air. The demon cultivator's wife was at the 12th level of Daogang. She was only one step away from entering the spiritual light period. Logically, she should be able to suppress Lin Xiao. However, the more she fought, the more terrified she became. She already felt a little tired controlling two 4th level magic weapons, but Lin Xiao seemed to be strolling leisurely. Okay, none of your people escaped, it's your turn. Lin Xiao's mind was always on other places. Seeing that Yu Xiao's people had already grabbed the other people's hands, Lin Xiao began to take action. He took out a big knife and chopped out a series of knife lights. Madame Moxiu was extremely shocked. Generally speaking, Daogang cultivators rarely control 3/4 level magic tools. In her memory, only the core disciples of the second rate and above forces in Zhongzhou can do this. Thinking of what Lin Xiao said just now, it reminded her of the information of the Qingdi family again. However, Lin Xiao did not give her a chance. In addition to the approaching sword energy, there was also the thin needle that directly penetrated her protective shield and pierced her danshan. Once the danshan was broken, the mysterious energy was lost, and the magic tools in her hand could no longer continue. The hairpin returned to its original state, and Lin Xiao's flying sword passed through her throat. Mother, I'll send you on your way. Madame Moxiu died, and her son cried out in grief. Lin Xiao directly solved his pain. Master, are you injured? Just a little injury. This is a reward for you. Take care of the rest. Lin Xiao also gave them the storage bag of the son of the demon cultivator, as well as those of the demon cultivators on the island. Lin Xiao only took the storage bags of the two Daogang demon cultivators. Afterwards, Lin Xiao drove the 5th order flying boat to Fenghe Island, called Beizihe, and without saying anything, asked him to gather 100 people to follow Lin Xiao out to sea. After decades of accumulation, Fenghe Island had just built a 4th order treasure ship. Beizihe selected 10 purple mansions and 90 condensed veins monks, and then hurried out to sea with Lin Xiao. The sails of the 4th order treasure ship were raised, and the power formation was activated, rushing out to sea at the fastest speed. But Lin Xiao still felt that the speed was too slow, so he drew a sea map for Beizihe and asked him to rush to this sea area while he drove the 5th order flying boat again and left. The speed of the 5th order flying boat was much faster than that of the 4th order treasure ship, and it disappeared in front of Beizihe in a short while. Beizihe had to constantly urge his disciples to speed up and must catch up with Lin Xiao as soon as possible. It took Lin Xiao 3 days to get to the outside of Hangzhou Island. From a distance, it was a deserted island with no people. However, Lin Xiao already knew that this island was about 20 to 30 miles in radius, and there were hundreds of demon cultivators living on it. These people were all disciples or servants of Hangzhou Demon Lord. 3 of them were already in the Daogang period. Of course, one of them had been killed by Lin Xiao 3 days ago. It was unknown whether the remaining 2 were on the island. Lin Xiao wanted to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Lin Xiao took out a formation and spent a day to set up a 4th order formation around the island. Then the real person system appeared and directly attacked the island violently. There was only a 3rd order spirit vein on the island, and the power of the mountain protection formation was extremely weak. It was mainly used to cover up the existence of the island, so with one blow, the mountain protection formation was broken. Who is the cold-blooded demon lord flew out of the magic pool and was about to kill his opponent in anger, but when he felt the breath of the system's real person mode, he immediately wilted, then turned into a streak of light and ran away. He was only at the 3rd level of spiritual light, and his injuries had not yet healed. How could he be a match for a cultivator at the 12th level of spiritual light? The fourth order formation arranged by Lin Xiao could not stop the cold blood demon lord. The system had already chased him out, but Lin Xiao named the remaining cultivators one by one with a red sky bow. During the 3 days of traveling, Lin Xiao had recovered his profound energy. It was too easy to kill these purple mansion open meridian demon cultivators, but no remaining Daogang cultivators appeared. Lin Xiao's consciousness quickly swept around the island, and when he saw that there was no one, he immediately left. The main reason was that the system's real person mode could not be too far away from him. Dao, you and I have a deep hatred. Why do you want to destroy my cold blood island? You and I have a huge hatred, the hatred of killing my wife and children. Do you think it is big? Dao, don't slander my innocence. When did I kill your wife and children? You are wrong. It was not you who killed my wife and children. It was me who killed your wife and children. Just a few days ago, didn't you light a magic weapon like the soul lamp? I killed you. The cold blood demon lord was so angry that he wanted to die and roared at Lin Xiao, but his action was to escape. He said powerful words, but his hands and feet were really honest. Too long. Self-destruct mode. Boom. Lin Xiao was extremely annoyed. Seeing that the cold blood demon lord's ability to save his life was quite good, the system was difficult to take down for a while, so Lin Xiao used a method he had just learned not long ago to make the system's real person mode self-destruct. A shocking sound appeared, which was clearly visible hundreds of miles away. It was unknown how many fish and shrimps and low-level monsters within dozens of miles were killed. However, only one spiritual light appeared. There would be no heavenly reaction after the system self-destructed. The death of the cold blood demon lord was clearly felt by people thousands of miles away. The monster monks wandering nearby fled and stayed away from this area, fearing that they would be caught in the crossfire. The system is rebuilding in real person mode. Please pay 10,000 points paid. Ding dong. Please pay attention to the host. It will take an hour for the system's real person mode to rebuild. Please pay attention to safety. Lin Xiao blocked the sound of the system's reconstruction countdown and took a look at the points. In just a short while, he had spent 20,000 points. Points are really useful. Lin Xiao burned the body of the cold blood demon lord, took off the storage ring, and returned to the cold blood island. However, Lin Xiao found that his 4th level formation had a hole in it, and there was a survivor who ran away. Not surprisingly, it should be one of the Daogang cultivators. Lin Xiao did not chase him, but entered the island and searched carefully. All the cultivators on the island were killed, but there were still thousands of mortals. These mortals were captured by the demon cultivators to serve them in their daily lives. Lin Xiao ignored them, but looted everything on the island, and even found the secret library of the demon cultivators in the magic pool. The magic pool was extremely bloody and was built by the demon cultivators with secret methods. No one knew how many wronged souls were in it. Lin Xiao finally destroyed the magic pool and burned the black liquid with gang fire. A day later, Beizahur appeared with a treasure ship, led people to occupy the cold blood Dao, and moved the spoils onto the treasure ship. Among the mortals, after investigation, several lackeys who usually committed heinous crimes and helped the demon cultivators cruelly persecute mortals were found. They were executed, and the rest were prepared to move to Fenghuo Island. Master, Patriarch Li has not been found yet. It's okay, Muzu is not dead. You take people back, or I will accompany you to look for her. The sea is vast. It's good to have one more person to talk to. No need, Fenghuo Island can't do without you. Go back. Lin Xiao shook his head. In the system, Li Muxu's name has become much brighter and no longer dim, which means she is still alive and in a much better state than before. Beizahur had no choice but to take people back to Fenghuo Island, and then Lin Xiao drove the flying boat and rifted on the sea to find Li Muxu's whereabouts. Lin Xiao set himself a time of 5 days. If he couldn't find her within 5 days, he would go back. Tiansheng Sect also couldn't do without him. Chapter 280, Domineering, Withering and Flourishing Decision. There are several conventional routes in the outer sea of Luoxinghe. The high-level monsters around these routes have been cleared out long ago. In addition, there are several obvious coordinates as reference points, so most of the monks in Luoxinghe who go in and out of the outer sea move along these routes. Of course, if you think you are strong and can go anywhere, you can also move at will, but such people will either be powerful for a while or die. For ordinary people, they rarely choose this. However, just 10,000 miles away from a certain route, there is a small island with a radius of 30 to 40 miles. There are more than 300 people living on it. Most of these 300 people are stranded here by accident due to various shipwrecks. They are not highly skilled and cannot fly. They even have very few Zuan crystals on their bodies. Even if they have a flying boat, it is not enough to fly back to the Luoxinghe Islands or even to the normal route range, so they are trapped here. There were no spiritual veins on the island, only a little bit of mysterious energy that escaped from the spiritual veins on the seabed nearby. This amount of mysterious energy was not even as good as the mysterious energy provided by the first level spiritual veins, and it was simply not enough for everyone to practice. If the cultivators could not absorb the mysterious energy for a long time, their cultivation would degenerate. Therefore, among the more than 300 people on the island, more than 200 people degenerated into mortals, leaving only dozens of people struggling to support. Few of them maintained their cultivation at the stage of congealing veins, and most of them were still at the level of opening veins. Such a dangerous environment made the cultivators on the island extremely distressed. They tried every means to leave here, but there were very few who succeeded. It was even said that no one had ever heard of anyone who succeeded. Either they ran out of mana and fell into the sea and drowned, or they were swallowed by monsters along the way. Over time, many people had become desperate. They no longer thought about how to go back, but how to survive, and even settle down on the island. However, the island was so small, and supplies were extremely scarce, and it slowly declined to the state of a primitive tribe. The monks who still insisted on going back put their hopes on luck. The outer sea of Luoxing Sea is extremely dangerous. There are not only monsters, but also storms and various mysterious phenomena, which often cause monks who go out to sea to capsize. The materials on the treasure ships or the remains of the monks are sometimes washed up on the island, bringing them some things to maintain their weak cultivation. Some people have persisted for decades, while others have been exhausted and died early, but the people on the island are lucky now, because they have rescued a high-level monk this time. Li Muxu sat on a reef on the beach, looking at the endless sea in front of her, but her mind flew back to Tiansheng Sect. She had been away from home for too long, and she began to miss the sect, where there was a master who responded to her every request, junior brothers and sisters who tried to please her, and countless kindling wine and Bei Wu tea. Sister Zhu, a call brought Li Muxu's mind back to reality. A dark-skinned little girl appeared in front of Li Muxu, holding a big crab in her hand. Zin, you only caught crabs again today, Li Muxu responded. Looking at the little girl in front of her, Li Muxu remembered her past self. When she first joined the Tiansheng Sect, she was tanned, innocent, and romantic. Can't catch fish, run away, the little girl called Zin replied distressedly. On this island, crabs are not welcome, because there is no meat at all. Only fish is their only source of meat. It's okay, sister will help you catch fish later, Li Muxu replied, and then glanced at the two figures on the coast. They were the two monks who came to supervise her. A few months ago, Li Muxu severely injured the cold blood demon lord at a huge cost, and she fainted while fleeing. Unexpectedly, the flying boat still ran out of black crystals halfway, and then fell into the sea, and was washed here by the sea water. Finally, Li Muxu was rescued by the monks on the island. As soon as the monks on the island saw Li Muxu's storage bag and the flying boat she used, they knew that she was a high-level monk, so they were very excited, and thought they could take the opportunity to leave here. However, after Li Muxu woke up, she found that most of her meridians were broken, and she couldn't mobilize any of her profound energy, let alone open her storage bag. Even mobilization was difficult. This news made the monks on the island extremely disappointed, so they immediately changed their minds and took away Li Muxu's storage bag and flying boat. Of course, they couldn't open the storage bag. With their spiritual power, it would take decades to erase Li Muxu's mark, and their attitude towards Li Muxu became contradictory. On the one hand, they wanted Lee Muxu to recover from her injuries and open the storage bag to take them away, but they were afraid that Lee Muxu would abandon them after she regained her status as a high-level monk, or even kill them because of some previous conflicts. This worry is not groundless. In the world of immortal cultivation, the concept of hierarchy is very strict. There are two different worlds between high-level cultivators and low-level cultivators. Many higher-level cultivators are brutal and do not regard low-level cultivators as human beings. They can kill them with a wave of their hands. So they sent two people to monitor Lee Muxu and check on her condition. This scene has been going on for several months. Lee Muxu never paid attention to them and just pretended not to see them. Soon, Lee Muxu took a wooden fork and helped Xiaoxin fork to sea fish weighing more than 10 kilograms and returned to the village together. This village is the village of all people on the island. It is located in the middle of the island. Outside the village, there are giant spears cut from tall trees, inserted into the ground, with the sharp end facing outward, used to resist sea beasts. Brother, Sister Zhu helped me catch fish again. Sister Zhu is so powerful. Xiaoxin cheered as soon as she entered the village. A strong man in his 20s walked out of a thatched house. The strong man looked at Lee Muxu and quickly lowered his head. He did not dare to look at her and blushed. Miss Lee, thank you for your help, it's okay. This is what I should do, Lee Muxu replied calmly. In front of her, a middle-aged man appeared. He was Xiaoxin's father, and one of the few people on the island who still had some cultivation. In the past few months, Xiaoxin's father had been helping her. Although Lee Muxu had lost all her cultivation, she was a high-level cultivator after all. Her body was nourished by the mysterious energy and was much stronger than ordinary people. She could carry 200 or 300 kilograms of weight without any cultivation, so fishing and hunting were not very difficult for her. It was also because of her strong physical fitness that Lee Muxu was able to escape danger several times in this village. When she thought of this, Lee Muxu became angry. When she first arrived here, her injuries had not healed yet, and there were few women on the island. Most of them were men. It is conceivable what the men looked at Lee Muxu with. If she hadn't fought hard at the beginning, something even more tragic might have happened. Xiao Wu, what are you still standing there for? Why don't you help me? The middle-aged man glared at his son, and the strong man quickly reacted, took the sea fish from Lee Muxu's hand, and took it back to the thatched hut to prepare it. Miss Lee, how are you injured? Tendons and veins are damaged. Without elixirs, it won't heal so quickly. Hey, Miss Lee, if you ask me, you should give up the idea of going back. It's good here too. There's no intrigue and deception in the world of immortal cultivation. No. The middle-aged man had a kind face and taught Lee Muxu innocently. His words only meant one thing, that is, stay. Of course, another meaning of staying was to marry his son. There were more than 300 cultivators on the island. Less than 30 of them were female cultivators, and except for children, like Xiaoxin who were 7 or 8 years old, there was no single woman, so his son was almost 30 years old and still hadn't married. Lee Muxu didn't answer, neither agreed nor refused, and treated him with silence. The middle-aged man stopped talking after a while. He had plenty of patience. He believed that, as long as he persisted for a year or two, Lee Muxu would be convinced by him sooner or later. Once Lee Muxu married into their family, it would bring him great benefits. There were fewer and fewer Zuan crystals on the island, and fewer cultivators. When everyone degenerated into mortals, people like Lee Muxu, who had strong physical fitness, would be the island's military force. Moreover, Lee Muxu could pass on their family line. In the afternoon, Lee Muxu and the rest of the villagers went into the dense forest behind the village to pick wild vegetables and fruits. The village also sent special people to protect them. Lee Muxu relied on her strong physical fitness and dared to go to the more dangerous depths of the jungle, which ordinary villagers dared not go to. The cultivators on the island could go in, but they would not waste precious Zuanqi for fishing and hunting. On the island, they were also high-level superiors who never participated in labor and only demanded the results of everyone. And what they paid was powerlessness. When a lone monster or sea beast wanted to go ashore, they protected the villagers. Although this possibility was extremely small, it might be less than once in decades, but they had undoubtedly become the top of the social ecology on the island. Li Muxu jumped between the giant trees and quickly avoided the people who were watching her. Then she stretched out her hand and probed the tree trunk. A strand of green light was drawn out from the tree trunk and flowed into Li Muxu's body and disappeared. During the months on the island, Li Muxu never stopped saving herself. At first, she was thinking about finding spiritual medicine and refining pills to treat herself, but there were no spiritual veins on the island, and there were no spiritual medicines at all. The few pills from outside were also in the hands of immortal cultivators. There were no spiritual medicines, let alone mineral veins. It can be said that there was nothing here, only a large dense forest, and Li Muxu later set her sights on the dense forest. The withering and flourishing art she practiced was extremely powerful and domineering. Not only could she use the withered wood force and the withered and lonely force to destroy the vitality of the enemy, but she could also use the means in the Ran character art to transfer vitality. The reason why the Ran character art is regarded as a treasure by the spiritual plant husband is because it can do this by transporting vitality, allowing the spiritual plants to grow rapidly, and ripening the spiritual medicine. But now Li Muxu is depriving the giant tree of vitality and moving it into her body to treat the broken tendons and veins. Li Muxu didn't dare to deprive a giant tree of all its vitality, and at most she would deprive it of about 1/10, so that outsiders wouldn't notice anything wrong. Fortunately, there were many giant trees here, and Li Muxu could use her free time every afternoon to deprive a dozen trees of 1/10 of their vitality, and then refine it at night. Chapter 281, Breaking Up. As night fell, almost everyone in the village fell asleep. Li Muxu quietly got up and sat on the bed. She looked inward with her spiritual consciousness, mobilizing the vitality that had been deprived of her during the day, and used the vitality to connect the broken meridians in her body. It was a very painful thing to connect the meridians with vitality. After a while, Li Muxu was sweating profusely, but Li Muxu didn't say a word and endured it until an hour later. There is only the last bit left. The meridians can be connected in 3 days, but where can I replenish the Zuan Qi? Li Muxu lay back on the bed, thinking about how to absorb the Zuan Qi. There was no spiritual vein on the island, only the Zuan Qi that escaped from the spiritual veins on the seabed. It was too little. Not to mention replenishing all the Zuan Qi, even 1/10 would take several years. But Li Muxu really didn't want to stay here. She wanted to go back. She missed Tiansheng Sect more and more. Sister Zhu, be good, go to sleep. Xiaoxin turned over and called out in confusion. Li Muxu comforted her, and Xiaoxin went back to sleep. Li Muxu didn't need much sleep. She was originally a Taoist monk. If she had the magic power, she would not have a problem, even if she didn't sleep for a year. Now that she has no magic power, sleeping for an hour a day is enough. Li Muxu thought of her storage ring. There were still a lot of Zuanjing pills in it, and a lot of various materials. Li Muxu felt that she had to find a way to get her storage ring back. 3 days later, Li Muxu completely restored her meridians. She was able to absorb Zuan Qi, but there was not enough Zuan Qi on the island for her to absorb. Li Muxu chose to continue to endure. She went fishing and hunting as usual during the day, and quietly pressed Xiaoxin's sleep point at night, then sneaked out of the village, and came to the other side of the island, to meditate and absorb Zuan Qi. However, Li Muxu could only meditate for 1 hour every day, and had to quietly rush back. Dad, look. One day, Xiao Wu brought his father to the peak on the other side of the island. Xiao Wu pointed to a forest, and said in horror. In their sight, the leaves of that forest were withering. This was extremely abnormal. Luozinghe was located east of Nansao. It was hot in summer, and not cold in winter. It was evergreen all year round. There would never be a large number of dead leaves and fallen leaves, unless there was an insect pest in the forest. There were very few foreign things on this island, and it was impossible to bring insect pests, so Xiao Wu could only think of the various secret techniques of the immortal cultivators. It is indeed the method of wood attributed immortal cultivators. Flowers, plants, trees, and mortal cultivators actually have Zuan Qi, but the quantity is too small. Generally speaking, it is not as good as low-level Zuan crystals. Therefore, in the immortal cultivation world, no one will ever plan to take these trees. After all, they cannot be kept. Dad, I want to marry Zua. Xiao Wu was anxious. There were too few female cultivators on the island. The descendants of a few cultivators had to marry an immortal cultivator who still had cultivation. For example, his sister Xiao Xin was already the fiancée of a young cultivator on the island. She would only have to wait for Xiao Xin to become an adult in a few years before marrying him. Most of the remaining men had to remain single. Xiao Wu was born on the island. Although his father still retained some cultivation, he did not have the resources to help him break through, so he was just a mortal. If he did not find a way to marry Li Muxu, he would also end up being a bachelor. Don't worry, Xiao Wu, Miss Li can't run away. What's yours will be yours after all. The middle-aged man sneered and took Xiao Wu back home. When he got home, he took out a bag of powder from the room and told Xiao Wu what it was. After hearing it, Xiao Wu's face flushed, but he didn't completely refuse. That night, Xiao Wu cooked dinner as usual and stewed a pheasant that he had hunted during the day and specially brought a big bowl of soup to Li Muxu. Li Muxu picked up the spoon and took a sip, then stopped. She looked up at the middle-aged man opposite him and said, "Uncle, Muxu has something to discuss with you. Miss Li, please tell me what's the matter. I want to leave here. My flying boat can carry 5 people. If we squeeze together, it can carry up to 10 people. I wonder if you are willing to go back with me." It's a good thing that Miss Li wants to go back, but how can Miss Li go back? Of course, get my storage bag back. You can't get it. According to the rules of the island, your storage bag belongs to all the cultivators. It's no longer yours. So I have to ask you for help, uncle. Okay, but the premise is that you marry my son. I'm a weak girl, and there are few women on the island, so you like me. If you agree, uncle, when I return to the Luoxinghe Islands, I can find a wife for your son. 10 or 8 will do, and 20 or 30 doesn't matter. The Luoxinghe Islands are too far away. I don't trust them. I only trust what's in front of me. Girl, don't even think about going back. Isn't it better to stay here? Our Xiao Wu likes you so much that he won't treat you badly. Think about it carefully. If our family hadn't accepted you, you would have been harmed by those people in the village. Xiao Wu's mother also helped out. In fact, she looked down on Li Muxu and thought that she was too arrogant. However, there were not many women on the island, so she could only bite her teeth and accept it. Li Muxu will always remember the life-saving grace of uncle and aunt, but Li Muxu has always been a person who can't tolerate any sand in her eyes. Gratitude is gratitude, hatred is hatred, and Li Muxu is particularly ashamed of such a despicable thing as drugging. Li Muxu said with a sneer. Although she had no magic power, her knowledge and means were still there. When she was an alchemist, she also tasted a lot of medicine. She could taste what was in this chicken soup in one bite. Are you an alchemist? 4th level upper grade what? The middle-aged man was shocked. The cultivators on the island knew that Li Muxu's cultivation was high, but they only thought that she was at most at the purple mansion level, because Daogang cultivators could already fly and would never fall to their level. But when Li Muxu said 4th level upper grade, that was a level that only cultivators above the 7th or 8th level of Daogang could achieve. Do it. The middle-aged man roared immediately. At this time, greed in his heart overwhelmed reason. After knowing that Li Muxu was a Daogang cultivator, he already understood how many treasures Li Muxu had in her storage bag. He even thought of returning to Luoxinghe and returning to the world of immortal cultivation. The reason why he didn't want to go back before was because he was also a low-level cultivator in the world of immortal cultivation. It was extremely difficult to advance after entering the condensation vein stage, and there was little hope. That's why he quickly accepted this fact and took the initiative to adapt after being stranded here. But now, if he was given a piece of Daogang cultivator's legacy, he felt that he still had hope of breaking through to the purple mansion stage in this life, increasing his lifespan by 100 years, and living a carefree life. After the middle-aged man shouted, 3 of the 4 people in the room started to fight. Only Xiao Xin was stunned by the changes in front of her and did not react at all. Li Muxu swept the wooden bowls and chopsticks with a sweep of her hand, blocking the couple's view. She leaned back to avoid Xiao Wu's grab. Get up. Li Muxu shouted, grabbed Xiao Wu's arm, and threw him out. Xiao Wu did not practice immortal cultivation, but he practiced hand and foot martial arts, and was an excellent hunter on the island. Unfortunately, in front of the immortal cultivators, this level was not enough. Ding, the middle-aged man drew out a sword, and a little spiritual light was condensed on the sword. In order to deal with Li Muxu, he even used the extremely precious Zuan Qi. Li Muxu saw the sword stabbing at her, and she put her feet on the table for strength, and the whole person broke through the thatched roof and rushed out, which immediately alarmed everyone in the village. When Li Muxu was in trouble, not only was her storage ring searched away, but also her robes, inner armor, boots, etc. were all gone. If she had a magic weapon, Li Muxu would not be so embarrassed. Old Zhao, what's going on? Quick, stop her, she's a Daogang cultivator. Catch her and force her to unlock the storage ring, then we can go back. What? A Daogang cultivator? Daogang, it's actually Daogang. A Daogang ancestor has ended up here. As soon as the middle-aged man said this, the remaining dozens of cultivators were horrified, and half of them immediately bared their fangs, and rushed towards Li Muxu ferociously. The cultivation of all the people here had never exceeded that of the Purple Mansion before, and they were all cultivators of the Meridian Opening and Meridian Condensation, but they all knew what a Daogang ancestor's storage bag represented, so their greed broke out, and the civilized social rules that were usually maintained suddenly disappeared. Li Muxu looked at the approaching cultivators, quickly retreated, rushed left and right in the village, and finally called on the only bit of Zuan Qi she had, flew over the village wall, and rushed outside. There are still 30 or 40 cultivators in the village now, and the highest cultivation can still maintain the 7th level of Meridian Opening, and can release martial arts. In her current condition, she is really no match. Li Muxu's goal was very clear, that was the sea. The cultivators behind her did not hesitate to use their Zuan Qi and quickly pursued her, but they were still a step behind. Li Muxu had already plunged into the sea. What should we do? Even if she is a Daogang cultivator, there is no way to survive in a place without Zuan Qi. Let's go back together and gather the strength of all the cultivators to erase her mark and open the storage bag. As long as there are enough Zuan crystals in it, we can leave and go to the Luoxinghe Islands. We will hide our identities and no one can find us. Okay, let's do it. We have offended the Daogang cultivators, so this is the only way. Many people agreed. They had no home here, and now they had offended the Daogang cultivators. There was only one way to escape. So everyone immediately united, gathered all the Zuan crystals, and gathered more than 3,000 Zuan crystals, which were handed over to the 5 people with the highest cultivation. However, these 5 people were asked to work day and night to erase the marks on the storage rings in shifts, and agreed to divide the things inside after breaking them. The rest of the people organized the people in the village to patrol the coastline, prohibiting Li Muxu from coming back, and forcing Li Muxu to die in the sea. Li Muxu swam in the sea for an hour, and came to an island reef 20 miles away. There was nothing on this island reef, just a few reefs. Li Muxu sat cross-legged on the reef, and began to absorb the profound energy with all her strength. The divine skill was extremely domineering. With full absorption, the scattered profound energy within a radius of several kilometers was absorbed by Li Muxu. Although the concentration of this profound energy was not as high as that of the first level spiritual vein, at least the profound energy in her body was slowly increasing. Chapter 282, Escape. Li Muxu hid on a reef of dozens of square meters, absorbing the mysterious energy with all her strength, not eating or drinking, and meditating for a full 7 days. Finally, the mysterious energy in her body accumulated about 1/10. Feeling that the connection between herself and the storage ring was getting weaker and weaker, Li Muxu's murderous intent rose in her heart. The resources in the storage ring were her accumulation of 100 years. If she lost them, not to mention how she could return to the world of immortal cultivation, even if she returned, she would not be able to buy those things without decades of accumulation. The behavior of those people on the island was no different from killing people for treasures. With 10% of the mysterious energy, Li Muxu was full of confidence and flew directly back to the island. As soon as Li Muxu appeared, the monks on the island were immediately alarmed. Dozens of monks did not say anything nonsense and began to surround Li Muxu with the remaining 200 people. Release bang. Bang, bang, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Under the command of the monks, more than a dozen catapults began to release dozens of kilograms of stones, and strong men began to throw spears. This method is extremely inferior in the world of immortal cultivation. Any cultivator can break it. However, in this place, where there is almost no Zuan Qi and everyone's cultivation is extremely weak, it is extremely powerful. It's a pity that they met a cultivator of the Daogang level. Li Muxu dodged the stones falling from the sky and grabbed a spear. Then she kept attacking. The spears thrown by the mortals were easily blocked by her. Go up and kill her quickly. Whoever kills her will be rewarded heavily. The one who kills the enemy will be rewarded with 10,000 Zuan crystals. And you can go back kill him. Seeing that ordinary means could not cause any harm, a group of cultivators commanded those cultivators who had degenerated into mortals to fight desperately. They all had magic weapons in their hands. Although they did not stimulate Zuan Qi, they were much sharper than ordinary swords. Dozens of strong men rushed up, and Li Muxu no longer held back. These people chose to swing their swords. They were her enemies, and her master had told her a long time ago that being kind to the enemy was cruel to herself. Puff! The ordinary spear in Li Muxu's hand became an omnipotent killing machine, and the men who rushed up were stabbed by Li Muxu one by one. The monks around did not take action immediately. Their plan was to use these mortals to consume Li Muxu, even if it was just a little bit of Zuan Qi. A few minutes later, most of the men who were stimulated by the heavy reward died, and the rest did not dare to move forward, so more than a dozen monks who still had cultivation rushed up. Although these monks had low cultivation, they were already a threat to Li Muxu. The spear in Li Muxu's hand had long been broken, and now she relied on her body skills to resist. Bang! Li Muxu saw the opportunity, took a knife on her shoulder, and then killed the opponent with a palm, and took the big knife from his hand, and then started to kill. Li Muxu began to use Zuan Qi. With the blessing of Zuan Qi, especially the support of Gang Qi, that only Daogang and above can have, the magic weapon in her hand became extremely sharp. With a knife, she could split the enemy and the magic weapon together. Li Muxu was covered in blood, like a bloody man. Old Zhao, Old Lin, it's up to you. At this time, two people walked out from the crowd. The abundant Zuan Qi on their bodies made the cultivators on the island extremely excited, because these two people, relying on the Zuan crystals collected by everyone, recovered most of their cultivation within these 7 days, and both reached the level of condensation vein cultivators. Miss Li, I have already given you a chance, why don't you agree? Haha, you frog in the well, a mere condensing veins bears to be presumptuous in front of Daogang. I will give you one last chance. Return the storage ring and my flying boat to me. I will spare your lives as a reward for your life-saving grace. Before Old Zhao, stop talking nonsense. Kill her. Open the storage ring. Even if we return to the world of cultivation, we can live freely and wantonly. A 4th level magic weapon. At least hundreds of thousands of Zuan crystals, more than we have earned in our entire lives before. Yes, Old Zhao, don't hesitate, kill her. Daogang ancestor, just leaking a little is enough for us to spend a lifetime. The people behind are also constantly shouting. With their knowledge, they can't imagine how much wealth Daogang ancestor can have. Anyway, in their minds it is a windfall. Their highest cultivator before was only at the level of condensing veins, and it was precisely because of poverty that they had to go out to the sea to hunt monsters, where there was no Zuan crystal in the tens of thousands, and they had long been jealous. Looking for death, Li Muxu shook her head and then slapped out a palm. A huge palm print fell from the sky. With a bang, Lao Zhao and Lao Lin were flattened. Dozens of cultivators behind them also spit out blood. All of them were seriously injured. The mortals farther away were scared and scattered. Li Muxu walked over and rummaged through the storage bags of several people and cleaned up the battlefield. In total, she found less than 100 Zuan crystals, but Li Muxu didn't think it was too little. She quickly absorbed all the Zuan Qi in the Zuan crystals. The move just now used up all her Zuan Qi, so she is now quite weak, but the cultivators on the island don't know it. The gap between low-level cultivators and Daogang is too far, and they don't understand the distance at all. You killed my father, yes I'll kill you. Okay. Li Muxu looked at Zhao Wu, who was rushing towards her, and swung the blade to kill him. Li Muxu admitted that Zhao Wu's family had done her a favor. If it weren't for their protection during the first few days, Li Muxu might have suffered a disaster. However, Li Muxu would not let them go. She had given them many chances, but they did not know how to cherish them. If they were willing to help Li Muxu get the storage ring back 7 days ago, then Li Muxu would not only take them back, but also give them a great opportunity. Li Muxu began to search the storage bags of the injured monks. The things in the storage bags were not valuable, but Li Muxu still wanted to punish them. Li Muxu chased them all the way with the knife in her hand, and came to the gate of the village. Dozens of mortals who had fled looked at Li Muxu in horror with swords in their hands. Give us the flying boat, the storage ring, the immortal rope, the robes, the inner armor, everything, or we will massacre the village today. Li Muxu held her sword horizontally and spoke coldly to the rest of the people. The group looked at each other and finally gave in. Soon, all of Li Muxu's things were returned to her. As soon as she got the storage ring, Li Muxu immediately took out several soul returning pills and stuffed them into her mouth to refine the profound energy in them. Li Muxu had not lost her profound energy for a long time, but her body was like extremely thirsty land, in urgent need of the nourishment of profound energy. If she still could not get sufficient nourishment of profound energy in another year or two, then she would slowly degenerate into a mortal like the cultivators on the island, and eventually become immortal. Xiao Xin, will you come with me? I'll give you a chance. You are a bad guy. You killed my father and my brother. I want to avenge them. Okay, I'll give you a chance. Li Muxu looked at Xiao Xin, who was gritting her teeth, and nodded with some heartache. Her father and brother were already dead, and staying on the island would have a tragic end. However, her mother held her tightly and would not let her leave. She was also full of hatred for herself at this time. Li Muxu felt nothing except pity and heartache. Li Muxu would not regret it. The road was ruthless. She had given too many chances to Xiao Wu's family. Since it was the path they chose, they could not regret it. You people, I don't know what kind of opportunity you missed. A bunch of idiots. Li Muxu shook her head at the rest of the people, then activated the flying boat, flew up, and turned into a beam of light and left. The result didn't have to be like this. If these people showed enough kindness when she arrived here on the first day, so that she could heal quickly, Li Muxu wouldn't mind taking all the people here back and giving them a great opportunity. With Li Muxu's wealth, just giving them some pills or letting them join Fenghuo Island would be much better than their previous life. It's a pity that there is no if. All this has happened. Li Muxu didn't feel that she would regret it. Instead, her state of mind was tempered. After returning this time, her cultivation will soon be broken through. Li Muxu took pills continuously on the flying boat to adjust her physical condition, and then found the sea chart to try to determine her position. However, Li Muxu eventually got lost. It took more than a month to find the route on the sea chart. After flying for 3 days, she encountered a treasure ship. After confirming the route and direction with the monks on the treasure ship, Li Muxu spent another half a month to return to the Luoxinghe Islands. The first stop was Fenghuo Island. Beizahua was very surprised to see Li Muxu coming back. 2 months ago, he felt particularly sad when he saw the headmaster's lonely figure leaving, but now Li Muxu is back. After Li Muxu returned to Fenghuo Island, she immediately asked for a cave house and prepared to retreat for a period of time to thoroughly adjust her state. Beizahua did it one by one. Then Beizahua sent a message to Xiao, asking them to pass the news back to the sect, and sent a message to the Hua family in Afang Island, asking them to withdraw their manpower and Li Muxu was safe. A few days later, Hua Kangchang brought the Hua family to Fenghuo Island and wanted to see Li Muxu, but he didn't see anyone. Beizahua promised to wait for Li Muxu to come out of retreat and let Li Muxu send a message to Hua Kangchang. So Hua Kangchang waited for a few days before leaving. A month later, Hua Kangji came to Fenghuo Island. Under Beizahua's persuasion, he still did not leave. He waited for more than 2 months before Li Muxu came out of retreat. This time, Li Muxu's cultivation level was improved again, reaching the 10th level of Daogang. In Tiansheng Sect, Lin Xiao received the report from Xiao and was very happy to know that Li Muxu was safe. Although he had always known that Li Muxu was not dead, it was still different to have the exact news. Lin Xiao went to Luoxinghe and killed several Daogang demon cultivators and a Lingguan demon cultivator. The spoils alone were worth tens of millions of Zuan crystals. The Earth Spirit Orb was also in his hands. Lin Xiao felt that it was time for him to prepare to break through the Lingguan period. Chapter 383 Bronze Chariot. Everything that needed to be prepared for the spiritual light breakthrough had been prepared. The next step was to wait for the water to flow. However, how long this time would take was not something that Lin Xiao could control, unless Lin Xiao was willing to use points to upgrade. 3 years later, Lin Xiao's cultivation level had reached the 12th level of Daogang. From then on, Lin Xiao only needed to spend 7 or 8 years to raise his cultivation level to the extreme of the 12th level of Daogang, and then spend another 10 years to polish and settle, and basically he could start to break through. Lin Xiao calculated that he would definitely be able to break through to the spiritual light stage within 30 years. At that time, he would only be over 200 years old, much younger than the famous Lin Xiao. However, this year, Lin Xiao also sent away Zhao Huayang and Sun Shiheng, 2 purple mansion cultivators. They exchanged their merit points for treasures that extended their life, but they still reached the end of their lives. So far, all the guest elders of that year have passed away. They were lucky to join the Tiansheng Sect. Not only did they break through the purple mansion, but they could also spend their old age in bed. Their old friends of that year either sat down early or died in battle in various places and could not live to the end of their lives. Zhao Huayang and Sun Shiheng both got married and had children in the sect. They have hundreds of descendants, and 7 or 8 of them can cultivate immortality. They all joined the Tiansheng Sect. Before leaving, they held Lin Xiao's hand, hoping that Lin Xiao would support their descendants. Lin Xiao agreed. They have made great contributions to the sect, especially when the sect was weak. They made great contributions to the sect, so Lin Xiao has to be grateful for this. Lin Xiao can take care of them within the rules of the sect. After all, cultivators are still a society of human feelings. No matter how strict the rules are, it is impossible to say that there is no human feeling at all. After Zhao Huayang and the others were buried, Lin Xiao also went to the spiritual medicine garden to meet Wang Xiaoxi, who was one of Lin Xiao's few acquaintances. Wang Xiaoxi was over 200 years old, and she did not exchange for a treasure to prolong her life. It can only be said that her lifespan is relatively long. Wang Xiaoxi never married and had no descendants, but she adopted several orphans in the past few years and brought them up with her. Because Wang Xiaoxi herself had a gentle temperament and had almost never gone out to fight with others, the children she adopted were similar to her in temperament and buried themselves in the spiritual medicine garden all day long. After meeting Wang Xiaoxi, Lin Xiao was even more moved by the scene. He privately gave Wang Xiaoxi 3 pills that could extend her life for 10 years and watched her take them in person, saying that he wanted Wang Xiaoxi to see the moment when she would break through the spiritual light. Lin Xiao also gave each of the orphans adopted by Wang Xiaoxi a gift and asked the current head of the spiritual medicine garden to take good care of them and add them to their list of spiritual plant husbands. A year later, Tiansheng Sect, Tiansheng Sect, Hongshan Sect and Shan Sect all received important news. The 4 sects had a total of 11 purple mansion 12th level cultivators who had been in seclusion for the past 2 years and used treasures such as Zuanhuang Baoyu to try to break through the barrier and break through the Daogang period. However, only 2 of the 11 people succeeded. 5 of the remaining 9 died on the spot, and the remaining 4 were all seriously injured. Considering their age, there was no hope of a breakthrough even after their injuries healed. Among them, Cheyenne Heyman was the most miserable. None of the 3 retreating monks succeeded. Not only did they lose 3 top masters of the sect, but they also spent more than 2 million Zuan crystals. The entire Cheyenne Heyman suffered heavy losses and had already shown a trend of weakening. After Mo Yaoi succeeded, Hongshanman broke through one more person this time. There were 2 Daogang monks in the sect, and the other one was from Shan Sect. Shan Sect originally had many factions and complicated situations, but after nearly 100 years of rectification, the internal contradictions have been suppressed, and it has been completely integrated into the Tiansheng system. Both Tiansheng Sect and Tiansheng Sect no longer regard them as outsiders. At this point, the ranking of forces within Tiansheng changed again. Tiansheng Sect ranked first, Danliang Sect ranked second, and Hanshenman came later, and ranked second only to Danliang Sect. Moreover, it had strong hindrance, which put great pressure on Danliang Sect. Shan Sect became the fourth, while Xianhe Sect, which was originally the second, has been relegated to the fifth place, and this fifth place is extremely watery. If they don't produce Daogang monks, they will be marginalized by the entire Xian'an system. Before Lin Xiao's rise, the right to speak in the entire Xian'an was in the hands of Danliang Sect. Xianhe Sect and Hanshen Sect cooperated, both cooperating and restraining, but on the surface it was still a 9-sect alliance system. After Lin Xiao's rise, the right to speak was added to the Tiansheng Sect, and it soon transitioned to the previous 5-sect co-management system. The strategy of the southern part of the Qin Kingdom is the best embodiment. Of course, on the surface it is still a 9-sect alliance, but in fact, the 4 sects of Shan'ang Sect have completely lost the right to decide, because their strength is no longer able to deal with the current crisis. Similarly, the enemies faced by Xian'an in the future will be stronger, and Daogang monks are the threshold. If there are no Daogang monks in the sect, then naturally there is no right to decide. For this reason, Zhao Minghe of Xianhe Sect is under greater pressure. The key is that now Xianhe Sect has a 12th level purple mansion monk besides him, and it will take at least 10 years for someone to prepare for a breakthrough again. Therefore, in order to slow down the decline of Xianhe Sect, Zhao Minghe proposed a plan of marriage among the 5 sects, on the grounds of strengthening the overall unity of Xian'an. After all, after the southern part of Chen State was swallowed up, the 5 sects were less bound by interests. The key to this matter lies in Tiansheng Sect, so Zhao Minghe personally came to Tiansheng Sect to find Lin Xiao, and asked Lin Xiao for help. Lin Xiao agreed to it, because of the favor of Tang Daoya in the past. After discussion, the 5 sects decided to send out 100 single men and women each to organize a huge blind date. Whoever fell in love with whom, the sect would strongly support them, give a generous gift to the person who married, and give a generous dowry to the person who married, but it was never allowed to force it, and it had to follow the principle of voluntariness. All the sects agreed to this condition, so the 5 sects each sent out 100 single men and women monks, a total of 1,000 people, and gathered them together under the pretext of measuring the border of Xian'an. They walked around the entire border of Xian'an. It was estimated that it would take about 3 or 4 months. If they were right, such a long time would be enough to create sparks. Of course, there were no purple palace cultivators among the 1,000 people. The number of purple palaces in the other 4 sects was small. If someone seduced them away, it would be a real loss. Therefore, Lin Xiao was unwilling to suffer this loss, and sent only condensed veins cultivators. After more than 3 months, the 500 male and female cultivators had become more than 200 couples, almost half of them. The 100 female cultivators of the Tiansheng Sect had married more than 70 people, and the male cultivators had married more than 40 people. Under the leadership of Lin Xiao, more than 200 couples of men and women held a collective wedding in Gangming City. This was the first time in the vicinity of the LV state, so it spread far and wide, and was cited as a good story. The collective wedding was also used by Lin Xiao, and a large-scale auction was held again. However, there was no Daojidan as the finale, so the momentum was not as good as the one more than 30 years ago, but it also made the Tiansheng Sect a small profit. With the relationship between these 200 couples, the connection between the 5 sects will be closer than before, which can be regarded as giving Xianheman some time. The other sects were jealous, and wanted to join the group, so they found Lin Xiao to complain. Lin Xiao could not refuse, so he agreed. If the next time, he would let the disciples of their sect join. Of course, even if those sects really joined, they were just a match. The 200 or so couples that were created were either attracted by each other's family background or potential. They did not mention the words equal status, but they did exist. It was not easy for the disciples of those small sects to get the beauty. A year after the collective wedding, Li Muxu finally came back. Li Muxu had been traveling for 30 years. Even after Luo Xinghe was in danger, she did not rush back, and stayed in Luo Xinghe for several years. Although Li Muxu did not go to the prosperous places in Zhongzhou this time, she went to most of Luoxinghai and Nanzhou, broadened her horizons, expanded her mind, and tempered her state of mind, and gained a lot. In addition, Li Muxu calculated that the time for the Dao fruit tree to mature was still fast, so she simply came back from Qin Master. The first thing he did after returning was to find Lin Xiao, pouting his lips and looking aggrieved. "Muxu, how old are you? You're still acting like a spoiled child. No matter how old I am, I'm still your disciple." "That's right. Tell me, what happened to Luoxinghai that time?" Li Muxu then told all about her experiences with Luoxinghai, especially the things on the island. She had been in danger many times on the island. The first 2 months were simply unbearable to hear. Fortunately, she was tenacious and the Zhao family had some plans for her, so she was able to escape danger. "You are soft-hearted after all. If it were me, I would have left no one alive on that island." Lin Xiao sneered. He didn't know the details, otherwise he would have sent a message to Beizhe and asked them to destroy the island. "Master, I think this is enough. I'm not as powerful as you. You can even destroy the Cold Blood Island. If you dare to hurt my disciple, isn't it normal to be destroyed? Since you are back, you should practice well. The next time you go out, you must be in the Lingguang period. In this way, you will have the strength to protect yourself, and don't have to worry about me." Li Muxu saw that her master was still very serious, and didn't dare to act like a spoiled child. Instead, she took out the 5th level low-grade magic weapon, the immortal binding rope, and wanted to give it to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao naturally didn't want her things. Although the 5th level magic weapon was expensive, it was not something difficult for Lin Xiao to obtain, so she let Li Muxu keep it for herself. Seeing that there was nothing to do, Lin Xiao announced that he would go into seclusion and improve his cultivation to the extreme level of the 12th level as soon as possible. However, less than half a year after Lin Xiao arrived, the entire mountain gate of Tiansheng Sect sounded a shrill alarm, and the entire mountain protection formation was fully activated. Lin Xiao immediately rushed out of the cave, and several Daogang monks in the mountain gate were already waiting in full battle array. "Master, Gongming City Li Muxu, follow me. The rest of you stay at the sect, and do not leave without the master's orders," Zhang Mingtang shouted angrily. Lin Xiao gave an order, and immediately rushed out of the mountain gate with Li Muxu. The mountain gate was only more than 100 miles away from Gongming City. In the blink of an eye, the two had arrived. At this time, Gongming City had also set up a city defense formation. Several Daogang monks stood on the city wall and looked forward. In front of Gongming City, a bronze carriage appeared. The shape was extremely simple. At first glance, there was a feeling of ancient vicissitudes. However, the carriage did not look rusty and was well maintained. The reason why this bronze carriage made Gongming City feel like it was facing a great enemy was that, if you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284, Small Problems, Don't Panic. Lin Xiao had seen people using 5th level monsters, which were equivalent to human spiritual light period, to travel. Some high-level people from the major sects in Zhongzhou were very well behaved, but using 4 5th level monsters to pull a carriage was a completely different matter. Many cultivators treated the monsters as fighting partners, and they were equals. Pulling a carriage was like treating the monsters as slaves, and they could be killed at will. It was conceivable how powerful and terrifying the owner behind this carriage was. Similarly, the old man sitting in the carriage, who looked like an ordinary farmer, must also be extraordinary. According to Lin Xiao's estimation, he was at least a 6th level cultivator. "Muxu, don't panic, it's just a small problem." "Master, you are panicking, right?" Haha. Lin Xiao teased and sorted out his thoughts. This carriage alone was worth more than the entire Tiansheng Sect. He didn't know where it came from and what it was doing in the Tiansheng Sect. Soon, the real person mode of the system controlled by Lin Xiao came up from the mountain gate in a pretentious manner. Lin Xiao followed him up, bowed and said, I'm Lin Xiao, the leader of Tiansheng Sect. I wonder what important matter has brought you to Tiansheng Sect? It's not a living person, nor a puppet, nor a ghost cultivator. I didn't expect that there would be such an interesting thing in the remote area of Nanzhao. The old man sitting in the front of the carriage did not answer Lin Xiao, but looked at the real person mode of the system and spoke to himself. Ding dong, system warning. The person in front of you is higher than the system level. The system cannot completely block its own information. Please host's attention, will it let you be completely exposed? No, that's good. Be prepared. If this person makes a move, immediately self-destruct as soon as the fight starts. Blow him to death. Lin Xiao scolded the old man in the system dialogue, but on the surface he said with a smile, this is just a little trick, not worthy of the senior's eyes. Why don't you tell me what's the important matter here? If the junior can help, I will do my best, so that you can have a rest. You are a smart man. Okay, I'm here to pick someone up. To pick up our young lady, right in your city. We will leave. After picking her up, I see. May I ask your young lady's maiden name, or what she looks like, so I can ask someone to look for her? My young lady's maiden name and appearance are not something you can know. If you are willing, you can naturally find her. Haha. Okay, please wait a moment, senior. I'll go to the city to find someone. Senior, you can have tea and wine here. Lin Xiao took out some white mist tea and 1000 spirit wine from his storage ring and gave them to him, then turned and flew back to Gangming City. The formation has been withdrawn. Do what you need to do, master. Does what I said count? Yes, several Dao Gang monks responded and withdrew the formation. In fact, it was useless. The 4 5th level monsters alone could easily break the 4th level city defense formation, not to mention the 6th level monk, so it was a waste to set up the formation. Lin Xiao flew into the city, thought about it carefully, and then came to the shop opened by Ji Haitang and Ji Mir. In the past few years, they almost spent all their wealth, so they opened a robe shop, specializing in making those very beautiful, but not very practical robes. This kind of robe is not popular in Tiansheng, but it is very popular when brought to some prosperous places by foreign merchants. Many places are relatively safe, so some people of noble status no longer wear clothes for protection, but to be beautiful and noble, so this shop is enough for them to live a normal life. Brother Lin, is it the senior outside who is looking for you? No, definitely not, Haitang. Don't you know that your ears will turn red when you lie? Ah, is that so? Ji Haitang screamed and reached out to touch his ears. Yi Mir on the side glared at him, and then he realized that he had been fooled. Brother Lin, you lied to me. Fellow Daoist Yi, what do you have to say? After fellow Daoist Lin entered the city, he came straight to us. Don't you already have the answer in your mind? I have the answer, but I still want to ask clearly. Are you in danger on this trip? So what if I am? So what if I'm not? No, then of course I ask you to go back. If I am, I will help you. Help me, fellow Daoist Lin. Do you know what level of cultivation the person who came to pick me up outside is? It's nothing more than Sheng Tzu. I have a way to deal with it. You just need to answer me. Is there any danger? Thank you, fellow Daoist Lin, for your kindness. Uncle Fu is an old man in the family and will not be in danger. That's good. Since someone has come to our family, let's go home. You have been out for more than 20 years. Lin Xiao nodded, feeling relieved. If a fight really broke out, he would only have a 10% chance of getting away. However, Yima's family was shocking. But I don't want to go back. No, are your family forcing you to go on a blind date or get married? How do you know? Oh my god, really? Lin Xiao just said that casually. Who knew it was so ridiculous? Lin Xiao was speechless. Brother Lin, can you help me? To be honest, I can't help you now. You should know the foundation of Tiansheng Sect. If you give me another 500 years, I believe I can solve any of your problems. Lin Xiao shook his head. If he was given another 500 years, not to mention him, even Li Muxu would have grown up completely. Once King Musain's body reached the 6th or 7th realm, the advantages of divine skills and physique would be greatly increased. Even when facing the forces of Zhongzhou, Lin Xiao would have a trump card to fight. It's a pity that the people are already outside the city. I don't have 500 years to give you. Hey Tang, accompany fellow Daoist Lin to talk. I'm going to pack my things. Cousin. Ymir didn't say anything more and turned back to pack her things. Since her family had found this place, it was impossible for her to run away again, and she couldn't run away. Hey Tang, you saw the collective wedding 2 years ago. I don't object to arranged marriages. Of course you don't object. You are a man. It's not you who will suffer. It's better to die than to marry someone you don't like and who doesn't like you. It seems that I can't convince you, but fellow Daoist Yi is calmer than you. It's actually easy to get rid of the fate of arranged marriage. Do you have a way? Let me teach you a lesson. The essence of arranged marriage is an exchange and binding of interests. Fellow Daoist Yi's family wants to use her for arranged marriage, which can only mean one thing, that is, fellow Daoist Yi's family is weak and needs help from others, otherwise they would have to marry her in. To change this fate, the best way is not to escape like you did, but to work hard and show enough potential so that your family will feel that it's too much of a loss to arrange your marriage like this. At that time, your family will naturally help you solve this matter, or they will directly convince the two families with their strength. Have you ever seen a female cultivator above the 7th level in Zhongzhou being used for arranged marriage? No. In this world, anyone can put a price on interests. If you don't want others to sell you, then make yourself valuable, so that others can't afford you. Lin Xiao replied that even in Zhongzhou, cultivators of the 7th realm were absolutely high-end forces, so no one would trade cultivators of the 7th realm. In fact, there were very few cultivators of the 6th realm. Even if there were combinations, it was for complementary interests, not compromise. You men always say that, for the sake of hegemony and interests, you can turn black into white. You are still too naive. Go back and think about what I said. Lin Xiao shook his head. No matter where you are, true freedom is impossible. If you have something to gain, you have to give it up. Even if they are disciples of the Tiansheng Sect, they have taken Lin Xiao's resources, and they still have to fight for their lives in times of crisis. Which is more important, marriage or life? After a while, Yimi packed up and walked down. She asked Ji Haitang to pack up as well. She said to Lin Xiao, how about brother Lin take me out of the city? Okay. Brother Lin is really bold. Isn't he afraid of getting into trouble? A man of the right conscience has nothing to fear. By the way, let's test your fiancé. If he doesn't even have this little tolerance, you really need to think about it carefully. Brother Lin is really sharp-tongued. That's not what you said to Haitang just now. That's because brother Yi didn't understand what I meant. I said that the essence of marriage is the exchange and bundling of interests. So interests come first. The object of marriage is not very important. It's enough to save face. Do you want me to continue to say the rest? No, Mi regretted it a little. She had been in Gongming City for more than 20 years and didn't even have a good chat with brother Lin. If she had known all this earlier, Mi wouldn't have been like this. It's not too late. There is still a chance. I hope so. Cousin, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand a word you say? It's okay. I'll tell you later. Come down and say goodbye to fellow Daoist Lin. In a sense, fellow Daoist Lin is my benefactor. How did he become a benefactor? Ymir shook her head, but her eyes were extremely bright. She had completely understood what Lin Xiao said, so Ymir's temperament changed. The three of them soon came to the outside of the city. When the old man saw Ymir, he quickly jumped off the carriage, respectfully called her miss, and stood aside. Fellow Daoist Lin, I don't need to thank you for your kindness. This is the clan order of my Yi family. Please keep it well. If you come to Zhongzhou one day, please come to my Yi family as a guest. You are my Yi family's distinguished guest. Thank you, fellow Daoist Yi. I will also give you a return gift. This is Beiwu tea and kindling wine, the best kind. Take it back, and drink it slowly. Okay brother Lin, I want some to Haitang. Ymir's face turned black, and she quickly stuffed Ji Haitang into the carriage, and she went in too. Boy, the Yi family never owes favors to anyone. We'll give you an opportunity. Do you know how to do it? The old man threw a brocade box over. Lin Xiao grabbed it. A medicinal fragrance rushed to his nose. It was obviously extraordinary. Lin Xiao cupped his hands to show that he understood, but he shook his head in his heart. If Yimi really did what Lin Xiao said, it would not be an ordinary favor. A small pill could not repay it. Chapter 285. Our goal, the Sea of Stars. The bronze carriage left Gangming City in a shocking way. The old man waved his hand, and a black hole appeared in the sky. The bronze carriage radiated a glittering light, and then walked into the black hole, and disappeared in front of everyone. At least they are all 6th level or even 7th level treasures. As a 4th level refiner, Lin Xiao already had a good understanding. Although he could not accurately determine the level of the carriage, it was definitely not lower than the 6th level. To be able to use such precious materials to build a carriage, Ymir's family is the real boss, very rich. When ordinary people encounter high-level spiritual materials, their first reaction must be to make various magical instruments. Remove the alarm, return to normal. No need to watch. Lin Xiao turned around and said to the monks sitting in Gangming City, and then returned to the mountain gate with Li Muxu. Then Lin Xiao instructed Zhang Mingtang that if other forces came to ask for information, they should tell them directly, don't hide it. Anyway, they dare not do anything, and the monster pulling the carriage alone is enough to shock them. Master, who exactly is that Yimi? I don't know. I wonder why you let her stay in Gangming City for more than 20 years. She abides by the rules of Gangming City, why refuse? Disciple, we should be more open-minded. We cannot just focus on Gangming City. Our future journey will be to the stars and the sea. Huh, that sounds good, Master. Don't you know how dangerous today is? If that person has ill intentions, our Tiansheng Sect will be finished. It's okay, let's not talk about this. Look at what kind of medicine this is. A 6th level medicine, a bit like the Xianren Shenhua pill recorded in the book. What is it used for? It is recorded in the book that it is used to treat hidden injuries. A cultivator will inevitably have various fights in his life. Sometimes he will be injured, but his foundation is not directly injured. In fact, various hidden injuries are left behind. The accumulation of such hidden injuries is very unfavorable for future breakthroughs. If it breaks out at a critical moment, it can even be fatal. Therefore, this Xianren Shenhua pill is used to repair and restore the cultivator's body. Even if there is no hidden injury, it is also beneficial to the body. If it is a physical cultivator, he will buy this pill at any cost. It is very expensive. This pill may cost tens of millions of Zuan crystals. As expected of a 6th rank master, he is so generous at first sight. I'll give it to you, my disciple. Why are you giving it to me? This is given to you by others. I don't need it. You can keep it. By the way, check it out to make sure no one tampered with it. Lin Xiao waved his hand. Although he had fought a lot in the past 100 years, he was not injured much. There was basically no opponent of the same level as him, and he killed them all easily. He has never met a very powerful genius disciple. I'm going to retreat. Zhang Mingtang is handling the aftermath of this matter. If he can't handle it, you can do it. Lin Xiao pondered in his heart, and then prepared to retreat. This world is becoming more and more interesting. Various new things are beginning to appear. To participate in these things, Daogang period is not enough, and Lingwang is probably just the beginning. Soon after, as expected, all major forces came to inquire about the origin of the bronze chariot. Even the farthest Song Kingdom sent people to come. After all, the 6th level cultivator is really important, and all forces have to be on guard. Whether they accept the explanation of Tiansheng Sect or not, Lin Xiao has no right to control it. He began to retreat again. This retreat lasted for 5 years. After 5 years, Lin Xiao raised his cultivation to the extreme of Daogang 12th level. The next step is to polish and settle. During this period, no matter how much you practice, you can't improve your cultivation. Therefore, most people will choose some martial arts or skills to learn. Through a little polishing, you can cultivate your Daoji state of mind to a perfect state. In this way, even if you step half a foot into the Lingwang period, if you have a suitable treasure, you will have a chance to break through in one fell swoop. Although Lin Xiao came out of retreat, he still did not interfere in the affairs of the sect to a large extent. However, he chose to improve 3 skills. According to his cultivation, he could already improve the skills of formation, talisman, and refining to the 4th grade upper grade. However, this was only theoretical. In fact, the formation that Lin Xiao was best at was only the 4th grade middle grade. So Lin Xiao began to focus on improving the level of formation, issuing various tasks in the General Affairs Hall of the Sect and the Bounty Hall of Gangming City, searching for formation inheritance and various formation patterns and diagrams as well as materials for refining formations. With the support of a huge financial source, Lin Xiao continuously refined various formations, and his level improved rapidly. He once again caught up with the formation genius Zhu Zongsheng. Zhu Zongsheng was very talented, but unfortunately his cultivation aptitude was too poor. Dao Gang was already his limit. He had made little progress in so many years of breakthroughs. Therefore, due to his cultivation, although he had comprehended the 4th grade upper grade formation, he could not refine it. Instead, Lin Xiao achieved the 4th grade upper grade formation master ahead of time. A few years later, the Dao fruit tree of Tiansheng Sect matured again. Li Muxu still refined it by hand. After 40 years of improvement, Li Muxu refined 5 Dao foundation pills this time. Lin Xiao also quickly completed the distribution of Dao foundation pills. Lin Xiao took one to reward Yi Xiao. As for how to distribute it, it depends on Yi Naniu. Lin Xiao does not intervene in specific matters. Li Muxu took one, but she didn't need it herself. So Lin Xiao decided to auction Li Muxu's one in the name of the sect, and the remaining 3 were exchanged by the sect disciples with merit points. Gangming City's auction of Dao Foundation pills was basically known to many people without much publicity. Half a month in advance, Gangming City was crowded with people again. Fortunately, Gangming City has been expanded, otherwise it really can't accommodate so many people. After decades of development, especially without major wars, Tiansheng alone has added a lot of cultivators. As the leader of Tiansheng, Tiansheng Sect has a rough list in hand. The original major forces in Tiansheng plus some forces in the south of Chen State that originally surrendered, all the people with roots, add up to more than 70,000 people, of which Tiansheng Sect has more than 12,000 people. In addition to the scattered cultivators stranded in Tiansheng, the cultivators in the entire Tiansheng should be more than 150,000. With such a large population, Gangming City has absorbed about 30,000 to 40,000 people, of which more than 20,000 people live in Gangming City all year round, and there are thousands of floating population every day. Gangming City has become the material distribution center of Tiansheng. During the auction, the number of cultivators in Gangming City directly exceeded 30,000, filling the originally somewhat empty new city with people. Tiansheng Sect also accelerated the plan to clear the old city and moved all the remaining cultivators to the new city. This auction was still 3 days long and was a great success. The Daoji pill was sold at a high price of 1.3 million Zuan crystals. This time it was sold by Xian Heyman. Zhao Minghe of Xian Heyman personally found Lin Xiao and asked Lin Xiao to help protect the law. Xian Heyman only had one 4th level spiritual mountain, and there were many cultivators on the mountain, which was not convenient for breakthroughs. Lin Xiao lent Bailing Mountain, which had just been upgraded to a 4th level spiritual vein 2 years ago, to Zhao Minghe, and asked the Dao Gang cultivators in Bailing Mountain to protect the law, meeting the requirements of Xian Heyman. The Tiansheng Sect made a profit of more than 3 million Zuan crystals during the entire auction. Li Muxu also received more than 1 million Zuan crystals after paying the fees to the sect. The entire Tiansheng Sect made a lot of money again. After 2 Daojiden auctions, the appetites of many forces were not satisfied. There were many forces that could afford to pay about 1 million Zuan crystals, but there was only one Daojiden, so all the major forces asked Tiansheng Sect to increase the auction of Daojiden. The Chunayang Palace was also involved. Now the Chunayang Palace was already very wary of Xian'an. Xian'an was semi-independent. After Chinking Valley was crippled again, the financial resources of the Chunayang Palace were much reduced. Now Chenking Valley can only pay 200,000 Zuan crystals to the Chunayang Palace every year. In the past 40 years, the Chunayang Palace has lost 20 million Zuan crystals. This slowed down the speed of cultivating Daogang monks in the Chunayang Palace. In the past 50 years, the Chunhyang Palace and its vassal forces cultivated a total of 8 Daogang, but in the past 40 years, there were only 5 people. In Tiansheng, there were 6 Daogang monks, not counting the 4 Daojidans that were exposed this time. Even if the success rate was half, 2 more people could be added. If this continues, it won't take many years for Tiansheng to surpass Chunhyang Palace, maybe 1 or 200 years, and that will be when Luyan will pass away, and it may also be the time when Chunhyang Palace will be completely defeated. Therefore, Chunhyang Palace has begun to increase its efforts to restrict the development of Tiansheng and accelerate their development. The current strategy of Chunhyang Palace is to help the states and counties of Tiansheng develop and make them completely vassals of Chunhyang Palace. The wavering situation like the last war must never happen again. For this reason, Tiansheng has begun to secretly compete with Chunhyang Palace for the ownership of the remaining states and counties, and the two sides are having a lot of fun. As for increasing the number of Daoji pills to be auctioned, the Tiansheng Sect also agreed. After Lin Xiao's system was upgraded, it was more useful for the spiritual medicine garden. In addition, Lin Xiao didn't use his points much in these years, so the balance of points was unprecedentedly abundant, which had already upgraded the spiritual medicine garden to its current extreme. The transplanted Dao fruit trees only needed about 80 years to mature. That is to say, after 40 years, the Tiansheng Sect would be able to refine 3 furnaces of Daoji pills, at least a dozen, and it didn't matter how many were auctioned. After getting the answer from the Tiansheng Sect, the people of Chunhyang Palace were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood, while the other forces became closer to the Tiansheng Sect. The reason was very simple, that is, they didn't dare to annoy the Tiansheng Sect, otherwise the Tiansheng Sect would deprive them of the auction qualification, which would not be a good thing. The external environment of Tiansheng tended to be stable, and Lin Xiao was naturally happy to see it. So in this environment, he spent 13 years. 13 years later, Lin Xiao announced that he would be in seclusion and officially began to impact the Lingguang period. Li Muxu personally guarded outside Lin Xiao's cave to protect Lin Xiao. Chapter 2286 Aura of New World. At the gate of Tiansheng Sect, in Lin Xiao's cave, Lin Xiao sat cross-legged on a cushion. Beside him were piles of black crystals, which filled up 80% of the space of the entire cave, with a total of 3 million. Although the spiritual veins of the gate of Tiansheng Sect were upgraded to the extreme of the 4th grade upper grade, the spiritual medicine garden in the gate had been expanded again and again, and there were countless spiritual medicines, which intercepted at least 50% of the mysterious energy of the spiritual veins. If Lin Xiao competed with the spiritual medicine garden for the mysterious energy, when he broke through, it would be very easy to cause the large-scale withering of the spiritual medicines in the spiritual medicine garden, and the loss would not be counted as millions of black crystals. In front of Lin Xiao, there was a row of pills, and even the Lingming pill was taken out for backup. Although it was not needed for this breakthrough, it was necessary to take precautions. Lin Xiao's time was precious. If the breakthrough failed this time, he would have to waste decades more. In the first 3 months, Lin Xiao did not rush to breakthrough, but kept looking back, polishing his Daogang cultivation again and again, and then took out a bottle of pills and swallowed it. The powerful medicinal power spread in the Danshan, and the storm of mysterious energy formed. After refining stirred up the wind and clouds in the Danshan. Lin Xiao circulated the mysterious energy, flushing the meridians all over his body again and again, making the meridians widen and become tougher, so that they can accommodate more mysterious energy. This step took Lin Xiao 3 months. Then, with a roll of his spiritual consciousness, the earth spirit orb flew into Lin Xiao's body, and even more huge mysterious energy burst out. Lin Xiao mobilized these mysterious energy again, letting them flush the Danshan, and condensed a bright light in the dark Danshan. Spiritual light. Spiritual light. What is spiritual light? It means that a light will light up in the empty Danshan, and a spiritual light will be created abruptly. This step is extremely difficult and the most critical. Once the mysterious energy is exhausted, and a light cannot be lit, it means that the breakthrough has failed. And lighting this light requires not only mysterious energy, but also vitality. Yuan Qi is different from mysterious energy. It can be regarded as the vitality of a person. If the vitality is not dry, the vitality will not be extinguished. Yuan Qi is the foundation of the entire cultivator. Lin Xiao kept drawing out the profound energy from his body. If there were outsiders, they would see that Lin Xiao's body was rapidly aging and withering, like a flower withering. This was also the time when Lin Xiao was most vulnerable. Purple light divine energy, I'm relying on you. Another reason why Lin Xiao did not use the Ling Ming pill was that he still had the purple energy that he had cultivated for decades. This purple energy refined from the sky, in addition to being used as the purple light divine eye, could also help cultivators break through, and it had many benefits. However, not everyone could use the purple energy to break through, because the refining of purple energy was very difficult. One could only refine a strand of hair by meditating for an hour every day. If one's purple energy technique was relatively weak, it would take several days to get even the purple energy as thin as a hair. To accumulate enough purple energy to help, one would have to persevere for at least 1 or 200 years. This persistence alone could eliminate 90% of people, and this was something that only people with great perseverance could do. Lin Xiao had been accumulating purple energy for decades. Thanks to his divine skills and high-level purple energy skills, he absorbed much more purple energy than ordinary people. Boom! With the addition of purple energy, a raging fire burned in Lin Xiao's Danshan. The fire even made Lin Xiao's flesh and blood begin to emit a burnt smell. Lin Xiao opened his mouth and sucked in several Bei Meidan into his stomach, automatically refining the medicinal power to heal the injuries on his body, while Lin Xiao began to absorb Zuan Qi crazily and use it in Danshan to suppress the fire. The fire was constantly compressed. Under Lin Xiao's absorption, the Zuan crystal in the cave began to be drawn by Zuan Qi, slowly forming a Zuan Qi vortex that penetrated into Lin Xiao's body. With the help of this Zuan Qi, Lin Xiao suppressed the fire more and more smoothly. After half a year, the fire had disappeared and turned into a light particle standing in Lin Xiao's Danshan. This light particle was like the sun, illuminating the entire Danshan. Boom! Or thunderbolt sounded silently outside the gate of Tiansheng Sect, but it was not a thunderbolt. Human cultivators would not be struck by thunderbolts, except when they ascended to the 9th realm, unless they were so evil that the heavenly Dao could not stand it, and deliberately sent thunderbolts to kill them. But starting from Dao Gang, there would be a strange phenomenon of the heavenly Dao. This thunderbolt was just the beginning. Lin Xiao did not have time to continue to cultivate that light particle, and began to comprehend the heavenly Dao law on the Earth Spirit Orb. The Earth Spirit Orb had been refined by Lin Xiao, and only one heavenly Dao law was left floating in the Danshan. Lin Xiao used his spiritual consciousness to form a net, and spent a day to capture the heavenly Dao law, and then began to devour and comprehend it. Lin Xiao did this many times when he was in Dao Gang, so it was quite smooth. In 7 days, he completely controlled the heavenly Dao law on the Earth Spirit Orb, and another heavenly Dao trace appeared in the Danshan. There was another Dao trace, and it was connected to the previous 4, and it was ring by ring. Hula in the gate of Tiansheng Sect, a strange phenomenon of the heavenly Dao appeared, and spiritual lights fell like raindrops. People from the entire sect came out to watch. Many disciples who were in seclusion benefited from the manifestation of the heavenly Dao at this time. A flash of spiritual light appeared in their minds, and the cultivation that was originally difficult to break through was actually broken through. The master has broken through. Ling Guang, my Tiansheng Sect has a spiritual light cultivator master. It's really amazing. Tiansheng Sect disciples thought in their hearts, and they were all proud of Lin Xiao. Although they knew that Lin Xiao had a spiritual light ancestor, that person had never appeared, so they were not proud and had no feelings. But Lin Xiao was different. This was a living person, someone they could see often. This master has broken through the spiritual light. Let the sect inform all parties. There is no need to organize a grand ceremony for this breakthrough. Just let all parties know. Lin Xiao's voice also appeared in the entire mountain gate at the right time. All the disciples took orders. The auction of the Daoji pill had not been held for long, so it was not suitable to hold a grand ceremony. However, it was necessary to inform all parties. Let them know that Tiansheng Sect has another spiritual light cultivator. Those who want to make plans should give up their thoughts and don't seek death. After Lin Xiao finished speaking, he entered into cultivation again. First, he used the light particle to feed back some vitality, to repair the deficit in his body and restore his body to normal. However, he continued to absorb the profound energy, to cultivate the light particle and let the light particle continue to grow. As time went by, Lin Xiao also figured out how to make the light particle grow faster. If he used the profound energy to cultivate it alone, Lin Xiao found that, even if he cultivated it with profound energy, he could only make the light particle grow a little bit, and the speed was extremely slow. According to this speed, it would take at least 50 years to improve his cultivation by one level, and it would take 600 years to improve to the 12th level of spiritual light. So of course it is impossible to do so. However, if one combines the body's vital energy with the mysterious energy, the speed will be infinitely increased. How fast it increases depends on how much mysterious energy and vital energy the cultivator has. Zuan Qi is easy to say, as long as you have spiritual veins, you can absorb it, but Yuan Qi is not that simple. Relying on the body's self-recovery speed, one day or 1 month of practice, cannot make up for it, so you have to rely on natural treasures, or elixirs. And elixirs need Zuan crystals to buy, so in the Lingguang period, cultivators rely heavily on their wealth. This is why most of the Lingguang cultivators in Nansao have power. Without a certain number of subordinates, how can they earn money and buy elixirs? However, these are not problems for Lin Xiao. Tiansheng Sect has been freed from Chunayang Palace for nearly 100 years. In the past 100 years, Tiansheng Sect has not had any major events. It only spent some money on expanding Gangming City and purchasing warships, and the rest has been accumulated. Lin Xiao's use of tens of millions of Zuan crystals has no effect on the sect. And Lin Xiao also has an advantage, which is the divine grade technique. The divine grade technique does not have much advantage when the cultivation is low, but the higher the cultivation, the more obvious the advantage. As for his Yunyu and Wuji Gong, there is a very obvious advantage, that the conversion efficiency of various attributes of Zuan Qi is very high, without any shortcomings, but others are not like this. For example, if a cultivator's spiritual root is water attribute, then it is most suitable for him to practice water attribute exercises. Similarly, the absorption efficiency of swallowing water attribute treasures is also the highest. If it is other attributes, it needs to be filtered and converted by exercises, which is much slower and less efficient. In this way, he has fewer treasures to choose from, but Lin Xiao does not have this problem. Any treasure can be absorbed quickly, and the speed is much faster than ordinary exercises, which allows Lin Xiao to improve his cultivation much faster. Lin Xiao estimated that in the Lingguang period, if he relied solely on his own hard work, he could break through one level in about 20 years, and it would take less than 300 years to reach the 12th level of Lingguang. Now he is only in his early 200s, and he can impact Shengsu before he is 500 years old. This speed is definitely the best in the southwest of Nansao. Even the highly regarded Lin Xiao can't do it. He is now more than 400 years old, but he is only about the 5th level of Lingguang. This is already an incredible genius. Lu Yan and others regard it as a big problem. Lin Xiao glanced at the system. The host level and the sect level were both upgraded by one level, becoming a 6th grade sect. Looking at the points, there are already more than 300,000 points. In recent years, the Tiansheng Sect, the Uyghur branch, and the Fenghuo Island branch have all developed very rapidly, bringing Lin Xiao a lot of points. In addition, Lin Xiao's own thriftiness has saved up this wealth. Of course, this is not enough. The points are used more and more. It takes 5,000 points to upgrade the spiritual light by one level. In addition, the price of spiritual light cultivation is much more expensive. A bottle of elixir costs 1,000 points. If you practice with all your strength, it can only be used for about 2 months. It will cost 6,000 points a year, and 600,000 points in 200 years. In addition, Lin Xiao also needs to recover his Zuan Qi, heal his wounds, and other resources. Weapons are also a big consumer of points. A 5th level magic weapon is rare even in Baicheng. A very common one costs millions of Zuan crystals, and it is often not available. and Lin Xiao is used to using fine products, which are even more difficult to buy on the market. It is estimated that he has to exchange them from the system. A 5th level high quality magic weapon requires at least 40,000 points in the system points market, and the highest can reach 100,000. So the points are still not enough. Lin Xiao is ready to increase the investment in the 2 branches and cultivate Daogang monks as soon as possible. Not only can he get 30,000 points at a time, but he can also get a random mysterious gift. Chapter 287 Situation changes slightly. After the breakthrough, Lin Xiao also closed himself off for a year to completely consolidate his cultivation. This time, Lin Xiao was very low-key about the breakthrough and did not hold any promotion ceremony, as if it was just a breakthrough of a small class. However, no matter how low-key Lin Xiao was, the appearance of a serious spiritual cultivator in Xian'an still had a huge impact. The Chun'ang Palace was like facing a great enemy and secretly assembled a lot of troops to prevent Xian'an from expanding again. The Tiansheng Sect of Kangou also stockpiled heavy troops on the western border of Xian'an. It was very obvious that Kangou, a fence sitter, once again stood on the side of Chun'ang Palace. Once Xian'an made a move, they would have to send troops to contain Xian'an. Similarly, in Xian'an, morale was very high, and various sects had the idea of launching another annexation war. It had been 100 years since the last war against Chun'ang Palace. Xian'an had already digested the original territory in the south of Chen State, which made the strength of the various sects in Xian'an soar. In the past, the development of the Tiansheng Sect and other sects was very conservative. The sects basically stagnated after receiving about 6,000 disciples. However, starting from decades ago, when the newly conquered territory produced, they began to expand their troops. If the Tiansheng Sect has the most troops in Xianan province, with about 13,000 troops, the Tiansheng Sect has about 10,000 troops, and the Hanshan Sect has increased its strength in recent years, with nearly 10,000 troops. The Shan Sect has more than 8,000 people, and the Xianhe Sect has more than 7,000 people. The other 5 sects of the original 9 major sects in Xianan province each have 3,000 to 4,000 people. These 10 sects alone have more than 60,000 troops. Moreover, the potential of the originally digested territory has been developed to the extreme. If you want to continue to develop it, you have to work hard. This makes it a bit uncomfortable for the sects that are used to rapid development, so they want to expand and annex again. This is also related to the situation around Xian'an. In the last war, Xian'an directly crippled Xian'an, and Bei'an was also severely damaged. It can be said that these 2 states can be taken down at will. The surrounding forces are too weak to fight. It is like a piece of fat hanging on the mouth of Xian'an, which is very tempting. However, Lin Xiao quickly rejected this idea. Xian'an is now almost like a country. Once a war is launched, it will be a war, maybe a war to destroy the country. The surrounding countries will not sit idly by. Even Tiansheng, which is far north of Chun'ang Palace, may not ally with Xian'an again. The reason is very simple. Doing so is not in the interests of Tiansheng. Once Chun'ang Palace is defeated, will Tiansheng be the next country to be defeated? Therefore, unless Xian'an has the strength to withstand the attacks of the 2 countries, it must not start a war. The end will be miserable. Xian'an must continue to develop. It is very difficult for Kangou and Chun'ang Palace to restrict the development of Xian'an now, and it is almost impossible to contain them. The Gangming City auction held every 40 years can bring great benefits to Xian'an. Now we have 13,000 people in Tiansheng Sect. Is this a lot of people? Not at all. You know the situation. Zhang Xiaozhou. Among these 13,000 people, at least 2,000 are retired personnel, and another 4,000 are planting spiritual grains, raising monsters, running businesses, etc. for the sect. In addition, the huge territory of Tiansheng Sect needs people to guard it, which requires at least 5,000 people. In fact, the mobile people we can mobilize are less than 100 years ago. No matter how much we withdraw, it will not exceed 5,000 people. This is the case for our Tiansheng Sect, and the other sects are the same. After deducting various people, we can only withdraw 20,000 to 30,000 people. How to fight? So you must think clearly about this point. The call for war within Tiansheng Sect is also very high. For this reason, Lin Xiao specially convened a sect meeting to discuss this matter and analyze the high-level officials of Tiansheng Sect one by one. Lin Xiao knew what they were thinking. Although the income of many disciples of Tiansheng Sect was good in peacetime, it was still difficult to exchange for those treasures that broke through the realm. The best opportunity was to fight and establish military industry so that they could overtake their competitors, but these were not in the interests of the sect. The headmaster is right. You are all high-level members of the sect. You all know how many people are needed to guard the dozens of sacred mountains of Tiansheng Sect. Gangming City, Beiwu Mountain, and the Mountain Gate alone require at least 2,000 people. Moreover, if we really start a war, how much benefit can we get? If the whole state is mobilized together, it would be cost-effective to occupy at least 3 states and counties of the size of Xianan State. But will Chunhyang Palace let us do what we want? If there is no such a large territory, we can take 1 or 2 sacred mountains. What's the use? So it is the hard truth. To develop with peace of mind. We can now make a surplus of 500,000 or 600,000 Zuan crystals every year, which is enough. Zhang Mingtang also stood up to speak for Lin Xiao. He didn't have much time to be the first elder. Although he wanted to make a final war achievement, it was more important for him not to be hated by Lin Xiao. Baosheng, Ye Wen, you two can also express your opinions. Lin Xiao pointed to the 2 young men beside Zhang Mingtang and said that Zhang Mingtang had only trained one successor to the first elder before, which Lin Xiao did not allow, so he added a few more people. Over the past 20 years, the remaining people have been eliminated one after another. At this time, there are only 2 people left. One is Zhang Mingtang's junior Zhang Baosheng, and the other is Li Yiwen. He is just the son of a mortal merchant. Influenced by the family atmosphere, his business management ability is extremely outstanding. He quickly stood out among the Beicheng merchants. Lin Xiao asked to increase the candidates for the first elder, and Beicheng merchants pushed this person out and promoted him by exception. Beicheng merchants also wanted the first elder to be their people, so that Beicheng merchants could get more resources in the future. And Li Yiwen lived up to expectations. He has done very well in the past 20 years, defeating opponents one after another. Now there is only one opponent left, Zhang Baosheng. Both of them were very smart people. Lin Xiao had made his attitude clear, so they naturally did not dare to object. They all spoke up to agree with Lin Xiao's suggestion, and the call for war in the sect was suppressed. Lian Zhao had no tendency to fight, so there was no need for Kangou and Chunhyang Palace to gather troops, so they soon dispersed, and the dark clouds of war that shrouded Lian Zhao disappeared without a trace. Soon after, Lin Xiao summoned most of the Daogang monks of Tiansheng Sect to discuss matters, and raised the issue of accelerating development and cultivating spiritual monks. Now, Tiansheng Sect has 20 Daogang monks, not counting the troops of Lin Xiao. So far, only 2 people have failed to break through using Daojin, and the probability of breaking through using treasures such as Zuanhuang Baoiu and Lingying Yuzu is about 1/3. According to the limit of 40 years, Tiansheng Sect can have at least 4 Daogang monks, and the number of Zifu monks is even more numerous, breaking through 200 in the past few years. However, the development of many cultivators in the Daogang period is not satisfactory. Except for Li Muxu, who broke through to the 12th level of Daogang a year ago. The one with the highest cultivation is Beizixi, who is only at the 8th level of Daogang, followed by Beizichan at the 7th level, Li Mingyang at the 5th level, and the rest are all hovering at the 3rd or 4th level. Many people seem to have exhausted their potential after reaching the Daogang period, such as Zhu Zongsheng, who broke through at a relatively high age, but is only at the 2nd level of Daogang. Even Lin Xiao's other 3 disciples do not have strong stamina, and it takes an average of more than 20 to 30 years to improve one level. If this continues, they will have to be over 400 years old to have a chance to impact the spiritual light, which is really too slow. Master, I think this problem should be caused by the problem of elixirs. Our sect now has 3 4th level alchemists, but the problem is that we simply do not have so many materials to make elixirs. Apart from senior sister Li Muxu who can often refine pills, Basic Xi and Yu Xiang can only open the alchemy furnace a few times a year, and our sect's 20 or so Daogang are simply not enough. Master Zhang, how many furnaces of pill materials can we gather in a year, and how many pills can we refine? Reporting to the head, according to the statistics of the previous 10 years, our Tiansheng Sect can gather materials for 12 furnaces of pills a year. 8 furnaces are refined bi-ancestrally, and a total of about 60 pills are obtained. The other sects also ask us to refine 10 furnaces, and we can get more than 10 pills, which adds up to no more than 80. On average, a Daogang ancestor has only 4 pills available a year. 4 pills a year is indeed too few. Lin Xiao nodded. He himself needs at least 20 pills a year to ensure that his cultivation level will improve rapidly. Moreover, the sect's 80 pills cannot be evenly distributed. It is normal for an alchemist like Li Muxu to get more than 10 pills a year. This leads to some people only taking 1 pill a year, and it is normal for their cultivation level to be slow. It's mainly a material problem. In addition to Gangming City, our Tiansheng Sect now has 5 4th tier spiritual mountains, all of which have opened up a portion of spiritual medicine gardens. However, the maturity period of 4th tier spiritual medicines is often more than 100 years, and we are too late. The level of our spiritual planters is too low, and we are unable to shorten the maturity time of spiritual medicines on a large scale. Now, among the more than 10 furnaces of elixirs we make a year, only about 1/3 are produced by our sect, and the rest are all purchased from outside, which is extremely costly. Now the only place where the sect can get spiritual medicine is the wilderness, right? Yes, besides the wilderness, the only way is to conquer and snatch from other people's spiritual medicine gardens. Neither is appropriate. I heard that the 6th rank Purple-Eyed Demon King who is closest to us has become more and more protective of his cubs in recent years. He doesn't allow the killing of 4th rank monsters and has sent out many 4th and 5th rank monsters to patrol his territory. Now it's been more than 100 years since the last beast tide. If we anger the Purple-Eyed Demon King, another beast tide will inevitably break out, and this time the scale will be even larger. The southern part of Qin Kingdom is in our hands, and it will be the first to bear the brunt of the attack. This is not appropriate. Then what the sect leader means is travel. The sect still needs 7 or 8 Daogangs to stay in place. The rest should all travel to increase their knowledge. Maybe they can get some opportunities outside. Lin Xiao replied that if they didn't go out to take a look, these people would not know how dangerous it was outside and would be cautious. So Lin Xiao had to ask them to go out and take a look more. Chapter 288. Everyone has their own opportunity. Any environment has a problem of carrying capacity. At that time, Tiansheng could only accommodate 1 Daogang cultivator and several Zifu cultivators. If there were more, it would not be able to support them. It would either cause internal strife or external annexation. Therefore, not long after Wang Dao obtained the Keifu pill, he started to fight external wars and plundered a large area of Ninghezhou. Later, as the number of cultivators increased, he defeated Bishu Pavilion and occupied the territory of Qingshan County. In this way, it developed step by step. If Tiansheng was much stronger than before, the territory would have been fixed, so the first few decades would have been spent on developing the territory. Now the development of the territory has also fallen into a bottleneck. There is no shortage of 3rd and 4th level spiritual veins, but there is a lack of time to build a foundation. Tiansheng has developed too little time. At this time, the environment of Tiansheng could not accommodate so many high-level cultivators. Just look at Chunhyang Palace. He has a few more Daogang cultivators than Tiansheng, but their territory is much larger than Tiansheng, and it has been developed for thousands of years. Whether it is Chunhyang Palace directly governing the 3 states, or occupying the north of Chen State later, it is a truly fertile land. Judging from the current situation of Tiansheng Sect, if they don't find a way out for these Daogang monks, either the Tiansheng Sect will have internal strife or expand outward, whether it is to the south to the wilderness, or to the north to annex territory. So when the situation does not allow it, Lin Xiao asked them to go out to practice and travel. Lin Xiao himself, and then asked some people who had gone out to practice to tell about the wonderful world outside, soon attracted a group of ambitious people to go out of the scope of Tiansheng and start to go to the north of Nansao or Zhongsao. In less than half a year, Lin Xiao left 7 Daogang monks, and the rest were free to practice. However, at the same time, Lin Xiao named Beizixi and asked Beizixi to stay, and named Yu Xiangxiang and Jia Mengren, and designated them to go to Fenghe Island. Beizixi has been in Fenghe Island for almost 100 years. It has been too long. Lin Xiao needs a new confidant to take over Fenghe Island. Yu Xiangxiang can't handle it alone, so he asked Jia Mengren to assist. At the same time, it also meant to train Yu Xiangxiang's alchemy skills. Lin Xiao was very dissatisfied with Yu Xiangxiang's alchemy skills, but there was nothing he could do about it, because even Beizixi couldn't do it. The high-level materials of Tiansheng Sect were monopolized by Li Muxu, and they rarely made pills. That's why Lin Xiao wanted Yu Xiangxiang to go to Fenghe Island. With the prosperity of Luo Xinghe, the 4th level pill materials were relatively easy to collect. Fenghe Island had developed for so many years, and had not transfused blood back to the sect. It had accumulated a lot of financial resources, which Yu Xiangxiang could also use. The two were naturally very happy. It was getting more and more difficult to improve their cultivation in Tiansheng Sect. There was no reason to refuse a new place to go, not to mention that they were going to be the boss. After the two left, Lin Xiao met with Beizixi and Li Muxu again. Lin Xiao asked Li Muxu to relax the monopoly on high-level pills and give Beizixi more opportunities. Originally, in terms of interests, Muxu's alchemy skills are better. She can produce more pills and can make more money. But Muxu, you should know that I'm the head, so I have to consider the long-term development of the sect. I have told you before that Nansao is too small, Lugo is too small, and Nansao is too small. Our journey is to the stars and the sea. So sooner or later we will have to go out. Once we leave, what will happen to the sect? Could it be that no one will refine the Dao base pill? You also know how severely the countries in Nansao are restricted by the Dao base pill. Without the Dao base pill, basically 3 purple mansions at the 12th level can produce 1 Dao gang cultivator. It's all blood and tears. Master, I understand what you mean. Anyway, I'm already at the 12th level of Dao gang, and the resources I will need in the future will be less and less. It will take me about 20 years to break through the spiritual light. During this period, I will not interfere with the 4th level pills. 20 years is about the time when the Dao fruit tree is mature. By then, I will also let junior sister Bei refine 1 furnace, and the remaining 2 furnaces can at least refine 11 Dao base pills, which is enough for our current use. How about it, Master? Senior sister, you. Beizixi, don't be in a hurry to refuse. This is a big event for the sect. You have no right to refuse. Muxu has already made it very clear. In 20 years, you have to improve your alchemy skills to the 4th grade upper level. I don't ask for much for the Dao Foundation pills in 20 years. 2 pills are enough. How about it? Yes, Master, I promise that I will refine 2 Dao Foundation pills by then. Okay, that's right. You have followed me for 100 years, so our relationship is naturally closer. It won't be a big problem for Muxu to break through the spiritual light. Zixi, you have to work hard. Lin Xiao nodded and said. Lin Xiao had already told Li Muxu about the key points of Dao Gang's breakthrough of the spiritual light. Li Muxu's withering and flourishing art did not have any special martial arts, so the requirements for the laws of heaven were not high. Li Muxu is an alchemist, so she also checked the Lingming pill that Lin Xiao took out. She can use Lingming pill. In fact, Li Muxu has a great chance of breaking through without Lingming pill. She is King Mu Saint body, and there is no difficulty before the 7th level. As long as there is enough Zuanqi support, it is not a big deal. It's just to enhance the combat effectiveness, so you need to comprehend more heavenly laws. The fragments of heavenly laws in Lin Xiao's hand can also handle this, so Li Muxu may not need Lingming pill at that time. Li Muxu can break through the spiritual light so easily, but Beizixi is particularly difficult. She is over 200 years old, only 7 or 8 years younger than Lin Xiao. Now her cultivation is improving more and more slowly. It is a bit difficult to get to the 12th level. It will take a long time, and it is very likely that she will be caught up by the latecomers. So when Lin Xiao said this, Basixi felt a little pressure. Master, don't worry. Basixi is not the kind of person who seeks comfort and will never lag behind you for too long. Basixi said firmly. More than 10 years ago, Wu Gang, the great enemy of the Bei family, had passed away. Before his death, Wu Gang sent people to Tiansheng Sect to resolve the grievances with the Bei family. Basixi and others were naturally unwilling to let Wu Gang pass away in panic. Before his death, Wu Gang had disbanded the Wu family, and the remaining cultivators all became independent cultivators. If they did not disband, they would be exterminated sooner or later, but independent cultivators would rather die than live. This was more refreshing than taking revenge with one's own hands. The last bit of obsession disappeared, and the only thing left in the hearts of the Bei family was the pursuit of cultivation. So Basixi and Basichan worked very hard. Lin Xiao said a few words to comfort her, and Basixi left first. Li Muxu looked at Basixi's back and said, among the Dao Gang monks in the sect, the most loyal are those who have experienced the crisis of Tiansheng Sect with the master. They are also the most hardworking. On the contrary, I think many of those Dao Gang have lost their enterprising spirit. They are so young, but they marry, and have children and enjoy a happy life. The Dao Gang monks in Tiansheng Sect are all very young, and there are not many who are over 200 years old. It can be said that their future is very bright, but many of them have already started to marry and have children, wasting a lot of time. On the path of Taoism, the higher the level of cultivation, the higher the proportion of singles. It's not that these people have cut off their sexual desires, but that their lifespans are limited, and the path is so difficult that they cannot be distracted. This is one of the drawbacks of the younger generation of monks in the sect. They are too young and can't see far. In addition, the sect is becoming more and more family oriented. The daughters of small families are well educated, gentle, and elegant. Even heroes can't resist the temptation of beauty. They don't seem to dare to use this trick on the master. They are not stupid, of course they don't dare. What's more, my heart is devoted to the Tao, and some romantic feelings are not within my consideration now, Lin Xiao replied. He had been married, and had a family in his previous life. He knew that being a husband and a father was not an easy job. He had to shoulder great responsibilities. He would not get married if some things were not clarified and resolved. Of course, he would not consider marriage if he had to. Then when will master consider it? This is not the time to talk about this. Do you want to use the Lingming pill this time? I think we can save it. That's fine. The Lingming pill has a limited shelf life. It should be 50 to 60 years. If Basixi can't use it, then see if Lengning has any hope. If so, wait until Lengning breaks through, then it will be time for Xianan province to expand again. If not, sell it. Even if the best preservation method is used, the Lingming pill can only be preserved for more than 100 years, and then it will slowly lose its medicinal effect. Before that, Lin Xiao will not sell it, but want to use it instead. Lengling broke through Dao Gang 20 to 30 years earlier than Lin Xiao. Now her cultivation has reached the 10th level of Dao Gang, and she is almost at the 11th level. She has the support of the entire Tiansheng Sect. She has the hope of breaking through Lingguan once within 50 years. If she needs it, Lin Xiao can sell it to her at a low price. On the one hand, it is to unite the entire Xianan province and increase the overall strength. On the other hand, it can be regarded as repaying Wang Dao's kindness. When Lin Xiao and Tiansheng Sect were weak, Wang Dao gave them a lot of protection. Li Muxu actually didn't want to give the Lingming pill to Lengning, but since it wasn't hers, she couldn't make the decision, so she had to remain silent. After the sect's adjustment, the situation outside Xiananzhou became calmer. After all, it was impossible to conceal the travels of so many Dao Gang cultivators, and the fact that Tiansheng Sect dispersed its personnel meant that it had no intention of expanding again, so the surrounding forces would not take the initiative to provoke Xiananzhou, but decided to develop quietly. The pressure on Tiansheng Sect has also been reduced a lot now, and it doesn't have to worry about these Dao Gang ancestors. so it can go into battle easily and accelerate development. 5 years later, Zhang Mingtang, the first elder of Tiansheng Sect, reached the age of 200 and officially retired. Lin Xiao also held a birthday party for him. It was not large in scale, just a gathering of the high-level people in the sect. At the banquet, Lin Xiao fully affirmed Zhang Mingtang's contributions to the sect and asked Zhang Mingtang to increase his retirement benefits by another 10%, which was considered a reward, so that Zhang Mingtang would not feel sad about the cold tea after people left. Of course, at this time, the competition between Zhang Baosheng and Li Yiwen also came to an end. Lin Xiao let Li Yiwen serve as the next chief elder, and Zhang Baosheng was also transferred to another position to be reused. Lin Xiao told Zhang Mingtang about this result in advance, explaining that if the Zhang family takes over another chief elder, it will take a total of 300 years. Unless the Zhang family can take over the third and fourth chief elders, otherwise it will definitely be a disaster for the Zhang family if it declines from its peak. Zhang Mingtang agreed with this result. Chapter 289, Beauty Smiles, Gods Are Drunk, and the Heart of the Blue Sea. With the support of the great god Lin Xiao, the power transfer of Tiansheng Sect was very peaceful. Moreover, Li Yiwen had been working with Zhang Mingtang for more than 10 years and had mastered most of the things. He only accepted some core secrets. Lin Xiao also valued Li Yiwen, the new chief elder. He was the third chief elder. The previous two elders did a great job and were Lin Xiao's confidants. Similarly, Li Yiwen must also be Lin Xiao's confidant. If he found someone who dared to challenge him, Lin Xiao must replace him immediately. This is the sect's reserve warehouse. Now, there are 13 warehouses piled with resources worth nearly 50 million black crystals. This is the accumulation of our sect for decades. The sect's daily resource expenditure comes from the reserve warehouse, so your first priority is to manage the reserve warehouse well, and remember to replenish it in time. The requirement is that the things in the warehouse must not be less than 80%. Yes, master, but how about changing the name to standing warehouse? Next, I want to reform this reserve and standing warehouse. The name is not important. Tell me about the direction of your reform. The resources used by our monks are diverse. Some can only be preserved for a period of time, while others can be preserved for a long time. So I think the reserve warehouse should be divided into two types of warehouses, reserve and standing. The reserve warehouse is for things that are not easily destroyed, such as minerals such as black iron. The standing warehouse is for commonly used things, and things with a short shelf life are put into the standing warehouse. Okay, but I require clear accounts to be prepared. Lin Xiao pondered for a moment. This kind of reform was useless. There was almost no change. However, for Li Yiwen, this was indeed the first step. After he took power, it was to reduce Zhang Mingtang's presence. Lin Xiao had no objection to this. The chief elder must have prestige. Thank you for your support, master. Let's go to the next place. This is the sect's treasury. The most valuable things in the entire sect are placed here. This is our king, the treasurer. Please meet him. Our king greets masterly. Our king stood aside after greeting him. Since returning from Basin City, he has been managing the sect's treasury because he cannot leave the mountain gate. Even if he wants to go down the mountain, he has to apply for it. Who lets him control the most powerful treasure of the sect? Li Yiwen has no impression of our king. He is not very clear about the battleship. He only knows that the sect has a 4th grade superior battleship, which is controlled by the confidant of the master. At a critical moment, it can even contain the Lingguang patriarch, but he really doesn't know who it is. After checking the sect's treasury, Lin Xiao took him to all the industries and territories of the Tiansheng Sect. The sect leader personally brought him here, and the purpose was self-evident, which was to support Li Yiwen. After inspecting the sect, Lin Xiao let Li Yiwen handle it himself. Li Yiwen was not intimidated, and soon made reforms to some things in the sect. It is not known whether it is good or not, but it is undoubtedly to establish authority. For this reason, Lin Xiao also visited the retired Zhang Mingtang specially, which was also a kind of encouragement and comfort to him, so that he would not be looked down upon. Zhang Mingtang was very open-minded. He returned to the Zhang family, enjoyed his grandchildren, and prepared to live as freely as possible in his last days. 2 years later, Li Muxu's cultivation level was raised to the extreme of the 12th level of Daogang, and he could no longer make any progress. He began a period of polishing and precipitation. This made Lin Xiao very much look forward to the fact that the sect was loyal to the second spiritual cultivator. In recent years, the sect has continued to increase its efforts to recruit disciples. Today, the number of mortals under the rule of Tiansheng Sect has exceeded 6 million, of which more than 4 million are descendants of mortals in the former territory of Tiansheng Sect, and the remaining more than 1 million are the population of the original southern territory of Chen State. After decades of naturalization, they can also be assured to recruit disciples. These 6 million mortals alone can bring about 300 new disciples to Tiansheng Sect every year, and the descendants of Tiansheng Sect disciples also join Tiansheng Sect on average 30 to 50 people every year. However, the number of deaths in Tiansheng Sect has also increased a lot every year. Those who went to the wilderness and were killed by monsters, those who were killed in conflicts with casual cultivators or other cultivators, those who failed to break through the barriers, and so on, add up to 40 to 50 people, and the majority of them are old and sit down, with an average of 70 to 80 people every year, and more than 100 retirees every year. Therefore, the number of new disciples added to Tiansheng Sect every year should be about 200. In the past few years, since Lin Xiao broke through the spiritual light, more than 1,000 people have been added, with a total of more than 14,000, and Lin Xiao's remaining points have exceeded 400,000. Not long after, Li Muxu came to find Lin Xiao, took out the wine pot from the storage ring, and poured a glass of wine for Lin Xiao. After Lin Xiao finished drinking, he frowned. "Where did this wine come from? Master, how does this wine taste? How can the famous beauty smile in the world of cultivation taste bad? Tell me, what's the matter?" "So master also knows, this is sent from Beiwu Mountain. Li Yiwen asked me to try it for you. Beiwu Mountain. Those guys are really bold. Tell me, what's going on? If you don't tell me in detail, I'm going to find the law enforcement hall." Hearing the 3 words of the law enforcement hall, Li Muxu quickly became obedient. Everyone knows that the most ruthless trick of the law enforcement hall is to post big character posters, write the faces and details of the disciples who made mistakes, and post them everywhere, which makes people embarrassed, and she doesn't want to be embarrassed. The process of the matter is very simple. This beauty smile is a pirated copy, which was made by the Research and Development Department of Beiwu Mountain Qianling Liquor. Qianling Liquor has always been the proud spiritual wine product of Tiansheng Sect and an important source of income for the sect. However, there is a department with dozens of people in Beiwu Mountain that is not doing well. That is the R&D department. In the past 200 years, the R&D department has changed 3 or 4 generations. The previous generations had developed dozens of varieties of Qianling wine, but it has also made it extremely difficult for the later generations. That is, they can no longer break through the existing Qianling wine categories. Without new products, they will not have bonuses, but only basic monthly salaries, so several people attack together. Anyway, the sect also wants to make money from the spirit wine. As long as it can make money, it doesn't matter what it is. So those dozens of people began to crack the famous spirit wine in the cultivation world. After several years of hard work, they finally succeeded in the research and development this year, but they did not dare to report it rashly to the sect. It happened that there was a cultivator in the R&D department who was familiar with Li Yiwen, so he asked Li Yiwen to think of a way. Li Yiwen felt sorry for them for not having any results for several years and their life was bleak, so he agreed, and then gave the pirated version of the beauty smile to Li Muxu, who loved wine, and wanted Li Muxu to help say good things. It was that simple. It's just nonsense. The people below don't know the origin of this beautiful smile. Li Muxu, how could you not know? I know. Isn't it the product of Zhangzhou Jiuxinmen? Zhangzhou is so far away from us. So far, do you know that Jiuxinmen is a third-rate force in Zhangzhou? Why don't you all go to heaven? Lin Xiao was furious. Zhangzhou Jiuxinmen is a well-known third-rate force. Its disciples love wine and are good at brewing wine. Almost every disciple can brew fine wine. The sect can brew tens of thousands of fine wines. However, 99% of these tens of thousands of wines cannot be mass produced. If they cannot be mass produced, they cannot have an impact on the market, so they can be ignored. Among them, 3 wines are extremely famous and sold all over the country. One of the wines is called Beauty's Smile, another is called God's Drunk, and the other is called Sea of Blue Heart. The latter is quite special and is very useful for people who practice special skills, so the annual output is basically packed by these people. Beauty's Smile and God's Drunk are very popular. The dozens of price ranges of the same spirit wine have an annual output of more than 5 million bottles, and the annual output of the 2 types exceeds 10 million bottles. However, the supply still cannot meet the demand, because these 2 spirit wines not only taste very good, but also have great benefits for cultivators. The effect is much better than that of kindling wine. The price is also very high. The cheapest one is almost the same as the best one of kindling wine. With these 3 spirit wines, Jiuxinman has brought huge wealth. Jiuxinman also has an 8th level cultivator sitting in the seat. It is a third-rate sect in Zhongzhou, but if it is placed in Nanzhou, even Xianyu sect is more than 1 level weaker than Jiuxinman. It is definitely a top force. So to decipher the pirated Jiuxinman's flagship product, is it because life is too easy? Do you want to die? Nanzhou is so far away from Zhongzhou, it should be okay, right? It's okay. Of course it's okay if you brew a few bottles for yourself, but if you promote it to the market, believe it or not, Chunhyang Palace will report us. If the Jiuxin sect produces a cultivator of the 6th realm, we will be in trouble. The Chunhyang Palace shouldn't be so mean. Not before, but not necessarily now. We should not refuse the evidence we handed over ourselves. Okay, I understand. I won't mess around with them anymore. Go tell Li Yiwen to tell the disciples who are developing kindling wine not to use crooked means, and do research and development honestly. If you feel you can't make a living from this, you can apply to the General Affairs Hall for a transfer of positions. There's no need to fight to the death. I understand, Master. Also, ask them to hand in all the finished products of Jiarenzhao, seal the research and development materials, and don't make them again. If I find out that you are still doing it, you will be subject to the sect rules. Lin Xiao then wanted to collect the pirated version of Jiarenzhao that had been developed. This thing must not be spread out. Jiarenzhao is extremely important to Jiuxin sect. If it is really discovered, there will be a lot of trouble. Tiansheng Sect can't stand it now. Li Muxu stuck out her tongue and agreed. Then she went out and scolded Li Yiwen. She almost got scolded by her master. It was really a pitfall. Li Yiwen had no choice but to obey the order and let those people seal up the information, hand in all the finished products, and keep the matter strictly confidential. Don't bring disaster to the sect. As for their R&D department, Li Yiwen convened a meeting of the General Affairs Hall and tilted a lot of resources to them. After all, kindling wine must continue to produce new products to capture customers. Otherwise, once customers get tired of drinking, or their tastes change, kindling wine will not be able to sell. Chapter 290, The God of Assassination Who Has Been Defeated Repeatedly. Dan is a small town at the junction of Zhongzhou and Zizhou. It is located in a remote area, with low spiritual veins and poor cultivation level. The cultivators traveling between Zizhou and Zhongzhou basically do not pass through Dan, which leads to the fact that the cultivators in Dan City, if they have a little bit of prospects, basically leave Dan and travel to Zizhou or Zhongzhou, and often never come back once they leave. It's not that they all died, but after seeing the prosperity of Zhongzhou, most of them find it difficult to accept the backwardness of Dan. As the saying goes, people go to higher places, which makes Dan even more difficult, just like those backward and desolate villages and towns of mortals, which seem nameless in the entire Zhongzhou. The 8-faced fox sat in a tea house not far from the city gate, savoring the boring tea in the cup, looking at the pedestrians in Dan City with indifference. Senior, there are not enough seats. Can we share a seat? Yes. Not long after, a group of business people came in from the city gate, looking exhausted. When they saw the tea house, they immediately asked the shop assistants to sit down and rest. Soon the tea house was full, and 2 of them even came to share a table in front of the 8-faced fox. The tea house assistant quickly served the food, which were all low-level spiritual meals, because this business was obviously a very small-scale one, otherwise there would be no need to eat here. When there were too many people, they started to make noise. The eight-faced fox frowned, put down the teacup, threw a few pieces of black crystal on the table, and left. The tea house assistant hurriedly picked up the black crystal, and put away the bowls, chopsticks, and teacups. The business people rested for half an hour, then got up and left, going to the major shops in the city to trade, selling the goods they brought, and buying some products from Dance City. They stayed in the city for 3 days before leaving. After leaving Dance City for 300 miles, they arrived at another market. The merchants settled down in the market, and two of them closed the door under the pretext of resting. One of them took out a black crystal, crushed it, and a very small jade slip came out. He used the black energy to stimulate it, and the jade slip became a little bigger, but it was still one size smaller than usual. What did the eight-faced fox say? There are a lot of contents, let me take a look first. The person next to him asked anxiously, and the other person replied that this black crystal was exchanged in the tea house in Dance City a few days ago, and it was also the way the eight-faced fox communicated with them. Eight-faced fox said a lot. Now he has become a disciple that Thorn God focuses on training. He has been exposed to many of Thorn God's secrets. Now the highest level of cultivation that Thorn God has seen is a cultivator of the 7th realm. It is not ruled out that Thorn God has cultivators of the 8th realm, but there will not be any cultivators of the 9th realm. In addition, Dance City is Thorn God's largest secret base in Zhongzhou, second only to Thorn God's Zhongzhou headquarters. There is a secret realm in Dance City. Thorn God has arranged 3,000 people in the secret realm. The lowest level of cultivation is Purple Mansion. There are 7 Lingguan cultivators, and there is also a cultivator of the 6th realm Shengsu period. Thorn God's headquarters in Nanzhou is in Qin State, 7,000 miles west of Zuanyu City. There is a small sect of Han Gaiman, which has been hollowed out by Thorn God. The entire sect is Thorn God's men. There are more than 1,000 people on the surface, but in fact there are more than 3,000 people, led by 2 Lingguan cultivators. Oh my god, how many people does Thorn God have? So many people have died, and there are still so many. Don't Lingguan cultivators want money? The origin of the assassin god is not simple. He is composed of the remnants of multiple assassin organizations. After thousands of years of development, it is normal for him to have such strength. What's more, these bastards are best at having 3 burrows. There is no telling how many strongholds there are in Nanzhou alone. It is normal for them to have such strength. But it's useless. Their origins are not right, their backgrounds are unknown, and they are not accepted by the mainstream immortal cultivation world. It is useless, even if their strength is 10 times stronger. If a war really breaks out head on, any second-rate sect in Zhongzhou can deal with them. The man shook his head and said, they traveled all over the country in the name of a business company, and were no longer country people in Nanzhou. They were knowledgeable, and knew what kind of strength the so-called second-rate sects in Zhongzhou had. That's true. By the way, why did the eight-faced fox contact us urgently this time? It couldn't be just this little news. There is a reason, but I can't tell you. It's top secret. I need to convert the content into ciphertext. You need to send it back to the sect as soon as possible and wait for further instructions from the sect master. Yes, I understand. I will send it immediately. Sect master, this is an emergency situation from the night owl, from the eight-faced fox. Let me see it. Haha, the Thorn God is really lingering around. In the cave, Lin Xiao frowned after reading the ciphertext that Yunanyu had deciphered. The Thorn God actually had cultivators in the 8th realm, and several in the 6th and 7th realms. It was really unbelievable. Where did they get so many masters? Master, what should we do? The Thorn God is going to send the Shengsu cultivator to Nanzhou to coordinate, which is very disadvantageous to us. It's not difficult to do. As long as the Thorn God's identity is not known by the mainstream immortal cultivation world, they will never be able to make a difference. Don't they want to develop an Yellow Kingdom? Then we can eliminate their strongholds and see what they do. Lin Xiao shook his head. Yellow Kingdom was a country to the east of Lu Kingdom. Because of the Henggu Mountains to its south, the country could not develop and could only annex territories in the east, west and north. However, the countries in the three directions were almost the same in strength as them, or even a little stronger. Therefore, the road to external expansion was basically cut off, resulting in constant wars within the country. It was a relatively chaotic country in Nanzhao and the most suitable for the development of the Thorn God. Master, will this alert the enemy? No, I will mobilize the sect's visible troops to cooperate with you to quickly resolve the battle without leaving any trace. As soon as the cultivator Shengsu of the Thorn God arrives in Nanzhao, you must immediately find a way to tell the Xianyu sect about the details of the Hangyu sect, and lose another Shengsu cultivator to see if the Thorn God will feel sad. Yes, Master. We just established a relationship with the Xianyu sect a few years ago, and can pass the news to them. The Xianyu sect will not tolerate that the Thorn God is operating his power under their noses. But what about Dan City? Don't worry about Dan City. The defenses of the Thorn God in Dan City are not simple. If the Zhangzhou sect intervenes, they will most likely escape. Your next task is to cooperate with the eight-sided fox and organize a thorough investigation of the Thorn God's intelligence. They have repeatedly escaped the stranglehold of the Zhangzhou sect, so there must be a secret department. Kill this secret department first. As for Dan City, we will take it ourselves in the future. Lin Xiao shook his head and said, there are too many layers of the Thorn God. Since we can't destroy them in a short time, we can take our time. Moreover, the Thorn God has a secret realm in Dan City, which is exactly what the Tiansheng Sect needs. With some planning, we can even directly seize the secret realm. I understand. I will send more people to Zhangzhou, but I'm afraid it will be difficult to achieve the effect in a short time. We have too few masters. Why, you want the Dao Foundation pill again? Ahem. Master, you also know that we, the Night Owl people, have been through life and death, and are active in the most dangerous places. Many of them are almost at the end of their lives, and that, too. I'll give you 2 quotas when the Dao Foundation pill is refined. Also, you have to sort out your accounts. I don't want to let those who have shed blood and sweat for the sect suffer. Yes, Master, I've already sent more people to patrol various places, and there will never be any corruption. Very good. I won't ask too much about your internal affairs. Don't let anything get into trouble. If something happens, I'll intervene personally, and don't blame me for being ruthless. I dare not. Go and make arrangements. Yes, Master. Yinan and I went to make arrangements quickly. There were quite a few Night Owl people in the Yellow Kingdom, not to mention that there was an internal response. It only took a few months to find out the Yellow Kingdom's assassination stronghold. Lin Xiao ordered the mobilization of more than 300 people, led by Beizichen, and secretly sneaked into Yellow State in the name of Beicheng Trading Company to cooperate with the Night Owl's troops. Night Owl also organized more than 100 people, and a total of 500 people attacked the stronghold of the God of Assassination. After a night of fighting, the stronghold of the God of Assassination was breached, and no one escaped. After looting, the various tribes quickly fled. The Night Owl deliberately left traces, allowing the local forces of the Yellow State to go and investigate, pointing the spearhead at them, and successfully escaped. In this battle, more than 30 people were killed in the Tiansheng Sect, and more than 80 people were injured, but they gained a lot. The other side even killed 2 Daogang monks, more than 30 Zifu, and more than 200 other people, with tens of millions of various properties. After the reward and pension, they also handed over several million Zuan crystals to the sect. Cleaning up the stronghold of the God of Stinging is now just a small matter for the Tiansheng Sect. After Lin Xiao's repeated bleeding and design, the God of Stinging's forces in the southwest of Nanzhou have long been wiped out, and they can no longer pose a threat to the Tiansheng Sect, unless they want to fight to the death and directly send the Shengsu cultivator to destroy the Tiansheng Sect. But in that case, the Shengsu cultivator will not be able to survive, which is extremely unprofitable for them. After this incident, the Tiansheng Sect returned to peace again. A few years later, Li Muxu finished polishing and precipitation, and realized that the time for a breakthrough had come, so she began to retreat. Lin Xiao prepared Lingming pills, fragments of the laws of heaven, a lot of healing pills and black crystals for her, and personally protected her. Lin Xiao was not the only one who was concerned about Li Muxu's breakthrough. In recent years, there were more and more spies in Gangming City. After being cleared by Night Owl, they quickly turned from secret to open, which made it impossible for Tiansheng Sect to take action. They couldn't ban everyone from entering Gangming City, especially those major businesses, which were the interests of Gangming City. Therefore, many people knew that Li Muxu was in seclusion, which made Lin Xiao so nervous. In fact, Lin Xiao guessed right. Just a few months after Li Muxu's seclusion, Lin Xiao suddenly felt that someone outside Tiansheng Sect was coveting him. Lin Xiao immediately released the system's real person mode and then sent a voice message to Li Yiwen, asking him to open the mountain protection formation and asked Darking to be prepared. If he was led away again, he would immediately arrange for someone to use the warship. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291 Alliance of Interests. If the battle of the spiritual light monks is not to be known by others, they can hide it from most people. In addition to Lin Xiao and Li Muxu, there are 2 Dao Gang monks stationed at the gate of Tiansheng Sect. In addition, Arking and Yi Nanayu are also Dao Gang monks. So when Lin Xiao called, all 4 Dao Gang monks arrived and gathered in the sect's treasury to temporarily accept Yi Nanayu's dispatch, while Li Yiwen summoned a group of formation masters to enter the back hall of the sect's main hall, which is one of the formation centers of the gate of Tiansheng Sect. Not long after the system went into real person mode, another divine sense came to explore. The 4th level mountain protection formation could not completely cover it up. Lin Xiao also burst out divine sense to fight against the opponent in an instant. Lin Xiao, who practiced the 10,000 gods technique, had a much stronger divine sense than the opponent and quickly defeated the opponent's divine sense. Lin Xiao heard a muffled groan, and then Lin Xiao flew out of the gate. The 4 great spiritual masters have come to Tiansheng Sect. I'm really sorry for not welcoming them. Lin Xiao sneered at the 2 people opposite him. Wu Muang and Lu Yan have already fought with the real person mode of the system. The 2 of them are not afraid of the real person mode of the system when they join forces. The remaining 2 are Lu Muang and Yan Xiaoang. Lin Xiao, your death in Tiansheng Sect has come. Ancestor Lu, don't brag in front of me. I was able to defeat your consciousness just now, and I can also break your body later. Do you believe it? Lin Xiao replied coldly. Lu Muang is really terrible. It has been more than 100 years since he broke through the spiritual light, but he is only at the 2nd level of spiritual light. Moreover, both his consciousness and profound energy and magic power are much weaker than him. Even in a head-on battle, Lin Xiao is not afraid of him. On the contrary, Yan Xiaoang, who has not seen him for decades, has improved his cultivation by 2 levels, and has reached the 5th level of spiritual light. He is indeed a genius. Lin Xiao, it's not good to be so aggressive. Ancestor Yan, the people I always admire are those with broad minds. They can even let go of life and death feuds. I admire you. Haha, such a low level provocation. Do you think I will be fooled? What provocation? This is what Lin said from the bottom of his heart. Otherwise, how about Lin swearing a poisonous oath? You brother Yan, there is no need to say more to him. Kill him. Today we will break through the gate of Tiansheng Sect and completely destroy Tiansheng. Ancestor Yan, why are you doing such a thankless task again? You and I are separated by Chunayang Palace and Tiansheng Sect. Even if Tiansheng is destroyed, what does it have to do with you? Can they really give you the fertile land under their command? If the border retreats another 1,000 miles, it will be at the gate of Chunayang Palace. The benefits are not just the territory. For example, Yan is also very interested in the Tao fruit tree of Tiansheng Sect. If Tiansheng Sect is willing to transplant one to Bian Sect, then Yan can also consider forming an alliance with sect leader Lin again. Yan Xiaoang said lightly. The reason why he was persuaded by Lu Yan this time was the Dao fruit tree. Before, Tiansheng Sect announced that the number of Dao Foundation pills would be increased in the next auction. From this, they could conclude that Tiansheng Sect had at least 2 or even 3 Dao fruit trees, and the 3 families could share the benefits. The significance of the Dao fruit tree was too great. As long as it was refined into Dao foundation pills, the probability of a purple mansion cultivator breaking through to a Dao gang cultivator would be greatly increased, at least more than 50%. Even if their sect did not have a very powerful spiritual plant husband, and could not mature once every 40 years like Tiansheng Sect, it would still be no problem to use many means to make the Dao fruit tree mature once every 60 or 70 years. If this was true, then they would have at least 3 or 4 Dao gang cultivators every 60 or 70 years, which would allow their strength to soar, which was enough to tempt Lin Xiao. As for hatred, it was just hatred. Lin Xiao had been the head of the organization for more than 100 years. He could be a little impulsive at ordinary times, but when it came to such major interests, he had to be clear-headed. Okay, I'll give you a Dao fruit tree if you kill LV Muang. You Master Lin, don't joke, didn't you just say that? Otherwise, I'll swear a poisonous oath. As long as you kill LV Muang, I will definitely give you a Dao fruit tree. If you don't, I'll be struck to death by the thunder and never reincarnate, Lin Xiao said very seriously. If Lin Xiao dared to do it, he would definitely give it to him. With Li Muxu's level of spiritual plant husband, at most he would just transplant another one. Now the Tiansheng Sect has not transplanted anymore, but the area of the spiritual medicine garden is not enough. A Dao fruit tree requires 50 acres of 4th level spiritual fields, which takes up a lot of space. Otherwise, they would have transplanted more. Lin Xiao glanced at LV Muang, which shocked LV Muang. They fought once 100 years ago. At that time, Lin Xiao was only at the 3rd level of spiritual light, and he was not his opponent. Now Lin Xiao is at the 5th level of spiritual light, and he is even less of a match. This made LV Muang retreat a few steps without leaving a trace, keeping a distance to prevent being attacked. LV Yan, who was fighting in the distance, had been paying attention to this side. Hearing this, he immediately retreated and stood beside LV Muang. LV Muang was still the Lingguang Patriarch of Chunhyang Palace. If he was killed, Chunhyang Palace would be doomed. Old ghost LV, you tricked me. Wu Muang almost vomited blood. It took 2 people to fend off the enemy. Now that one of them ran away, he could not fend off immediately, so he immediately retreated here. If he did not retreat, he would be killed on the spot. Come back, Lin Xiao waved his hand, and the system real person mode immediately returned to Lin Xiao's side. They had been fighting for 4 minutes, and 20,000 points had been used. It would be better not to use it. Sure enough, it's not a real person. Did you fool me? LV Yan looked at the system real person mode. His eyes flashed. The last time he fought, he was fooled. It was not a real person, and there would be a huge price. If it dragged on for a little longer, he might not have no chance of winning. So what if it's not a real person? Killing you is like killing a chicken. If Patriarch Lu doesn't believe it, you can give it a try. HMPH, Lin Xiao, don't be complacent. If you're not a real person, your fighting power will be discounted. It's not certain who will die. Then let's fight. You, Master Lin, if you can tell me the details of this puppet, I, Wu Muang, will leave right away. Wu Muang was even more tempted by the real person mode of the system. He and Lu Yan were both over 700 years old. They didn't have much time, and the probability of them impacting Shengsu was very low. The key point was that Chunhyang Palace at least had Lu Muang to support it. After Lu Yan's death, Lu Muang was not aggressive enough, but he could still maintain the status quo. However, his Tiansheng Sect had no successor yet, which made him very worried. But if there was such a puppet in the Lingguang period, it would be different. It would be no problem for Tiansheng Sect to continue its glory for hundreds of years. Patriarch Wu doesn't want the Dao fruit tree anymore. Lin Xiao replied, as expected, there are no eternal enemies or eternal friends between the big forces. The alliance of interests is the most reliable, but also the most unreliable. Now that the Tiansheng Sect can offer more benefits than their greed, the 4 spiritual monks can have a quarrel. Wu Muang, you should be clear-headed. Even if you have a puppet in the spiritual period, so what? In another 1 or 200 years, you and I will be dead, and there are not as many Daogang monks as others. It will be easy for them to destroy your Tiansheng Sect. If you don't eliminate the threat now, are you waiting to die? What Patriarch Lu said is right. Wu Muang, come on. Although my puppet is not a real person, it's no problem to drag someone to die together, or it's you. As soon as Lu Yan opened his mouth, Lin Xiao knew that he was the only one who could really see the result and distinguish the clear and wise among those present. So Lin Xiao immediately responded tit for tat to ruin his good deeds. Wu Muang's face suddenly darkened. Lin Xiao's words were of course correct. If this puppet self-destructed, it would be more than enough to drag one person down with it. Tiansheng Sect only had him, the Lingguang ancestor. If he died, Tiansheng Sect would be finished. You are so stupid. As the leaders of a sect, can't you see the threat from the Tiansheng Sect? In just 100 years, the Tiansheng Sect has gained 10 Daogang monks. Now the Dao fruit tree is about to mature. If there is another Lingguang monk, haha, that's right. Ancestor Wu, Ancestor Yun, there is one more thing you should not forget. Lin Xiao and his apprentice are only in their early 200 years old, and they are already Lingguang monks. How did they do it? Do they have any rare treasures? Where did the Dao fruit tree of the Tiansheng Sect come from? Don't you think the rise of the Tiansheng Sect is a bit weird? All of our sects have had generations of ancestors who struggled for more than 1,000 years to have a current status. But how long did the Tiansheng Sect take? Lu Muang suddenly made a finishing move, which shocked Lin Xiao and Wu Muang, especially Lin Xiao. His name as a genius had long spread throughout the countries in the southwestern end of Nantao, but compared with Lin Xiao now, he seemed to be far behind. He was over 320 years old when he broke through the Lingguang period, but Lin Xiao was only a few years old, definitely not more than 250. Master Lin, I didn't expect that your Tiansheng Sect has so many secrets. You are usually so low-key. Master Lin, your threat is really big. Now Yun can't leave casually. So what if I don't leave? You dare to make a move? Once you make a move, I will let this puppet self-destruct. Who of you who is willing to sacrifice for others can go ahead. Of course, if the 4 of you come together, maybe none of you will die, but don't forget, this is my Tiansheng Sect. A dozen Daogangs plus my Lingguang are enough to send you to hell, right? Okay, then let's fight. Within a radius of 500 miles, the Tiansheng Sect's Mountain Gate, Beiwu Mountain, and Gangming City are all the most important places for you. Destroy this place, and see who will suffer. I supported the Tiansheng Sect when I was penniless. So what if it is destroyed? If you can't destroy it, just rebuild it. As long as I'm not dead, the Tiansheng Sect will not perish. But you, can you still protect the sect after you die? Master Lin, there is no point in being arrogant and bickering here. How do you think today will end? Wu Muang was the first one to have the idea of retreating. With the puppet of the 12th level of spiritual light around, they could not gain much advantage. Lin Xiao also acted like a barefoot man who was not afraid of wearing shoes. This made both sides unable to advance or retreat. So Wu Muang had already begun to have the idea of retreating. Of course, he could not retreat casually. He had to at least get some benefits before he could retreat. What Patriarch Wu did was just to make Dao Foundation pills. Even if you get the Dao fruit tree, how to refine it is still a problem. An ordinary 4th rank upper grade alchemist can only produce 3 Dao Foundation pills in one furnace. In that case, how about my Tiansheng Sect sell it to your Tiansheng Sect at a cost price of 1 million Zuan crystals per pill? 1 pill every 40 years, a total of 3 pills. You're really good at calculating. In 120 years, Wu Muang will pass away, and it's just the right time to get back the principal with interest. Lin Xiao had just finished speaking when it was Lu Yan's turn to sabotage him. Lin Xiao was immediately angry. He was also in a dilemma. If Li Muxu broke through today, he would have to overturn the table and chop people. Chapter 292, Spiritual Light War. At this point, both sides were in a dilemma. Lin Xiao wanted to stabilize the other party and delay the time, while Lu Yan saw through Lin Xiao's plan and tried every means to sabotage it. The key is that Lin Xiao and Wu Muang were wavering. As the leaders of a sect, they could see the potential of Tiansheng Sect and knew that Tiansheng Sect would become their biggest enemy in the future. However, they still had a fluke mentality, that is, no matter how strong Tiansheng Sect was, the first hurdle to overcome was Chunhyang Palace. They might not have the intention of letting Tiansheng Sect and Chunhyang Palace fight each other. In fact, this was the result that best suited their interests, so the two of them really had some ideas of pretending to be crazy and foolish to get some benefits. Ancestor Lu is really good at exaggerating. How can Chunhyang, with only one state, compete with you countries? Your Chunhyang Palace already has 2 Lingguang ancestors, and you have quite a few Daogang under your command. When will the 3rd Lingguang ancestor appear? Ancestor Wu, Ancestor Yun, we are the weak group. We don't stick together, but instead stick together with Chunhyang Palace. It seems that we chose the wrong teammates. Think about it, more than 100 years later, if Ancestor Lu breaks through to Shengsu, then the 2 countries will be destroyed. If Ancestor Lu does not break through, and has little lifespan, he will drag you to death together. They still have an Ancestor Lingguang, and you will still die. TSK, don't think I'm exaggerating. Wouldn't this situation happen? You know what level LV Muayang is, especially Ancestor Yun. Do you think LV Yan will give you a chance to break through to Shengsu? By then, you will die. TSK, it's ridiculous. Is this all you have got in the way of talking? We 3 countries have been at peace for a long time. Our strength is almost the same. We can't swallow each other. But you, Chunhyang, have wolfish ambitions. You control the Daojin and can continuously cultivate Daogang monks. In another 200 years, who among us will be your opponent? That's 200 years later. With the threat from Chunhyang, you want to expand more territory. TSK, where are you going to expand to? Have you finished digging up the large Zuanjing mine of Bianmen? The large Zuanjing mine of Bianmen has been dug for hundreds of years. How many Zuanjing are there worth us starting a war? But how many Daogo trees do you have in your Tiansheng Sect? One matures every 40 years. I guess you must have 4th rank spiritual plants. TSK, how many will there be in 100 years? Lin Xiao looked at Lu Yan and Lin Xiao exchanging sharp words and attacking each other. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He was the dumbest. How could he compare to these old foxes? Every word they said hit the opponent's weak spot, and they were all very reasonable. Especially what Lin Xiao said. LV Muayang's level is too low. If LV Yan dies, it will be difficult to protect the foundation of Chunhyang Palace, so he must have made some plans before he died. Wu Muayang is about the same age as him, so he must be found. Who makes him young and talented? If he is really given the opportunity to break through the Shengsu, the LV kingdom will be finished. Boom, the 2 continued to fight, but suddenly a burst of mysterious energy broke out, and then everyone saw that the mysterious energy of the Tiansheng Sect's mountain gate was gathering, and a mysterious aura was spreading. Break through another spiritual light, everyone. What are you waiting for? Kill it hasn't broken through yet. Attack the mountain protection formation and destroy the breakthrough at this moment. No matter how sharp Lin Xiao's words were, it was useless, because the benefits of taking action at this time were the greatest. They didn't even have to fight to the death. As long as they could destroy Li Muxu's breakthrough, it would be very cost effective. Kill them. Lin Xiao shouted angrily, and the system's real-life mode rushed forward, but Lu Yan also exploded. He alone restrained the system's real-life mode, while the other 3 all rushed to the mountain protection formation. Looking for death, boom, Lin Xiao stopped Wu Muayang, but there was no way to stop more people. Lin Xiao slapped the mountain protection formation with one palm, causing the protective shield to burst into ripples. Enemy attack. All units must abide by the formation. Don't make a mess. Law Enforcement Hall. Maintain order. Li Yiwen's voice instantly resounded throughout the Tiansheng Sect's mountain gate. The Sutra Pavilion, the Spiritual Medicine Garden and other internal formations were all stretched out, and hundreds of Warhall disciples began to cooperate with the Law Enforcement Hall to maintain order. Those below the condensation vein hid in various buildings, while those above the condensation vein gathered in the square, formed a large formation, and prepared to work together to contain them. Boom. Boom. The two of them continued to bombard the formation, and the 4th level mountain protection formation began to waver. Arking and the other 4 Dao gang appeared and called more than 300 people in succession, and then took out the 6th level storage bag. With a roll of his spiritual consciousness, a huge warship appeared. Master Li opened the treasury and move the black crystals. Agreed. Open the treasury. Take any black crystals you want. Arking took out a token, and Li Yuan also took out a token. Only when the two were combined could the treasury be opened on a large scale. Once the treasury was opened, Arking went in and took out dozens of storage bags, each of which contained hundreds of thousands of black crystals. Then the people he called rushed into the warship. Black crystal cannon, volley, fire soon. 120 black crystal cannons, under the control of hundreds of disciples, fired at Lin Xiao and the other two. Among the 120 black crystal cannons, 100 were 3rd level, 18 were 4th level, and the main gun on the deck was a 5th level black crystal cannon. Boom, boom, boom. A round of volleys fired shells worth nearly 300,000 black crystals. Facing so many black crystal cannons, even Lin Xiao did not dare to resist, especially the 5th level black crystal cannons. Even if they were not fully charged, they were enough to pose some threat to them. What a powerful warship. The Tiansheng Sect is indeed rich. Ancestor Yun. You see, the Tiansheng Sect still has such a killer. If we don't destroy them today, what will we do in the future? Kill the two of them did not need to say much. They changed their positions one after another and continued to bombard the formation. Although the warship was powerful, it had a weakness. That is, the muzzle change was inconvenient, not as flexible as the cultivator. As long as the speed was fast, the warship could not compare with the cultivator. God-killing crossbows, fire swoosh, swoosh, swoosh in the mountain gate. Dozens of God-killing crossbows were fired continuously under the control of the sect disciples. The God-killing crossbows were more flexible than the black crystal cannons. Although they could not lock onto the disciples because of their low cultivation, the random firing of the God-killing crossbows could restrain them more. Hurry up, break the mountain protection formation. Lu Yan was the most dangerous one. He had made some progress compared to 100 years ago, but he was still no match for the cultivator of the 12th level of Ling Guang, and could not hold on any longer. Lin Xiao, let me take over. Wu Muang also became anxious and wanted to change his opponent so that he could break the formation. You didn't think about it. Take care of yourself. When I, Shan Tao, have time, I will be the first to destroy your Kang kingdom. Lin Xiao was furious. Holding a 5th order flying sword, he chopped and slashed at Wu Muang. For a while, he was not at a disadvantage. Of course, this was also because Wu Muang did not mean to fight to the death. Master Lin, I'm sorry. Lin Xiao, get out of here, or else in 100 years, even your Xianqi nation will be destroyed. Master Lin, you should take care of yourself first. Looking for death. 5-element divine light. Lin Xiao was very anxious and furious. How could the mountain protection formation withstand the attack of two spiritual light monks? Especially for Li Muxu's breakthrough, there were not many monks in the mountain gate. Most of the people were scattered. Otherwise, a formation of thousands of people could be formed to contain one or two. So Lin Xiao didn't care about his trump card and immediately used the 5-element divine light. In an instant, a colorful divine light flew towards Wu Muang with an unprecedented momentum of annihilation. The speed was so fast that even Wu Muang couldn't avoid it and could only resist it. Boom! The 5-element divine light hit the magic shield that Wu Muang had sacrificed. The 5th level defensive magic weapon instantly melted without a trace and then hit Wu Muang's protective shield. The protective shield didn't hold for a second and hit Wu Muang's robe again, breaking the robe. Puff! The 5-element divine light broke through 3 layers of defense, but eventually lost its energy and disappeared without a trace. Wu Muang spat out a mouthful of blood, was attacked by the magic power, and retreated one after another. His Lu Muang and Lin Xiao took a breath of cold air and looked at Lin Xiao in horror. It was not many years since Lin Xiao broke through the spiritual light, but he was able to hurt Wu Muang, a veteran cultivator of the 9th level of the spiritual light. It was really terrible. If it was them, there would be absolutely no hope of escape. It's not just that their cultivation is low, but they don't have so many 5th level defense methods. The 5th level magic tools are not cheap. After so many years, they only have 1 or 2. Lin Xiao's face was pale, and he stuffed a handful of pills into his mouth. His cultivation was still too low, and the 5-element divine light consumed too much of him, so he could only release it once. What are you still standing there for? He can only use one ultimate move. Kill him. You are worthy of killing me? Lin Xiao sneered, and a dozen talismans appeared in his hand. These were not 3rd or 4th level talismans, but all 5th level talismans. 5th level talismans were equally precious and rarely appeared on the market. Lin Xiao exchanged all of them in the system. Sword key talisman, golden light talisman, ice talisman. Lin Xiao threw out talismans one by one, and each one cost hundreds of thousands of black crystals, but it also forced Tiansheng Sect to not dare to get close at all, and he could only keep resisting and dodging. Master, we are here. Enter the formation. Yes, Master. Just as they were fighting fiercely, Baizichan, Baizixi and other Dao Gang monks who were stationed in Gangming City appeared. Lin Xiao directly let them enter the mountain gate. They could not intervene in the battlefield here. Zhu Zongsheng, who came with him, took over the mountain protection formation as soon as he entered the mountain gate. With a 4th level formation master in charge, the power of the mountain protection formation could be fully demonstrated, and the defense power was more than 1 level higher. Baizixi and the others knew that their cultivation was not good enough, so they each took a 4th order god killing crossbow and fired continuously to help contain them. That's enough, send them on their way. Lin Xiao took a moment to look at the points. The system's real life mode alone had already cost 90,000 points. Lin Xiao immediately ordered the system's real life mode to self-destruct. As soon as Lu Yan sensed the danger, he immediately crushed a teleportation talisman. Chapter 293, Repel the Enemy. LV Yan was an old fox on the battlefield. He had been on guard against the self-destruction of the system real person mode. So when he sensed that the breath was wrong, he immediately tore up a teleportation talisman. However, the speed of the system real person mode was not slow either. It rushed directly to LV Yan's side. With a loud boom that shook the sky and the earth, LV Yan, who was being teleported, spit out a mouthful of blood and then disappeared. There was no heavenly way appearing at the scene. Lin Xiao didn't know whether LV Yan was dead or not. Anyway, there was no heavenly way appearing in the system real person mode. Now it's your turn. Lin Xiao looked at the other 3 with cold eyes. Beside Lin Xiao, a phantom was condensing. It was a system real person mode. And, I'll go. Retreat. Leave. The 3 people were horrified when they saw it. Without saying a word, they showed their magical powers and immediately fled. They disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. After they left completely, the phantom beside Lin Xiao disappeared. In fact, the system real person mode could not be regenerated immediately. It was just that they didn't know and were deceived by Lin Xiao. Master, are you okay? I'm fine. Arking, send Zichen and the others back to Gangming City. Yes, Master. Arking, stay in Gangming City. Don't come back without my order. If anyone dares to make trouble in Gangming City, kill them first. Yes, Master. The rest of the troops, disband. Dao Gang monks lead the patrol. All the mountain protection formations are activated. Notify all sects in China how to gather troops. It's best to defend. Let our people also start to gather. Lin Xiao kept giving orders. This time, the opponent's high-end combat power was repelled, but Lin Xiao was worried that they would launch a large army to attack. Orders were conveyed one by one, and Arking drove the warship to send Baizichan and the others back to Gangming City to take charge. At this time, Gangming City must not be in chaos. Master, please punish me. Night Owl is incompetent and did not give advance warning. The other party is a mobilization of Lingguan cultivators. It is normal that you don't know about it. You are not guilty. Send the message and let Night Owl's people prepare. If the other party gathers a large army to attack, Night Owl will immediately launch a raid, burn food and grass resources, assassinate and ambush, and create panic. Yes, Master, I will give the order now, Yunanayu replied in a low voice. For such a big thing, Night Owl had no information at all. He was very afraid that Lin Xiao would blame him. Lin Xiao walked to the outside of Li Muxu's cave, stretched out his hand, to touch the protective formation, and soon Li Muxu sent a message. Master, I have broken through Lingguang. Do you want me to come out to help? No, the enemy has been repelled. You should rest assured to consolidate your cultivation, and at least give me a year of seclusion. Yes, master, Li Muxu responded, and then fell into silence again, without a single sound. On the second day, Li Yiwen reported yesterday's battle. In the battle last night, no one of the Tiansheng Sect died, but the financial loss was extremely huge. The black crystals used for the warships and the god-killing crossbows in the mountain gate cost a total of more than 6 million black crystals. The surplus of the Tiansheng Sect for 10 years was spent in one night. This does not include the points consumed by Lin Xiao. The system spent 90,000 points in the real-life mode, 10,000 points to recover after the self-explosion, and more than 50,000 points for those 5th level spiritual talismans. In total, more than 150,000 points were spent, and 15 Daoji pills could be exchanged. You can imagine how much money was spent in the battle last night. Master, after hearing about what happened last night, all the sects have written to us, requesting to go to war. What should we do? Nonsense. Tell them, if they want to fight, they can do it. Now is not the time for revenge. Hold on. Yes, master, now is indeed not the time to take action. Once we do, the 3 countries will surely form an alliance, and we have to challenge the 3 countries. Let them guard the border well. If an enemy attacks, we will fight a defensive battle. If they can't hold on, give them some territory. Let them be proud for a few years, and then we can take it back in a few years. Yes. Also, announce the news to the public. Cancel the auction qualifications of the 3 sects of Bianmen, Qian Kangpei, and Chunhyang Palace, as well as their more loyal vassal forces. All their strongholds and businesses in Gangming City will be seized, and you won't be able to get a Daojidan in the future. Understood. Yunnan Yu is ready to connect with the Beiqing business. All the channels of the 3 countries will be abandoned. We have to shrink our forces. I have already passed the order. We started to withdraw last night. Very good. Well done. Master, do you have any other instructions? Calm down the disciples. Yunnan Yu, follow me. Master, where are you going? To inspect the border and settle the sect. This is your first challenge after taking office. Don't let me down. Yes, master. Lin Xiao nodded and soon left with Yunnan Yu. Lin Xiao first went to Gangming City, called Arking, and drove the battleship all the way north. Lin Xiao knew Wu Muiyang's cunning. This man was also the most greedy and timid. Kang Kingdom would not dare to act easily without seeing Chunhyang Palace officially send troops, so Lin Xiao was most worried about Chunhyang Palace. In any case, Chunhyang Palace must not be allowed to hold up the situation. Their spirit must be knocked down, so that the 3 countries cannot work together to deal with Tiansheng. Soon, Lin Xiao arrived at Tiansheng Sect and met Leng Ning and Zheng Yunlang. Both of them were asking about the battle last night. Tiansheng Sect is fine. Now I'm going to go out and harass the enemy. Xian'an province depends on you. Do you know what to do? Don't worry, we already know. We will never take the initiative to attack. We will defend with all our strength. Leng Ning replied. Offensive combat and defensive combat are 2 completely different things. For a pure defensive war, Xian'an province can mobilize several times the force. Okay, wait for the others to arrive. You guys call, we are leaving. Lin Xiao nodded and soon drove the warship into the territory of Xian'an province. He also deliberately passed by the Changchun Gate mountain gate. The people of Changchun Gate were as if they were facing a great enemy. They had already set up a mountain protection formation, and a group of people were staring at the warship. See, this is the strength of Tiansheng. The next war is not something that Tiansheng can participate in. If you don't want to be wiped out, think about it carefully. Lin Xiao stood on the warship and said to the people of Changchunmen. There were people from Chunhyang Palace in Changchunmen. They looked at Lin Xiao with a sullen face, but they didn't have any solution. Soon, the warship left Tiansheng and repeated the words in Baiyansao, then went north again and entered the territory of Chunhyang Palace. Yunnan Yu already knew Lin Xiao's strategy. He kept in touch with Yixiao's people and soon drew a distribution map of the important industries of Chunhyang Palace. Lin Xiao bombarded the spiritual mountains one by one along the map. The 4th level spiritual mountains were mainly harassment, and the 3rd level spiritual mountains were directly broken, and then the monks were killed. The floating wealth was swept away, the spiritual fields were polluted, and the spiritual veins were blown up. Some of the loyal families of Chunhyang Palace were even more ruthless and directly slaughtered. So the 3 states of Chunhyang Palace, which had been peaceful for thousands of years, were in flames everywhere. They had not been attacked by enemies for too long, and they even forgot about basic defense. Countless people became like headless flies and bumped around randomly, causing great panic. 3 days later, the first batch of reinforcement from Chunhyang Palace appeared. Thousands of troops surrounded the warships under the control of more than a dozen flying boats, but the Tiansheng Sect gave them a head-on blow. In terms of combat, how could a flying boat with no attack ability or extremely low attack power be a match for a warship? The 120 black crystal cannons on the warships broke 3 flying boats in one volley, and the dead fell down. Soon, the opponent gave up the flying boat, and hundreds of condensed veins and several Dao gangs rushed towards the warships in the posture of flying monsters, or flying in the air, trying to kill the elephant with ants and seize the warships. However, the warships kept rising and moving, and the monks on them kept attacking with the god-destroying crossbows. The enemy was defeated immediately. After a Dao gang monk was killed in the battle, they were completely defeated. Arking and Jinan personally led the team to chase and kill another batch. This defeat made Chunhyang Palace realize the fear of the warships, so no one dared to fight along the way. They all built strong walls and cleared the fields, hiding in the mountain gates, trembling with fear in the formation, fearing that the warships would descend on their mountain gates. Master, there are not many black crystals on the warships. I know. Find a plain area to land, wait for the enemy to come, fight again, and then withdraw. Lin Xiao nodded. The warships were powerful, but the consumption was also high. After replenishing the black crystals in Gangming City, the warships had a storage of 15 million black crystals, but after a few days, 10 million black crystals had been used up, and it was about to reach the warning line. Afterwards, the warship landed on a plain in Jingzhou. Chunhyang Palace organized another attack. This time, the force was extremely heavy. There were more than 20 Dao gang monks alone, more than 100 Zifu monks, and thousands of Ningmei monks with black crystal cannons and god-killing crossbows. Lin Xiao certainly would not foolishly fight a positional battle with them. He chose the plain area to discover the enemy as early as possible, so as soon as they appeared, the warship took off again and rushed towards the enemy. The black crystal cannon fired fiercely, killing countless people, and then turned around and ran away. Dao gang and Zifu monks wanted to chase, but Lin Xiao appeared in person. When Lu Muang saw Lin Xiao appear, he was so scared that his face turned pale, because the system real person mode appeared next to Lin Xiao again, forcing Wu Muang and Yan Xiaoyang to appear again. Where is Lu Yan? Is he dead? Lin Xiao, don't be too proud. I will destroy your Xianyan's house sooner or later. Everyone can brag. There are less than 500 people on my warship. Do you dare to come over? You. Tell Lu Yan that Chunhyang Palace is in trouble this time. If you don't want to be destroyed, move out as soon as possible. You are too arrogant. If Ancestor Yan disagrees, we can fight in a one-on-one fight. Humph. Yan Xiaoyang said with a cold face. If he hadn't seen the scene of Lin Xiao injuring Wu Muang a few days ago, he would really go out for a one-on-one fight, but now, he is not stupid. Let's take a look around. Let's go. Lin Xiao said with a big laugh, and then the warship turned around and left in a swagger, disappearing in front of them. This made a group of people so angry that they vomited blood. It was too embarrassing. Battleships, battleships, we want warships too. LV Muayang shouted. In fact, the three kingdoms had been planning to build battleships for a long time, but they had not made up their minds before. The reason was very simple. Battleships cost too much and consume too much. In a war that was not a war of annihilation, the cost effectiveness was very low. It would be better to train more disciples and build more magic tools and talismans with that money. This is the most cost effective. But no one thought that a battleship would be so powerful. It went straight into Chunhyang Palace like an empty land. After a few days, Chunhyang Palace suffered thousands of casualties and countless property losses, so this strengthened their determination to build battleships. Chapter 294 War is the best catalyst. At the Chunhyang Palace of the Lu Kingdom, the four great spiritual masters gathered together, but Lu Yan's condition was very bad. His face was as pale as paper, without a trace of blood, and even faintly blue, like a sickly person among mortals. The thick robe wrapped in him smelled of blood. He didn't die under the self-explosion of the spiritual puppet, which could only be said to be too alert and lucky. If he was a second slower, he would be completely finished. And now his condition is also very bad. His injuries are extremely serious, and his foundation has been damaged. In this life, he will never have the opportunity to impact the Shengsu again. The path is completely cut off. This result makes Lu Yan even more crazy. He is only over 700 years old this year, and his cultivation has reached the 10th level of spiritual light. He also swallowed the treasure of longevity, so he can live for at least another 100 years. He originally had the opportunity to impact the Shengsu once, but now all is gone. Ancestor Lu, how are you? Old Ghost Lu, you can't die. If you die, the situation will be untenable. Wu Muang and Lin Xiao said with great concern. In the past, they would definitely take advantage of his illness to kill him, but now with the powerful enemy Shyan Cao around, they have no intention of doing that at all. Don't worry, I won't die. I will be able to recover in a dozen years at most. Now tell me about the situation. Lin Xiao has retreated, but we have seen the power of the warship. This time, your Chunhyang Palace has lost a Daogang, more than 30 Zifu, and no less than 2,000 people who have condensed and opened their meridians. It's terrible. Ancestor, we really need warships. Warships are too threatening to cultivators below the Daogang. We have no power to fight back. The other side only needs to use a small amount of Zuan crystal to slaughter our carefully trained disciples. We then build them. A warship costs only 4 or 5 million Zuan crystals, which is not expensive. Old Ghost Lu, warships are not expensive, but those Zuan crystal cannons and god-destroying crossbows are very expensive, and they are also expensive to use. We can't afford them. We have to use them, even if we can't afford it. Do we, with the power of the three kingdoms, still fear a Xianan province? Let's fight them, and see whose Zuan crystal runs out first. Ancestor Lu is right. I have already sent a message back to Bianman to speed up the excavation of Zuan crystal mines and reserve Zuan crystals. Lin Xiao also said that the battleship's combat mode was originally only used by the big countries in South Asia. Small countries like Lu State and Tiansheng State could not afford it. But now that Xianan province has used it, they must use it in order to avoid the destruction of their country, even if it is not cost effective. My fellow ancestors, in addition to building warships, our three countries must also work together to form a more united alliance in an attempt to defeat Xianan province in one fell swoop. What do you think? My Kang kingdom borders Xianan province, so it is natural. What about Ancestor Yun? Lin Xiao once said to me, the world is bustling, all for profit. The world is bustling, all for profit. Do you think this makes sense? That's right. After the destruction of Xianan province, the thousands of miles of land in Qinqing Valley now belong to Xianxi Kingdom, and the spoils are divided into 10 parts. Xianxi Kingdom takes 4 parts, Chunhyang Palace and Tiansheng Sect take 3 parts, and there must be a Tao fruit tree among them. Lu Yan said nothing, and directly put forward major benefits. The territory of Xianan province is large, but there are not many fertile lands. The land of Qinqing Valley still has a 5th level spiritual vein, and this spiritual mountain is comparable to several 4th level spiritual mountains. Ancestor Lu is generous. Lin Xiao admires him, so let's distribute it this way. Kanggo has no objection either. Well, then, let's start preparing for war now. Each country will first draw troops and secretly gather for training. We will each send people to build warships. Warships are expensive, so in addition to the main guns on the deck, we will refine the rest of the black crystal cannons ourselves. I know you want to say that we can't refine them now. It's okay, we still have time to study. Our 3 countries have at least 90 Daogang monks in total. Don't we have any talents? for alchemy, refining, making talismans, and formations. The talents of our three countries will gather together, and everyone will share what they have, and share all the skills. And you know that to improve these skills requires a lot of high-level materials. How much can one country collect? What about our three countries together? Take out the 1,000-year heritage of the sect treasury. Now is not the time to be petty. If we lose the war, these things will only be cheap for Tiansheng. It is better to give it a try and take down Tiansheng and make up for everything. What do you think? Okay, since Patriarch Lu has said so, then I agree. Kang country has no objection either. We will send someone to discuss the specific conditions when the time comes. Also, although we cannot fight now, we have to restrict the development of Xianan province. The three countries all have their own secret personnel. Unite and get rid of the other party's intelligence department. I know that the secret department of Xianan province is very powerful. A few years ago, a Taoist monk in my Chunhyang palace went astray. It is very likely their work and their Beijing business. The Tiansheng Sect relies most on kindling wine and Beiwu tea for financial resources. We cannot let them pass through the airspace of our three countries. Even the business that goes to Gangming City for trading must be strictly checked. Patriarch Lu, will this offend too many people? The business that goes to Gangming City now is not simple. There is no way to offend people. Xianan province is developing too fast. 200 years is equivalent to our thousands of years of fighting. If we give them a few hundred more years, is there any need for us to live? You are all people with a 1,000-year Taoist tradition. Do you want to sever the Taoist tradition? Okay, let's do it. Then I can only agree. Ahem. Old Ghost, we are leaving first. We will each send a confidant to discuss the specific matters. You should take care of your est. Understood. Soon, Lin Xiao and Wu Muiyang left. Only LV Muiyang was left in Chunhyang Palace. LV Yan explained many things to LV Muiyang before he left. Ancestor. As soon as LV Muiyang left, LV Muiyang appeared again. Muiyang, you heard what I said just now. What do you think? Ancestor. Wu Muiyang can be trusted, but Lin Xiao cannot be trusted. Oh. Kang country borders Xianan. Regardless of whether Chunhyang Palace loses or not, Kang country is under the greatest pressure. Although Wu Muiyang is used to taking advantage of small things and has a narrow vision, he is not stupid and can be decisive at critical moments. On the contrary, Lin Xiao, although he has an excellent talent for cultivation, is not someone who can handle major matters. He has an extreme personality and is decisive without any strategy. Moreover, Tiansheng Kingdom and Xianan province have no direct interest relationship. If the wind is not right, this person is very likely to be the first to turn against them. Well said, you are much better than Muiyang. What a pity, alas, Lu Yan said, shaking his head. Just now, Lu Muiyang had a relaxed expression, thinking that the alliance of the three countries could directly wipe out Xianan province, but he could not see the hidden dangers in it at all, and was really not worthy of being entrusted with major matters. Muiyang just lacks experience. He needs more years of experience. Isn't it enough to have experienced hundreds of years? Talent is something that is destined by God. I cannot change it. But we have to be on guard and make multiple preparations. Please give my instructions, Ancestor. The first point is to strengthen Lin Xiao's confidence. He must be dragged into the water. The Hao family of Tiansheng Kingdom is the most powerful force in Tiansheng Kingdom besides the Bian sect. Hao Yitong is also Lin Xiao's Taoist partner. It was because of the Hao family's financial support that Lin Xiaoyang was able to break through to the spiritual light, so Lin Xiaoyang loves Hao Yitong very much. You need to send someone to contact the Hao family and promise them huge benefits. If necessary, you can hand over the Qingqing Valley to the Hao family. The Hao family is also in urgent need of a Lingguan cultivator to take charge, and they really need a 5th level spiritual vein. Yes, Ancestor, the Hao family wanted to take over the Qingqing Valley when they formed an alliance with the Bian sect more than 100 years ago. Now Chen Anzi only has a few years left to live, and when he dies, the Qingqing Valley will be completely disbanded, so you can give it to the Hao family. The second point is to prepare a few more escape routes. The rise of Tiansheng is a bit weird, as if it were blessed by heaven. We don't know how the Daoguo tree and the others came here. And as for the puppet of the 12th level of Lingguang, even the Tiansheng Sect can't produce it, so I have a bad feeling. From now on, you must secretly take away some of the talented young men of our Lu family. They must be no older than 20 years old, and those with cultivation below the Purple Palace level must not attract attention. Then transfer a batch of property and send them to our secret base for training. If Chunhyang Palace is defeated, the Lu family's incense will depend on them in the future. Ancestor, don't refuse. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. This is what we must do. Also, we must keep some seeds for the sect. Starting this year, you must secretly retain some talents among the recruited disciples and send them away as well, leaving some seeds for the sect. Yes, Ancestor. Lu Muang's face darkened. Lu Yan was hit hard this time and was not as confident as before. He even arranged a way out. This was something Lu Muang had never thought of. In his impression, Lu Yan had never bowed to any difficulties for hundreds of years. Muang's level is not good enough. The sect will have to rely on you in the future. Try harder and make a breakthrough to Lingguang. I understand, Ancestor. I will make another breakthrough after things are arranged. LV Muang nodded. His cultivation aptitude was also very good. He had reached the 12th level of Daogang 100 years ago. He had attempted to reach the spiritual light once more than 70 years ago and survived by luck. He had to recover from his injuries for decades. Now he was over 460 years old. He had at most one more chance to attempt to reach the spiritual light. If he failed, it would be difficult for him to survive. If it was before, he would have prepared for a few more years, but now he probably didn't have time. Chunhyang Palace really needed another spiritual light cultivator, especially when LV Muang was unable to hold up the overall situation. After leaving the house, LV Muang went to Yujing City. The LV family is the LV family, and Chunhyang Palace is Chunhyang Palace. Sometimes they can be called together, but sometimes they have to be separated. LV Muang found the head of the LV family and told him what LV Yan meant. Although the head of the LV family was shocked, he still gave LV Muang a list. It was a list of young and qualified members of the LV family. After studying it for a few days, LV Muang began to call out names according to the list. He called out more than a dozen people and took them away from the LV family with various excuses, but did not send them to Chunhyang Palace. Instead, they were sent out of the LV kingdom. However, LV Muang did not know that his behavior had long been seen by Lin Xiao. Chapter 295 Countermeasures. LV Yan was lucky enough not to die, but he also lost his courage. Chunhyang Palace is going downhill. Looking at the news reported by Lin Xiao couldn't help but shake his head. The war hasn't started yet, but Lu Yan is preparing a retreat. This seems to be a safe approach, but it is inevitable that he will lose his fighting spirit. He can't fight to the death, and he can only use 8 points out of 10 of his strength. Master, should we kill them in advance to dampen their spirit? No, give them a little hope so they won't go all out. The next war won't start so soon, but your secret front will be under great pressure. Master, don't worry. Although their overall strength is stronger than ours, they are not our opponents in terms of professional means. We have confirmed this and have fought many times. I know, but we can't be careless, understand? Lin Xiao nodded. The intelligence department is a department that consumes a lot of funds. A long time ago, the Tiansheng Sect subsidized resources to the Night Owl every year, hundreds of thousands of Zuan crystals every year. Now the Night Owl's annual expenditure is several million, and the sect subsidizes about 1/3. The resources consumed are several times more than this. It would be strange if they can't win. Yes, Master. Okay, go down and make arrangements. Don't let our people suffer. Destroy their intelligence department and make them deaf and blind. Lin Xiao waved his hand and asked Lin Xiao to go down to prepare. Lin Xiao studied the report of the Night Owl seriously. The 3 countries of Tiansheng, Kang, and Lu have formed an alliance. The previous indecision has also come to an end. They have made decisions one after another. Now the three countries have sent people to Basin City to build warships, and they have also sent equipment refiners, array masters, and other related technical personnel to exchange and cooperate. It can be said that the connection between the three is much closer than before. Once they are truly united, China and Tao will definitely lose. After all, it is too difficult to fight against the three countries with the power of one state. 3 days later, Lin Xiao convened a high-level meeting of the sect and informed the actions of the three countries and the countermeasures that Tiansheng Sect is about to take. In terms of overall strength, Tiansheng Sect has no chance of winning, but Tiansheng Sect or Lin Xiao is the biggest change. It is Lin Xiao who has the ability to change the situation. Of course, Lin Xiao did not focus on this point, but only talked about the countermeasures of Tiansheng Sect. The biggest impact of the joint restrictions of the three countries is the business of Beijing merchants. Qianling wine and Beiwuti rely heavily on trade routes to sell. Fortunately, Xianxi Kingdom is not to the east of Xianyantao, otherwise Xianyantao would really be trapped, so the focus of Beijing business will be on the cultivation world to the east of Lu Kingdom to fill this gap. In addition, there are many measures such as training monks, creating more magic tools, accumulating spiritual talismans and crystals, etc., to actively prepare for war. 7 days later, the leaders of Tiansheng Sect and other sects came to Tiansheng Sect to discuss measures to deal with the alliance of the three countries. Master Lin, the three kingdoms haven't integrated yet, why don't we send out troops to catch them off guard? Let me answer this question for you. The Tiansheng Sect is not prepared. The previous battle and our warships harassing Chunhyang Palace have cost more than 20 million Zuan crystals, which has exhausted the sect's floating wealth. We have to accumulate strength before we can start a war again. In addition, the alliance of the three kingdoms has not been reorganized yet. If we start a war now, we will force them to speed up the reorganization, which is not acceptable. It is a very stupid approach. What Chief Li said is right. In fact, there are other reasons. For example, our Xianan province is weak. This war is not as simple as the previous one against Chunhyang Palace. Without the power of Xianxi Kingdom to contain Chunhyang Palace, they can mobilize most of their forces. It is estimated that Chunhyang Palace will be able to mobilize no less than 100,000 troops. Although Xianxi and Kang still have to guard against other countries, as long as other countries do not attack with all their strength, they only need to leave behind a small half-horse. It is estimated that 50,000 people will be fine. At that time, we will have to face 100,000 people. Note that this is not an ordinary 100,000 monks, but the elite among them. How many people do we have in Xianan province now? According to previous estimates, there are only a little over 100,000. Even if all the borders are abandoned, only about 70,000 to 80,000 people will be mobilized. But Master Lin, our strength is so different. What should we do if they attack with all their strength? Not for the time being. I used warships to deter them before, just to guard against this. They can't take action before they build warships, and I have sent people to hunt down their people. Warships will not be so easy for them to build. Now we still have time to develop. So the first thing to do next is to prepare for war. After you go back, you must recruit more disciples. Find back those ordinary spiritual root disciples that were not wanted before. If you don't want them, you can send them to Tiansheng Sect. We want them. The first point is to accumulate strength, especially Zuanjing. The next war will be somewhat different from the previous one. The war equipment is constantly being developed and updated, and it is close to the level of the big country in Nanzhao. Zuanjing is very important. For this reason, we will open the refining methods of the 3rd level Zuanjing cannon and the god-destroying crossbow, and you can refine them by yourself. The third point. Lin Xiao said the measures one by one. The most important one is to prepare for war. It must start now. Each sect must greatly increase the number of disciples. Although those disciples with ordinary spiritual roots basically have no hope of breaking through to the purple mansion or above, it is still very likely that they can condense their veins, and condensing veins cultivators are still the main force in the war. Another issue is the problem of high-level cultivators. More than 200 years ago, many sects in China and Tao got the recipe for Keifudan. Before, their materials were collected from all over the place, but they did not forget to cultivate themselves. Now more than 200 years have passed, and the spiritual medicines of each sect are almost mature. Therefore, Tiansheng Sect will help to refine at a low price, ensuring that it is cheaper than other places, and of better quality, so that each sect can quickly improve its strength. In addition, there is the Dao Foundation pill. Lin Xiao has decided that as long as there are Dao Gang monks who die in battle, the Tiansheng Sect will reward them with Dao Foundation pills. The price is extremely cheap, just like the treatment of Tiansheng Sect disciples. 500,000 Zuan crystals or military merits will prevent these sects from being weakened by the death of Dao Gang monks. Of course, this is also to prevent their Dao Gang from not fighting hard. After all, the 4 sects have 6 Dao Gang monks in total, which is not weak. At the same time, the Tiansheng Sect will also take out an additional batch of Keifu pills and a Dao Foundation pill to reward the other sects. At that time, the priority of the reward will be based on the ranking of the military merits of each sect. The greater the contribution, the greater the possibility of getting the Dao Foundation pill. Under all kinds of stimulation, the leaders of each sect became a little excited, especially those small sects. It is so difficult for them to train a Dao Gang monk. They know that only 2 of the 11 people in the 4 sects succeeded in seclusion before. But with the Dao Foundation pill, it is different. There are few failures. Once a sect has a Dao Gang monk, it will enter the threshold of the decision-making level of SYNOPSIS. In the future, all major events in SYNOPSIS will be discussed with them, and they will also have a share of the benefits. After the meeting, each sect immediately began to prepare for war, sending people to retrieve all the ordinary spiritual root disciples that were previously unwanted. Since they could not consume so many, they sent them to Tiansheng Sect. In half a year, Tiansheng Sect received more than 1,000 people. The existing disciples also began to gather, and they had to practice every month. Various materials began to be stored, and one after another Zuanjing cannon, or destroying god crossbow, was also manufactured. A few months later, Li Muxu came out of retreat. As soon as Li Muxu appeared, she began to refine pills. She had a 90% or even 100% chance of refining the 3rd level pill Keifudan, and at least one furnace had 8 Keifudan. Not only can it meet the needs of Tiansheng Sect disciples, but it can also be sold to other sects in SYNOPSIS at a low price, so that the Purple Mansion monks of each sect will increase significantly. A few months later, Li Muxu and Basixi began to refine Daojidon. As his cultivation improved, Li Muxu's difficulty in refining Daojidon decreased. 6 Daojidon were produced from one furnace, and Basixi lived up to expectations and refined 3. There were a total of 15 Daojidon. Lin Xiao took out 3 for auction, and gave 2 to Xiao. Now Xiao's stall is very large and needs masters everywhere. There is a serious shortage of Dao Gang cultivators, so it is necessary to increase support. In the sect, Lin Xiao only put 5 for disciples to exchange, and the remaining 5 were used as spares. A sect must keep its word. If Tiansheng Sect killed Dao Gang cultivators in battle, but did not give Daojidon, then no one would obey the command of Tiansheng Sect in the future. 2 months later, Gangming City held another auction of Daojidon. Although the dominant sects of the 3 kingdoms and their loyal vassals were kicked out, the number of people who came was still no less than before, or even more, because they all knew that there were fewer competitors this time. After fierce bidding, all 3 Daojidon were sold at the price of 1.3 million Zuan crystals. Li Muxu and Basixi did not want these 3.9 million Zuan crystals, but converted them into merit points of the sect, and put them into the sect's treasury. They also knew that the sect was in great need of Zuan crystals. Lin Xiao was deeply moved by what Li Muxu and Basixi did. He personally wrote a note to give them the authority of the Sutra library, so that they could exchange for higher level martial arts at a lower price, which was regarded as compensation and reward from the sect. The Tiansheng Sect made millions of Zuan crystals in the auction, which greatly alleviated the sect's Zuan crystal crisis. Beicheng merchants also began to collect funds, transported batches of resources, and exchanged them for boxes of Zuan crystals, and stored them in the sect's treasury. Just as the entire SYNOPSIS was actively preparing for war, People from the Tiansheng Sect, Tiansheng Sect and Chunhyang Palace also came to Zhangzhou Basin City with huge amounts of funds, ready to find Wanzhou Sect to build warships. The Night Owl personnel heard the news and prepared to sabotage the matter. If the three countries succeeded in building warships, it would inevitably pose a great threat to Xianzhou, forcing Xianzhou to build 2 more warships to maintain balance, which would be very disadvantageous to Xianzhou, because a warship costs millions of Zhuan crystals, plus weapons and Zhuan crystals consumed in operation. Tens of millions of Zhuan crystals are not enough. Only Tiansheng Sect can afford this kind of financial resources, not even Tiansheng Sect. Chapter 296. Old tricks again. In a tea house in Basin City, Tishi looked at the 5 Daogang monks in front of him coldly and announced the order from above expressionlessly. This time, they must intercept and kill the teams from Kangou, Tiansheng and Chunhyang Palace that purchased warships. Of course, Tishi would not let them know the true identity of the target this time, otherwise the identity of Tiansheng Sect would be exposed, which was not acceptable. Lin Xiao had offended many people over the years. Those intelligence departments could not catch Lin Xiao, but if they knew the details, they might have to kill him at the sect. So Tishi just said that he got the tip off that there were 3 fat sheep in Basin City that were easier to eat. This made the 5 Daogang monks excited. Tishi watched coldly, maintaining his usual cold image. More than 30 years ago, after Zhao Zeng's was defeated in Basin City, the sect sent Tishi to manage Basin City Station. One reason was to continue looking for Zhao Zeng's, whose life and death were unknown, and the other was to focus on managing this place, which was of great benefit to the sect. Therefore, with the support of the sect, Iron Lion has built up a considerable force over the past few decades. Even among the robbers in Basin City, he is quite famous. After all, there are only a few Lingguang monks, and with Iron Lion himself, they have 6 Daogang monks. However, the composition of this team is quite complicated. In addition to Iron Lion himself, there are only 10 or so real core members of Night Owl. The remaining 30 or so are relatively loyal peripheral cores, and the rest are controlled by them, or recruited later to make a living. The same is true for the 5 Daogang monks. One of them was supported by Night Owl and transferred here after revealing his identity. 2 others surrendered during battles in other places, and the other 2 were directly controlled by Night Owl. The situation is quite complicated, and ordinary people really can't do it. Bosta, who are these fat sheep this time? I hope we won't hit any iron wall. They are from Nanzhou. What background do they have? They are a group of country folk who got rich suddenly. Apart from the Xianzhou sect, what do we have to fear? This is Central China. If you don't want to take this order, I can transfer you away. No, Boss Tai. I just asked casually. How can I be absent from such a big event? That's good to know. There are more fat sheep this time. We may not be able to eat them all in one bite. I have contacted the other families to divide them together, but we will eat at least one ourselves. Don't let us down then. Tishi said again. Although the 3 countries could not send Lingguang monks to take charge, there would definitely be a lot of Daogang monks, and the intelligence departments of the 3 countries would also follow to protect them. So they alone could not take it all, and they had to unite with the other families. Don't worry, Boss Tai. If you don't eat the fat sheep that is sent to you, you will definitely not let us down. Okay, let's analyze the fat sheep that we are going to eat now. There are 21 targets this time, 3 Daogangs and 18 Ziphus. The money to buy the warship must be in the hands of one of the Daogangs. These Daogang monks are very cautious. We have to open a gap from these Zifu monks. Look at this person. Tishi immediately took out a piece of information. The envoys of the 3 countries arrived in Basin City a month ago, and Lin Xiao's insider in Chunhyang Palace also sent a list of personnel and personality analysis of some people. With these materials, their actions will be much smoother. They can target the personalities of some of them and design a perfect trap. LV Jinbo sat in a restaurant in Basin City, tasting delicious spiritual food, but his ears were perked up to listen carefully to other people's conversations. LV Jinbo is a pure member of the LV family. His parents are Purple Mansion cultivators of the LV family. He was born with good spiritual roots, so he was supported by the LV family. He had a smooth journey and broke through the purple mansion in his 40s. Now more than 70 years have passed, and his cultivation has reached the 9th level of the purple mansion. He can be regarded as the backbone of the LV family, so this time he was transferred to Basin City to build warships. It takes at least 2 years to build a warship in Basin City, generally 3 to 5 years. If there is a war in the world of immortal cultivation, there are more sects to build warships, so it will be postponed, sometimes more than 10 years. The disciples of Chunhyang Palace have been in Basin City for more than a month. Although the leading Daogang cultivator has repeatedly warned everyone not to go out casually and to practice in seclusion in the rented courtyard, etc., these orders were ignored in less than a month. The reason is very simple. The activities of more than a dozen purple mansions were all within the scope of Yujing City before, and they had never seen the prosperity of Zhangzhou. Once they entered the white battlefield, it was like Liu Leo entering the Grand View Garden. Everything they saw was new. How could they bear it? Even those Daogang monks could not really calm down, so the order soon became not to leave Basin City, not to make trouble at will, etc. As soon as the order was loosened, LV Jinbo ran out, because he was not one of those hard-working monks. For the wealthy Lu family, hard-working monks were very rare, because most of the Lu family members had no shortage of resources for cultivation. LV Jinbo, who was protected by his parents in Zifu, was even less likely to be a hard-working monk. He was very proficient in eating, drinking and having fun, and often played in Yujing City. Now that he had arrived in Basin City, he naturally had to see the prosperity of Zhangzhou. So these days LV Jinbo was in places like restaurants and tea houses, because he also knew that such places were a gathering place for all kinds of people, and it was the best place to get information. However, he was not very interested in what the other monks talked about. They talked about gambling, visiting brothels and the like, and LV Jinbo was not very interested in such things. The Lu family's family tradition is pretty good. Yujing City does not allow brothels and gambling houses to appear in public. Although there are some in secret, Chunhyang Palace and Lu family disciples are not allowed to go there to play. This senior, can we sit here? Lu Jinbo was eating and drinking when a female cultivator suddenly came in front of him and said to him apologetically. Lu Jinbo glanced at the restaurant, and it seemed to be full, so he nodded. There was a little girl of 7 or 8 years old behind the female cultivator, who was timid. The two sat opposite Lu Jinbo, and then the female cultivator ordered some food. Soon, Lu Jinbo found that the female cultivator only ordered one spiritual meal, and it was the cheapest one in the store. The remaining 2 were ordinary meals. The female cultivator basically never touched the spiritual meal, and basically let her daughter eat it. This is a poor casual cultivator. LV Jinbo defined the female cultivator in his mind. Poor people are everywhere, and he has seen the poverty of casual cultivators. In Chunhyang Palace, a purple mansion cultivator like him can get 5 or 6,000 black crystals a year without doing anything. As a disciple of the Lu family, he also has a subsidy from the family and can get tens of thousands of black crystals a year. If he holds a position in the sect or learns some skills such as alchemy and refining, his income will be higher. In addition to the needs of cultivation, it is more than enough to exchange for some magic tools and talismans, not to mention eating some spiritual food. The female cultivator seemed to feel LV Jinbo's eyes and was very embarrassed. She kept stroking her hair, lowered her head timidly, and did not dare to look at him. The more shy the female cultivator became, the more curious LV Jinbo became. After a careful look, he found that this female cultivator was really pretty, and her cautious appearance had a different taste, like a little girl who was obedient, which made LV Jinbo feel a sense of favor in his heart. Although Lu Jinbo is also a family man, his wife is a member of the Chen family, one of the 6 major families in Chunhyang Palace. Her father has a good status in the Chen family, so she is also a spoiled type, with a strong personality and very jealous. The two often quarrel, and when they quarrel, she runs back to her mother's house, so their relationship is not good. LV Jinbo often regretted marrying a woman from a big family, unlike some of his brothers, who married women from small families. They were not only good at managing the household, but also very obedient to their husbands. As long as they did not harm their interests, no one would care, even if they took concubines. When thinking of this, LV Jinbo actually became a little distracted. Mom, I still want to eat spiritual food. After a while, the spiritual food was finished, but the little girl was still not satisfied and wanted to eat more. This made the female cultivator frown and whispered to the little girl to come back next month to eat because she had no money. The little girl was not willing to give in and actually cried, saying that her friends could eat spiritual food once a month, but she could only eat it once a year, and it was a lie, to come back next month. The little girl's crying was extremely harsh, which made some monks who were eating next to her impatient and scolded them. Even the store owner was a little embarrassed and wanted to drive the girl away. Hey, you are all grown men, how can you embarrass a little woman? Seeing the female cultivator who kept apologizing, LV Jinbo felt a fire rising in his heart, and he slammed the table and shouted angrily, "Why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? You are such a grown man, otherwise you should treat her to a meal. If you can't afford it, don't act like a big boss. If you want to treat her, just treat her. It's just a meal. I'll show you what it means to be a grown man." LV Jinbo sneered. Although there were many high-level cultivators in Basant City, there were more low-level cultivators. At this time, there were only 2 or 3 purple mansions in the restaurant, and their cultivation was lower than his. He was not afraid. As for a little spiritual food, it was nothing to him. Soon, LV Jinbo asked the store to serve some signature spiritual food and invited the female cultivator and the little girl to eat. The female cultivator waved her hand and said she didn't dare, but the little girl stared at the spiritual food. After LV Jinbo's persuasion, the female cultivator sat down again in a panic. The girl buried her head in her meal. The female cultivator thanked LV Jinbo repeatedly, calling him a good man. As she spoke, she talked about her tragic life experience. She told LV Jinbo that she was originally a disciple of a small family. More than 10 years ago, the family fell into decline and completely dispersed. She depended on her father for life, and later met a male casual cultivator. Seeing that he was honest and loyal, her father recruited him as his son-in-law. Her husband was fine in the past few years, but when her father died, he exposed his wolf nature. He not only insulted and beat her, but also asked her to earn zuenjing for his cultivation. He even sold her to a high-level cultivator as a concubine for a small opportunity. She couldn't stand it and ran away with her daughter. However, casual cultivators are extremely poor, and she has no skills. She can only work in some shops for a living, but she earns very little. It is difficult to guarantee her own cultivation, let alone let her daughter practice. The more she talked, the more sad she became. Tears dripped like raindrops. LV Jinbo actually felt a trace of indignation and pity in his heart. Chapter 297, A Game. The tragic life story of the female cultivator made LV Jinbo indignant. He was born in a famous family. Although he had seen a lot of filth between the big families, he still had to save some face. How could it be so dangerous in the world of casual cultivators? So he cursed the casual cultivator in his heart. At the same time, he also felt pity for the female cultivator. There were also female cultivators in the Lu family who married badly, but their natal families were strong, so no matter how badly they married, they would not be so poor. LV Jinbo wanted to help the female cultivator, but when he thought of the purpose of this trip, he injured it, and only comforted her verbally. However, what can verbal comfort do? Facing the female cultivator with tears in his eyes, LV Jinbo felt a little guilty again. He felt that he could not help her, and was really unworthy of being a man. The words he just said angrily to the other cultivators made him blush, and soon found an excuse to leave. As soon as LV Jinbo left, the little girl threw away the bowl and chopsticks, and the female cultivator no longer had the previous sorrow, and became a smart and capable person. Third lady, it looks like the fish has been hooked, a male cultivator nearby said to the female cultivator with a smile, and the rest of the people also smiled. There was no doubt that everyone in the restaurant was a group. Ever since Lu Jinbo entered the door, their people came in waves, occupied various positions, and had multiple plans. Third lady's tactic of playing hard to get was only the first step. Who would have thought that Lu Jinbo was so unbearable that he couldn't get through any level? Bah, it's not that easy. This guy is as timid as a mouse. He doesn't have the guts or anything like that. Why don't we try again tomorrow? Third lady, I tell you, you only have 7 days. If you can't deal with him in 7 days, Boss Tai will have to prepare a second plan, and then your bounty will be gone. No, Liao Zhang, please beg Boss Tai to give him a few more days. This kid doesn't look like the kind of person who is horny. It will be difficult to deal with him in 7 days. Other things are easy to deal with, but this time Boss Tai is determined to eat them up. Time is short, so if you can't do it, just get someone else. She's a beautiful girl next door, pitiful, lively and cute. Boss Tai has plenty of plans for him. Insidious Boss Tai, why do you have so many tricks? Third lady cursed in her heart, but didn't dare to say it out loud, so she had to agree with a bitter face. It seemed that she had to show some real skills, otherwise it would be difficult to take down this guy this time. The next day, when LV Jinbo went out, he saw a group of boys having fun on the street. After walking a few steps, he suddenly found a little girl crying on the street. He looked closely and found that this was the little girl brought by the nun he met yesterday. The little girl cried very bitterly. LV Jinbo felt pity for her and walked to the little girl. He squatted down and asked what happened to the little girl. The little girl cried and told LV Jinbo that she had saved money for a long time to buy a string of candied whores, but it was snatched away by wild children on the street. Those people often bullied her. LV Jinbo immediately got angry and wanted to seek justice for the little girl, but in the blink of an eye, those boys had already run away without a trace. LV Jinbo had to take the little girl to buy another string of candied whores. But the little girl pulled his clothes and asked LV Jinbo if he could buy another string because her mother also liked to eat this. She told her that her mother also loved to eat candied whores when she was a child, but now she hasn't bought it for a long time. Of course, LV Jinbo would not care about such a small matter, so he simply bought a bunch of candied whores. He just sighed at the filial piety of the little girl and then thought about the devil in his family. TSK, I dare not compare, there is no comparison. I guess the one in his family wants him to die immediately so that he can inherit his property and use it for eating, drinking and having fun. LV Jinbo wanted to send the little girl home, but the little girl asked LV Jinbo to send her to her mother, otherwise when her mother got off work at night, the candied whores would have to melt. LV Jinbo asked where her mother was and agreed, because it was not far, and just on the way. On the way, the little girl told LV Jinbo that her mother said a lot to her after she came home last night, saying that LV Jinbo was a good man, a man who stood up to the sky, and that she would have to marry a man like him in the future, so that she could be reliable. In short, she praised LV Jinbo a lot, as if he was the only good man in the world, which made LV Jinbo very happy, and felt that the female cultivator had good taste. When they arrived at the place where the female cultivator worked, they found that it was a shop that specialized in buying and selling magic tools and talismans. There were at least 80 such shops in Basin City, which was not surprising. The female cultivator was a waitress in the shop, which was equivalent to a shopping guide. When she saw LV Jinbo coming, she actually blushed, which made LV Jinbo's eyes light up. The female cultivator knew that the little girl was bullied, and she thanked LV Jinbo again and again, and asked LV Jinbo to come in and rest for a while, and she went to arrange the little girl to the backyard. LV Jinbo walked in and took a look and found that the magic tools in this shop were quite good, and there were also many third level magic tools, and the price was slightly lower than that in Yujing City, so LV Jinbo really wanted to buy some for his own use. After the female cultivator came back and heard that LV Jinbo wanted to buy a magic tool, she tried her best to introduce it to LV Jinbo and commented on the advantages and disadvantages of each magic tool in the store. At the same time, she also gave LV Jinbo the biggest discount in terms of price. LV Jinbo was immediately more excited and simply spent Zuanjing to buy 2 magic tools. After buying the magic weapon, LV Jinbo wanted to leave, but the female cultivator quietly told him to wait for a while. She wanted to treat him to a meal. First, she wanted to thank him for helping her out yesterday. Second, she had a commission for buying magic weapons here today. How could she make money from her benefactor? But if she gave him the money directly, it would be too abrupt. So after thinking about it, she decided to treat him to a meal. The female cultivator asked for leave from the store and took LV Jinbo away. LV Jinbo thought the female cultivator was going to take him to a restaurant for a meal, but he didn't expect to soon arrive at the vegetable market in Basin City. This was a very novel experience for LV Jinbo. The cultivators below the Purple Mansion are not much different from ordinary people. They also need to eat, drink, defecate and urinate. Not every cultivator can eat in a restaurant every day, so the vegetable market was born. However, with LV Jinbo's identity, he naturally had never been to a vegetable market. The female cultivator was very familiar with the vegetable market. She bargained with the vendors and bought a lot of vegetables. She even ordered a pot of wine. Then she took LV Jinbo back to her courtyard. The courtyard was also a small courtyard in the slums. There were more than 30 people living in the small courtyard. But now it was daytime and the cultivators in the courtyard had gone out to make a living, so there were not many people. The female cultivator washed, cut and cooked vegetables neatly. LV Jinbo watched from the side. He wanted to help, but was pushed back by the female cultivator. She said that men should do great things. Holding a knife should be used to create a world for their wives and children, not to cut vegetables. So LV Jinbo had to just watch. In the misty water, LV Jinbo looked at the female cultivator's curvy figure, swallowed his saliva, and even felt a little emotional. But when he thought that the two had only known each other for 2 days, he felt that he was too beastly and quickly suppressed his emotions. After a while, the female cultivator finished her work and served several delicious home-cooked dishes. LV Jinbo tasted them. Although the taste was not as good as that of the chef of Zixing Tower in Yujing City, it was still good and more flavorful, and the atmosphere was even different. At least his wife, who had been married to him for decades, had never cooked for him. The female cultivator shyly asked LV Jinbo how it tasted. LV Jinbo naturally answered that it was very good, which made the female cultivator even more coquettish, and LV Jinbo was moved. The female cultivator took out the spiritual wine from the vegetable market. This was a very cheap spiritual wine. The taste was not very good, but it was very strong. The two of them drank and ate one cup after another. Soon a jar of wine was finished. The two of them wanted to drink, but there was no wine. LV Jinbo quickly took out a jar of quite good spiritual wine from the storage bag and drank it again. When the wine was in high spirits, the female cultivator's face flushed, her eyes were full of spring, and she flirted with LV Jinbo. LV Jinbo felt a fire in his belly constantly erupting, and he actually wanted to leave. But the female cultivator showed a strong resentment, and that luck simply made LV Jinbo unable to stop. He wanted to refuse, but the female cultivator was drunk and collapsed on LV Jinbo. The soft touch pressed on LV Jinbo through the clothes, which made the fire in his heart erupt immediately, and he lowered his head to the red lips. 3,000 words omitted here. After the two of them faced each other frankly, their unfamiliar relationship became extremely close. From then on, LV Jinbo became addicted to it, and often lingered at Sanyang's residence. Sanyangzi not only entertained him with good wine and food every time, but also was quite turbulent even in the boudoir. She obeyed LV Jinbo in everything, which made LV Jinbo very comfortable. This was not comparable to his wife in Yujing City. Compared with the two, his wife was simply a tigress. Within a few months, LV Jinbo paid for Sanyangzi to move out of the small courtyard and rented a quieter place outside. He also often gave Sanyangzi Zuanjing and began to hide his beauty in a golden house. Later, LV Jinbo personally instructed Sanyangzi in her practice and gave her a lot of resources. Sanyangzi did not quit her job and used her meager income to buy some gifts for LV Jinbo. The two were inseparable and loved each other. A year later, after Sanyangzi sent LV Jinbo away, she turned around and saw a man appear in her small courtyard, which scared Sanyangzi. "Bosta, it seems you haven't forgotten me yet. You're not really in love with me, are you? Bosta, you're joking. How can a broken woman like me be worthy of talking about love? That's good to know. Here's your award." "Thank you, Boss Tai. You know how to use this thing, right? Apply it on some things and give it to Lu Jinbo. Keep it secret and don't let him throw it away casually. Underwear and accessories, you can decide. The more intimate the better." Yes, Boss Tai, remember your identity. This time we can only succeed and not fail. Lu Jinbo is not my only means. If you dare to turn against me, I promise that you and your daughter will get the most terrible revenge in the world, and you will beg me to kill you. Understood? Sanyang dare not. Sanyang shuddered when she thought of Boss Tai's methods. Working under Boss Tai, the most important thing is loyalty, and traitors often have a miserable end, and there is no exception. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298, Hidden Line Confrontation. The confrontation between Lin Xiao and the Three Kingdoms warship purchasing delegation was far beyond what Sanyang could imagine. It had already begun the moment they entered Basin City. Before Sanyang had even established contact with LV Jinbo, Lin Xiao was already cleaning up the intelligence department of the Three Kingdoms. Out of professional sensitivity, Tishi quickly found the intelligence department personnel of Kangoo. After a period of tracking and investigation, he immediately formulated a plan to drug one of their personnel when he went out for dinner. Then he controlled them with secret techniques and let them walk out of Basin City openly. Under Tishi's ambush, he easily robbed and killed them, and then faked the illusion that they were attacked by other gangs in the city, successfully diverting the disaster away. The intelligence department of Kangoo tracked down all the way, and soon found one of the gangs, and then launched revenge. Unexpectedly, this was exactly what Tishi planned. They had no idea that these gangs in Basin City were in the same nest. Although they annexed and killed each other, they also cooperated with each other. The outsider Kangoo was a challenge to the underground forces of the entire Basin City, so the Kangoo delegation was soon targeted by the big gangs in the city, and even the intelligence personnel could not escape. In Basin City, there could not be open fighting, but various methods of killing without bloodshed emerged one after another, and the level of avoiding the law enforcement team in the city was extremely high. In less than half a year, the intelligence department of Kangoo was defeated in Basin City. Most of the members were killed, and only a small half of them were evacuated in the end. Although the delegation received an early warning, it had no way to resist the various frame-up methods that emerged one after another. A month later, the 5 members of the Kangoo delegation went to the street together. On the way, they encountered Kang Miao Xiao and stole the storage bag of one of them. The 5 people noticed it and chased him in anger. They were designed by the gang of gentlemen on the beam and fought in the city. They were injured by the law enforcement team and then caught. Then they were each whipped 50 times as punishment. A month and a half later, 2 more people were successfully tricked into going to the gambling den. In just over 10 days, they not only lost all their hundreds of thousands of black crystals, but also signed a gambling debt IOU of 300,000 black crystals. When the 2 found out, it was too late. After the gambling den could not squeeze out more money, they took the IOU to collect the debt, but failed. In anger, they sued the Basin City law enforcement team and ruled that Kangoo lost. They had to pay the money or the people. Otherwise, the gambling den had the right to collect the debt on its own under the supervision of the law enforcement team. At this time, the Lingguan worshipper of the gambling den was ready to take action. So Kangoo admitted defeat and spent more than 400,000 black crystals to settle the matter under the IOU with compound interest. From then on, the Kangoo delegation closed the door and banned the members from going out. At the same time, the Tiansheng country delegation was also targeted. This person was named Lin Xiao. He was the cousin of Lin Xiao, the head of the Tiansheng Sect. He was a core disciple of the Yun family and the core disciple of the Tiansheng Sect. He was protected by both. In addition, he was talented. He was already at the 8th level of Daogang at the age of more than 220. He was a potential disciple who could impact the spiritual light. This time he was sent to Basin City to train him. However, Lin Xiao was romantic by nature. He loved good wine, good food and beautiful women. In Loyan City, he was known as the Three Beauties. After arriving in Basin City, he could only endure a month. He couldn't stand the boring life and went to Basin City to have fun. Basant City has a brothel called Mingyu Tower, which is the top brothel in the city. It has everything from cockfighting and dog running to gambling on stone and mahjong, and there are many beautiful women. Lin Xiao lingered every night and soon made a name for himself in Mingyu Tower. The Tiansheng Kingdom envoys begged and persuaded him, but Lin Xiao remained indifferent. He felt that with his cultivation, ordinary scoundrels could not plot against him. In fact, Mingyu Tower really did not play conspiracies and tricks. They played open plots, treating each other with fine wine, delicious food and beautiful women, all of which were traceable accounts. However, such a luxurious life was not something that ordinary cultivators could afford. The so-called beauty town and hero's tomb, facing the petite and lovely beauties in Mingyu Tower, the flattering madams, and the pleasure seekers carrying people in the sedan chairs. Lin Xiao soon indulged in it, spending money lavishly. A few months later, a group of foreign courtesans came to Mingyu Tower and held a courtesan competition. The courtesans were all courtesans, and the winner of the courtesan competition could win the first prize and win the first red. Faced with the peerless courtesan, Lin Xiao was completely captivated. That night, he won the first prize at the cost of 800,000 black crystals and got the beauty back home. He spent the whole night in amorous love. After the affair, Lin Xiao even swore to the courtesan that he would redeem her, bring her back to Bianmen, and marry her. Under the pursuit of the courtesan, he actually swore a Taoist oath. On the second day, Lin Xiao confronted the madam of Mingyu Tower and wanted to redeem the courtesan. Mingyu Tower offered a sky-high price of 2 million. No matter how hard the courtesan and Lin Xiao begged, they refused to reduce it by a penny. At this time, Lin Xiao finally discovered the problem, because in the past few months, he had spent nearly 3 million black crystals in Mingyu Tower, but that was his own money. Lin Xiao not only had a high talent for cultivation, but also had a high level of attainment in battle formations and spiritual talismans. He was worth a lot. Although 3 million black crystals were a lot, it would not make him bankrupt, so he dared to spend it. However, at this time, he had already run out of money. He still had 2 million black crystals on him, which were the payment for building the warship. The rule of Wan's Haman was to pay the money as the warship progressed, so he still had 2 million black crystals on him. Lin Xiao, who had reacted, was furious and wanted to turn hostile immediately, but a strong spiritual pressure made him sober up. Mingyu Tower was a famous brothel in Basant City. How could it not have a backer? Seeing the two spiritual light thugs of Mingyu Tower appear, Lin Xiao wanted to cry, but had no tears, and wanted to leave, but was reminded by the courtesan of the oath last night that she would redeem him within 10 days. Otherwise, she would not make any progress in her cultivation in this life, and would be punished by heaven and die. This was a Taoist oath. Lin Xiao returned to the envoy's residence, and dared not hide anything. He told everything. The Tiansheng Kingdom envoy was immediately in an uproar. If Lin Xiao was just an ordinary disciple, the envoy would naturally ignore it. However, Lin Xiao was not only Lin Xiaoyang's cousin, but also a person of outstanding talent. He was a strong contender for the next spiritual light cultivator of Bianmen. So Lin Xiao used his identity as a guarantor, and borrowed from the entire delegation, to collect 2 million Zuan crystals, and then went to Mingyu Tower. However, Mingyu Tower raised the price of redeeming the courtesan by 3 million Zuan crystals, and threatened to increase it by 1 million Zuan crystals every day. He could choose to redeem her or not, and he could earn back the price in 3 to 5 years by keeping the courtesan. Lin Xiao was so upset that he almost vomited blood on the spot. Now it was not a question of redeeming himself, but how he could survive this disaster. Lin Xiao immediately went back to raise money, but the delegation had borrowed almost all the money. If they borrowed more, they would have problems with eating and practicing, so they naturally refused to borrow more. Lin Xiao had no choice but to ask for help from the delegations of Luan Kang. However, the two delegations were extremely cautious about this matter. Even a fool could see that Lin Xiao had fallen into a trap, and they dared not take the risk easily, and only borrowed 200,000 Zuan crystals from each delegation. In order to prevent Mingyu Tower from raising the price again, Lin Xiao had to embezzle public funds and collect 3 million Zuan crystals to redeem a courtesan who only had the cultivation of condensing veins, becoming a laughingstock in Basin City. After that, Lin Xiao stayed indoors and even pawned some of his magic tools in exchange for some talisman making materials, preparing to draw talismans to sell and make up for the deficit. However, what Lin Xiao did not expect was that the backyard of the Tiansheng Kingdom delegation was on fire again. The courtesan was redeemed by Lin Xiao and placed in the residence of the delegation. However, everyone in the delegation was angry with the courtesan, so let alone serving her with good intentions, they were sarcastic and rude every day. The courtesan could not bear it and immediately cursed. A group of men were cursing on the street about how they were the opponents of the Fenggai woman. The courtesan simply swept the whole scene and finally angered the Daogang high level of Bianman, who actually injured the courtesan. The courtesan was not seriously injured, but she could not swallow this breath. She immediately tore her clothes and rushed into Lin Xiao's room crying. Lin Xiao was shocked when he saw his woman came in with disheveled clothes and bruised face. The courtesan added fuel to the fire, saying that everyone in the delegation was eyeing her. Not only did they flirt with her verbally, but this time they wanted to force her to serve the entire delegation in order to repay the 3 million redemption fee. Lin Xiao was furious and went out with a sword. He fought with his two brothers without saying anything. Fortunately, they lived in a small courtyard with their own formations to avoid being discovered by the Basin City law enforcement team. Lin Xiao was no match for the two Daogang monks. With the persuasion of others, he slowly calmed down and then called the courtesan to confront him. It was another unclear quarrel. The husband said that the husband was right and the wife said that the wife was right. Lin Xiao could not tell clearly and did not know what to do for a while. At this time, the monk of Tiansheng Sect made a big mistake. In front of Lin Xiao, he accused the courtesan of being a witch and a woman who brought disaster to the country and the people, and asked Lin Xiao to kill her on the spot. Lin Xiao was completely dumbfounded. Although he felt that there seemed to be something wrong with the courtesan, he had no evidence and didn't know how to deal with the matter. He just looked at the courtesan with suspicion. The courtesan was immediately furious and accused Lin Xiao of being mean and ungrateful. She even forgot the scene of their love a few days ago and wanted to force her to death. Since she was going to die, she would die to prove her innocence. In front of Lin Xiao, she stabbed herself in the chest with a dagger and bled on the spot. How strong the courtesan was beyond everyone's expectations. At this time, the courtesan's sister and bestie in Mingyu Tower came to visit and knocked on the door for a long time and refused to leave. At this time, the courtesan was not completely dead. The group of people could not hide it and opened the door. Now the whole street was in an uproar. The courtesan's sister screamed and soon attracted the law enforcement team. The courtesan did not die under the treatment of her sisters, but was seriously injured. However, the courtesan was disheartened and wanted to divorce Lin Xiao on the spot. There was a tradition of divorce in the world of immortal cultivation, not to mention that the courtesan had not married Lin Xiao yet. Lin Xiao certainly refused, but the courtesan made a fuss about being beaten. If he refused to agree, she would complain to the law enforcement team, and then the Daogang monks of the delegation would be whipped, or even expelled from Basin City. This result was also unacceptable to Lin Xiao. Basin City was so dangerous, how could it survive without another Daogang monk? So he gritted his teeth and agreed. The result of Lin Xiao losing both talents spread throughout Basin City again, becoming a bigger laughingstock. Chapter 299. The poisonous plan has come to an end. The laughingstock of the Skyclips Kingdom's envoys was spread by those who had ulterior motives and quickly spread throughout the 100 Battles city. In a series of confrontations, the three kingdoms' envoys were completely defeated, especially the conspiracy and intrigue, which made them extremely uncomfortable. So under the strict requirements of the leaders of the three kingdoms' envoys, the three kingdoms' envoys issued more severe orders, and they had to go in and out at will, and they didn't even dare to go out for meals. They bought a lot of dry food and hid back in the courtyard. Hello, Mr. Timesphere, you did a good job. This is the head of the murderer who killed your parents. Please take a look. Half a month later, the courtesan who had recovered from her injuries appeared in Tishi's room, and Tishi pushed a box to the courtesan. Everything about the Skyclips Kingdom's envoys was dominated by Tishi. Although he had no way to mobilize Mingayu Tower, it was no problem to use it. This courtesan Fear was also found by Tishi. Fear was originally a free cultivator from Qi State in Nansao. Her parents were also free cultivators. 5 years ago, her parents died in a fight. In order to avenge her parents, Fear sneaked into the murderer's gang, but was defeated by the murderer. She was eventually injured and escaped, and was rescued by Yi Xiao. Then Yi Xiao raised her, and trained her to be a death warrior. Fear's only request was to avenge her parents, and Yi Xiao agreed. More than half a year ago, Taishi discovered that Lin Xiao was beautiful, so he made a request to the headquarters. Yi Xiao headquarters sent Fear to Basin City, so there was a series of events later. Thank you, sir, for avenging my little girl. Your kindness will be great, and Fear will never forget it. No need to. You know our rules. We must keep our words, and never break our promises. Now that you have offended Lin Xiao, I'm afraid that when they leave, they will kill you to silence you. So I give you 3 choices. First, take 200,000 Zuan crystals and run away. From now on, you and I will have nothing to do with each other. You just need to swear a poisonous oath. Second, we will arrange for you to settle down somewhere. You can choose from the 16 countries in Nansao. From then on, we will still have no relationship. Third, take the reward of 30,000 Zuan crystals, and then join us, and become a part of us. Fear chooses the third point, and is willing to serve Sir Tai. Fear, think it over clearly. We will never be good people. We will ask you to serve a man in the future. Moreover, it is rare to meet a handsome man like Lin Xiao. He may be an old man or a fat man like a pig. Fear is not afraid. I'm already a fallen woman, and have figured it out. I just want to live happily in this life. Okay, in that case, then welcome Miss Fear to join us. I will arrange for you to leave first. You will be of great use in the future. Tishi nodded, and then asked someone to take the courtesan away. Not long after, several backbones of Night Owl appeared and everyone discussed the matter. The 3 countries are strong, and the people in charge are smart and capable. Although we can make them suffer great losses, we cannot directly destroy their plan to buy warships. Now the sect is preparing for war, and we should make greater efforts. Uncle Tai, just give the order. Even if it costs our lives, we can't let them take the warships back. Several people immediately expressed their opinions. Although the 3 countries' delegations suffered a lot of losses after some operations, especially the delegation of the Eclipse country, not only were they cheated of millions of Zuan crystals, but also had cracks inside, but it was still difficult to stop. We had made 2 plans before. One was to directly stop them from building warships. Now it's over, and the plan failed, so we can only use the second plan, which is to kill them directly. We have already made some adjustments to the delegations of Xianxi, Kang, and Lu. We can directly trace them. There are more than 30 companies in Basin City that are on the same page with us, and 5 of them have spiritual light monks in charge. Uncle Tai, are you looking for Poison Scorpion and Tuan? Everyone's face changed. When Zhao Zeng's was defeated, it was the Poison Scorpion and Tuan gangs in Basin City who took action. They were also the top underworld forces in Basin City, with thousands of people under their command. Not only are there spiritual light monks in charge, but there are also several Dao gangs and a lot of minions. That's right. Poison Scorpion and Iron Bull have a life and death feud with us. The leader and boss Yi have always wanted to destroy them, but they have been unable to do so. Maybe they will take action after we defeat the 3 kingdoms. So we must weaken their strength first. This is a good opportunity for us to make a plan and let them fight each other. Uncle Tai, there are capable people in Poison Scorpion and Iron Bull. Can we succeed? I don't know, but we have to try. Senior brother Zhao has been very kind to me. I must avenge him. So I will make arrangements at that time. Even if they don't fall for it, we can successfully destroy the plans of the 3 kingdoms. This is what I think. Poison Scorpion is a leader among the underworld in Basin City, but on the surface, he is still the owner of a business in Basin City, and he even specializes in providing materials for Wan's Hammond to build warships. Those things are just done in private. In fact, all the underworld and Basin City have obvious industries, which provides a lot of convenience for the prosperity of Basin City. Moreover, they have strict rules and never attack ordinary cultivators. They only eat the fat sheep who come to build warships. Once they succeed in getting such fat sheep, they can make millions of black crystals, which is much better than robbing and killing ordinary cultivators. Therefore, in Basin City, ordinary cultivators are not disturbed by these people, and even live better than in other cities. These are also the reasons why Wan's Haoman can turn a blind eye. Iron Lion, the rising star of Basin City in the past 20 years. Iron Lion, did you lead the plain Mingayu Tower? In the manner of the poisonous scorpion. The poisonous scorpion looked at the Iron Lion in front of him coldly, grinned and asked. The plain Mingayu Tower was very exciting, and that kind of method could not be used by them. These few little tricks won't catch the eye of Boss Poison Scorpion. Not counting the ordinary expenses, the ransom alone is 3 million black crystals, which is almost comparable to a 4th tier battleship, and there's no fighting and no deaths. I'm almost drooling. I wonder how much profit Boss Tai has made this time. Boss Poison Scorpion should know the background of Mingayu Tower. We actually lost money on this one deal alone. That bastard only gave me 1 million black crystals. After all the arrangements, I lost a lot. 1 million. Those bitches in Mingayu Tower are really evil, but Boss Tai seems to have another source of income. Boss Poison Scorpion guessed right. Lin Xiao and his 3 gangs offended someone, and I was entrusted by someone. I'm going to fight them to the death for the benefit. What does Boss Tai want to do this time? Of course it's cooperation. We can't eat one fat sheep, so we can only share it with other wolves. I wonder if Boss Poison Scorpion's wolf fangs can still do it. Of course it's possible, and it's better than you think. But those 3 groups of people seem to be hiding, after being scared by you. Don't attack them. Of course you can attack them. We already have wolves urinating in the flock of sheep. I wonder which sheep Boss Scorpion has set his eyes on. Let's take Lin Xiao. He's been tortured half to death by you. He seems easier to take advantage of 1 million Zuan crystals. I want 1 million after the deal is done. Don't play with me. Boss Tai, it's not worth that much, and my people will have to fight and kill it all. No, okay. They built a 4th grade top quality battleship, including the weapons. It's worth more than 5 million Zuan crystals. It can be sold for 3 million at a time, and they are not wealthy. Lin Xiao is a 4th grade talisman maker. He has been working hard to make talismans, to pay off his debts in the last 1 or 2 years. You can get at least 4 million. 1 million is not a lot. If Boss Poison Scorpion doesn't agree to this, then I will have to find another boss to cooperate with. I want to ask, how much did the buyer behind you pay? Not much. 1 million each. Okay, I agree. Well, swear an oath. Boss Poison Scorpion, don't play robbing my Poison Scorpion's reputation in 100 Battle City is obvious to all. How could I possibly robbing? The Poison Scorpion laughed and said that the 5 families were not stupid. If they monopolized the underworld of Basin City, they would be the fat sheep in the mouth of Wan's Haoman. Therefore, they never monopolized it. They just wanted to make the underworld bigger, so big that Wan's Haoman could not easily attack it. Therefore, there would be black eating black, but it was rarely done. After making a vow, Tishi followed the same method and went to Tuan. Tuan's name came from his good use of a bowl-shaped magic weapon, which was very famous. Tuan didn't spend much effort. Knowing that Tishi could track their whereabouts, the matter was half done, so he naturally agreed. Moreover, Tuan was quite fond of Tishi and even wanted to win him over, but Tishi naturally refused. No one who was used to being the boss would want to be a younger brother. After Iron Lion united with Poison Scorpion and Iron Bowl, he sent a large gift to the other gangsters in Basin City, indicating that the 3 fat sheep had been marked by them and worthless. They should accept the gift for face and not fight for it, lest the fat sheep run away. This was also the rule of Basin City. The other forces did not refuse. They did not get any handle or information about the 3 kingdoms mission, so they were naturally unwilling to fight too much. So, in this way, the 3 kingdoms mission spent more than a year in peace. Just when they were about to go crazy, the warship was built. The warship was built, and how to take it away was a question worth studying. Now they were not the kind of rookies who had just arrived. They knew how many people in Basin City were watching them and plotting against them, so they were very cautious. They also bought a 6th level storage bag at a high price somewhere else in advance, and they could put the warship into the storage bag and take it away. The more difficult part was how to withdraw from Basin City, and Wan Xiaoman would not be responsible for transportation. Fortunately, the intelligence departments of the 3 countries reappeared. They used all kinds of connections to break up into small groups and evacuate Basin City in batches, and then gathered 8,000 miles outside Basin City. The 3 countries returned to Nanzhao together. This was the safest and most reliable plan. Chapter 300, White Dragon Pile. Beilongdu is a well-known place in Zhangzhou. It is thousands of miles in radius, with no grass and white rocks everywhere. It is said that it was transformed from a white dragon killed by the human race in ancient times. In the past, Beilongdu had some precious minerals. Later, the mineral veins were hollowed out, and it became a dead place with no life and no people. Beilongdu is about 9,000 miles away from Basin City, so Beilongdu quickly became a battleship experimental site in Basin City. Whenever some new battleships are built, they will be brought here for experiments. There is no need to worry about hurting innocent people. Beilongdu turns southwest, which is also the fastest route to Shenzhen City. After arriving in Shenzhen City, you can quickly reach Zuanyu City in Nanzhao by taking the teleportation array. If you rely on flying alone, even a spiritual monk will need a month. However, at this time, there are thousands of people lying in ambush at the edge of Beilongdu, each wearing a white windbreaker. Even if no means are used, it is difficult to find the flying boat flying in the air. We're almost there, only 200 miles left. In one of the stone nests, Tishi held a star fixing plate with several red dots on it approaching quickly. After predicting the distance, they all smiled. Duxie, let's make a deal this time. 1 fat sheep for each family. If you can't eat it yourself, don't ruin our good deeds. Iron Bowl, what a joke. If I can't eat it, do you think you can eat it? That's hard to say. Let's wait and see, but I don't know if Boss Tai has good teeth. I won't worry about you, boss. Even if my teeth are broken, I will eat them today. People are coming, get ready to start. Duxie and Tuan greeted each other, and their men immediately lifted the camouflaged white cloth, revealing 4 huge god-destroying crossbows. These are 5th level god-destroying crossbows, which consume 100,000 mysterious crystals to fire once. Sure enough, within a few seconds, a flying boat flew over from a distance. Tishi nodded at them, and he had confirmed that this was the people who had gathered after the 3 countries' envoys left in batches. Release swoosh, 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 swoosh. 4 god exterminating crossbows suddenly exploded with a loud noise, and 4 spiritual lights flew out from the god exterminating crossbows, and the next moment they hit the flying boat, and the flying boat suddenly exploded, and more than a dozen people fell down, but the remaining figures immediately fled in all directions, and more than a dozen flying boats appeared again. 2 bosses, hold it steady, chased Tishi through 2 small-sized fixed star plates to the 2 men, and waved his hand. More than 20 flying boats appeared, rushing to one side like an ant colony. These more than 20 flying boats were all small flying boats, known for their speed. They carried more than 100 monks and headed for the Chunhyang Palace delegation. Shilianzai and Chunhyang Palace had the deepest hatred, so naturally they had to deal with them personally. Uncle Master, what should we do? In the flying boat of Chunhyang Palace, several Purple Mansion monks looked at one of the Dao Gang monks in horror. They would never have thought that they would be robbed and killed halfway, and with such precision. Junior brother, you stay and stop the enemy. It only takes half an hour, then you can escape on your own. Yes, senior brother. All disciples, follow me. It's time to serve the sect. The 3 flying boats slowed down. 2 Dao Gang monks led a dozen people to block the pursuers and stop the enemy. Leave 3 Dao Gang behind, and the rest of you follow me. Tishi sneered and quickly issued an order. The 3 Dao Gang monks led more than 40 people to rush out and fight with the Chunhyang Palace, while Tishi continued to lead the large army to pursue. Seeing that the distance between the 2 sides was getting closer and closer, the Dao Gang of Chunhyang Palace became anxious. He gritted his teeth and released the newly built warship. The remaining 6 people all flew into the warship. The huge size of the warship was not comparable to that of the flying boat, not to mention that there were more than a dozen black crystal cannons on the warship at this time. However, Tishi was not worried. The opponent's division of troops was the biggest strategic mistake. They only had a few people. How many black crystal cannons could they operate? As expected, only 3 of the black crystal cannons on the battleship fired, but there were only a dozen flying boats in the air, and the distance between each flying boat was more than 1,000 meters. It was like using a cannon to hit a mosquito, and the hit rate was almost zero. Go up. The 3 Dao gang monks led by Taishi flew out of the flying boat and flew over the battleship, constantly bombarding the battleship, while the other monks also launched attacks and cast a series of spiritual talismans. Although these attacks were not strong, they could harass and contain the battleship and offset the battleship's defense. The Dao gang monk of Chunayang Palace let the battleship fly on its own and came out to stop Taishi, but when he saw the 3 Dao gang monks coming, he showed a bitter smile. It might be difficult to get away today, but he did not give up easily. This battleship was too important to Chunayang Palace. Even if he died, he would take the battleship back. The battleship's defense was extremely strong. Dozens of monks attacked for half an hour without any sign of weakening. This made Tishi a little angry. It seemed that he underestimated the Zuan crystals on them. If he had known earlier, he would have found the battleship of Tiansheng Sect. They were cheated of millions of Zuan crystals. The Zuan crystals on them were insufficient, and the defense was greatly weakened. The formation breaking beads are ready. Go ahead. In desperation, Tishi had to take out the extremely precious formation breaking beads. The formation breaking beads were the essence of the formation master. The 4th level lower grade formation breaking beads were more expensive than the 4th level upper grade formation. Moreover, the formation breaking beads were extremely difficult to refine, and the materials required were demanding, so they were rarely sold on the market. In order to fight for this battleship, Tishi spent a lot of money. Bang! The formation breaking beads blasted a hole in the battleship's protective shield. 3 Dao gang monks rushed in, ready to kill the Chunayang Palace disciples, but the Chunayang Palace monk flashed out of the battleship and rolled up his spiritual consciousness, trying to roll the battleship into the 6th level storage bag. Tishi was terrified and immediately dodged out of the warship. The storage bag was restricted by the rules of space and could not hold living things. If a living person was forcibly taken into the storage bag, he would either burst the storage bag with his extremely strong cultivation, or be strangled by the rules of space. This was a 6th level storage bag with extremely strong space barriers, which they could not burst at all. This turned out to be his killer move. Only 2 of the 3 Dao gang monks escaped. The remaining one was a step slower and disappeared with a scream. At the same time, several disciples of Chunayang Palace also died. How cruel! Kill him! Tishi was furious. He had finally managed to get a few Dao gang monks under his command, but he didn't expect to kill one of them. How could he not be angry? However, the next moment, the monk from Chunayang Palace used the same trick again, and released the warship again. He hid in the warship, and protected himself with the protective shield of the warship. Bosta, what should we do? I'll go first and entangle him. Don't give him a chance. Iron Lion's rage also stimulated his sturdiness. Although there was a danger of falling, he was not afraid and rushed in through the hole in the protective shield again. At the same time, the other monks on the flying boat also rushed into the warship under the leadership of the core members of Night Owl and rushed to the control center of the warship in order to cut off the connection between the warship and the monk of Chunayang Palace so that he could not retract and release at will. The monk of Chunayang Palace was alone and was entangled by Iron Lion. The other monks began to work together to erase the connection between him and the warship, which frightened him greatly. When another Dao gang monk rushed in, he was even more difficult to resist. Bang! Iron Lion retreated a few steps in the battle, took out a bow and arrow, and shot 3 arrows in a row, completely shooting the defense means of the monk of Chunayang Palace, and the whole person was nailed to the warship. Puff! Another Dao gang monk quickly went up and stabbed him in the danshan with a knife, eliminating his chance of self-destruction. Red Sky Bow, you, did you recognize it? You are the ones who led the 100 Battles City. Night Owl, you are indeed worthy of your reputation. The cultivators of Chunhyang Palace recognized the red sky bow in Tishi's hand. This was a well-known magic weapon of Lin Xiao of Tiansheng Sect. After Lin Xiao advanced to the spiritual light, he could no longer use this red sky bow, so he gave it to Yunanyu, who then gave it to Tishi. Their Chunhyang Palace also knew the name of Night Owl. After all, the intelligence departments of the two sides had fought many times, but they did not expect that Night Owl could even interfere with Zhang Cao. What a powerful force it must be. Iron Boss, another Daogang cultivator, took off the storage bag from the cultivator of Chunhyang Palace, found the control array of the battleship, and gave it to Tishi. Come here, take him away, and treat him well. Tishi nodded. He had completely seized a warship. The basic mission of the sect had been completed. He asked the core members of Lin Xiao to take away the monks of Chunhyang Palace, and then put away the warship and let people take it away. He took the remaining disciples, and turned back to support the people who had been left behind. 10 minutes later, they came to the previous battlefield. More than a dozen people from Chunhyang Palace died and were captured. Only 2 Daogang monks were left to resist to the end. When they saw Tishi coming back with people, they were immediately desperate. So many people died, and the warship was not brought back. Luyan would not let them go. The 2 Daogang monks were determined to die. After sending a very high-level sound transmission talisman, they blew themselves up. However, they only took away 1 Daogang monk, and injured 2 people. Boss Tai, no need to say more. We won't treat you badly. You leave first. The reward will come later. Tishi sighed as he watched the aura of the sound transmission talisman leave. That sound transmission talisman was at least level 6, and could fly hundreds of thousands of miles at least. Even the aura monks couldn't stop it, and it was estimated that Chunhyang Palace would also know the situation here. Uncle Master, what should we do with these people? Several core members of Night Owl looked at several captives, including LV Jinbo, who was designed by them before. It was because they tampered with the things in LV Jinbo's storage bag that they could accurately track these people. Keep it first. Maybe it will be useful. What about Duxi and the others? Don't worry about them. They are not good people. Maybe they will rob us. Let's make sure to bring the warship back first. The site of Basin City will probably be abandoned for a while. Let's go. Tishi shook his head. Duxi and the others were not good people. Even if they were bound by the oath, they could not be trusted. After all, Duxi could not do it himself. Let his men do it, and avoid the constraints of the oath. What he wanted now was stability. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.